Ordinary people often do not realize that the villain's past is 100,000 times more tragic than the protagonist's. He was originally a magic genius, someone who could wipe out half the world with just mid-level magic. But because he was the villain in the game, his fate was always tied to death. But Dekulane never wanted that. He just wanted to live a peaceful life like everyone else. Yet because he was born into a high-ranking noble family, his clan placed such heavy expectations and pressure on him that he gradually lost his true sense of self. Dekulane's humanity now can simply be described as twisted, fake, and obsessive-compulsive. On top of that, he is so paranoid that he could wipe out an entire family, just for thinking they plotted against him. As for me, my real name is Kim Woojin, the one who created that villain above. Because Dekulane was too strong, I had to find a way for the main characters to be able to kill him. After 77, then 49 more attempts, the only way I could make it work was to let Ayuli kill him, because she was the fiancé he loved most in this world. While I was about to write Dekulane's ending, a strange message was sent to me. Hey, look out the window, it said. I did not really understand what the sender meant, but I still glanced toward the window, and what I saw was some terrifying, bizarre thing appearing in the sky. Before I could even process what was happening, that thing struck me with a massive bolt of lightning straight on my head. In the midst of the pain, I heard countless strange sounds. Though my consciousness was hazy, I could still clearly make out what that voice was saying. Wake up right now, Dekulane. How long do you plan to sleep? Do you still dare to call yourself human? After a while, I was finally able to tell what was real and what was fake. Although I had already been inside this body for a few days, everything still felt foggy and unreal. But today, I was finally able to confirm it. I had transmigrated. After observing for a while, I was sure this was the world from the game I had created. This familiar scenery confirmed it. And not only that, I had transmigrated into the worst possible person in this game, someone whose fate had been sealed to die no matter what. But, so what? Even if destiny says I am fated to die, I am not afraid because I am the damn creator of this game. Join Fantasy Manhwa to follow this fascinating story. The sky suddenly darkened, and a heavy rain started without warning. Rain pattered on the ground. There was a pale hand with fingers trembling slightly as if trying to hold on to something, clenching tightly. There was no resistance left in his eyes when he looked at Julie, only helplessness and resignation. Just kill me already. His face showed a silent sadness so deep that it could not be hidden. Not a flicker of emotion in Julie's eyes, only coldness and cruelty. Her hand trembled, but she still gripped the sword tightly, as if clinging to her last bit of will. Without a moment's hesitation, Julie struck a cold and ruthless blow, as if there had never been anything between them but hatred. Bright red blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the cold raindrops falling down. Blood stained his palm red. Now only a soft whisper echoed from deep within his mind, "You are still the same." A painful but proud smile, weak but dazzling. Impossible to tell if it was despair or a final challenge. He gently reached out to Julie's cheek, using his last breaths. Because he could not have her, he found her beautiful. His hand slowly fell, but in Julie's eyes a fire of resentment still burned. In the suffocating tension, a voice rang out like a cold knife, slicing through the rain, "You wretch!" Gasping breaths along with streaks of bright red blood flowing down, mixing with the rain, the corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile, amidst the pain. The system panel appeared with a notification, annulment condition completed, kill Dekulane. A sigh of relief was heard. Phew, thank goodness, congratulations, you have cleared the stage. I won't be kicked out now. The system panel displays character information, a slow, reproachful voice. Sounds, just because of this guy, I had to suffer like this. Finally, the bug that kept kicking me out on the annulment route has been fixed. His name is Kim Woojin, character model designer. He stretched wearily, but his face shone with satisfaction, finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for this damn overtime. REW, a game console manufacturer, appeared as an outlier in the scarce Korean game console market. Ryu has been constantly releasing hit titles since its establishment. Now, this company's become a name that the whole world is paying attention to. And right now, what I am testing is the AAA game that Ryu has poured all its profits and investment into developing. Frankly, if it fails, we are screwed. An excited laugh rings out. Let us see, playtime is 11 hours, huh? The core of this game is that the story and difficulty will change depending on the player's choices. Perhaps that is why, even though it is a single-player game, thanks to the new experience of accompanying special characters equipped with advanced AI, this game has attracted a lot of attention from game magazines, both at home and abroad. Not only that, the game also recreates unique and fascinating professions that are hard to find in ordinary games. Like knights, mages, adventurers, demons, demon hunters, nobles, even kings. As a result, players can transform into any character they want in the game world. In other words, just build a reputation for the IP, and this game will be a cash cow. With a game like this, if it fails, the company will hardly survive. It is best to double-check the character settings, and the reason why he's been working overtime for the past few months, it is because of this guy. The system panel displays character information named Deculain von Grihon, position head professor. He finally completed it without being kicked out of the game. An important episode, the death of Deculain, one of the sub-bosses of the game and also a special villain. Because he is an important villain, with many diverse story branches, the errors kept appearing endlessly. Finally, he can be killed normally. The cause of death in this branch is the injury caused by his fiancée. Well, that is right, he was plotting all the time, so he deserves it. In the silent space, a voice suddenly calls out, "Wu Jin." She follows Wu Jin with a concerned look, as if wanting to ask something. Is the test okay? He began to introduce, "This is Yu Ara, my team leader in the development team, and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, sharing every moment, and finding happiness in everything. In those forehead kisses, every handshake." Despite their contrasting personalities, he was lazy by nature, while Ara was a workaholic. Her relentless ambition made a carefree person like me try to live properly, but at some point, we still broke up. No matter how hard Ara tried, I could not change in the end. She softly and thoughtfully said to Wu Jin, "I heard you had a hard time because of the game errors that kept appearing. I am glad it is okay now," he continued to confide. And then, after 6 months, I heard that she already has someone new. Wu Jin began to ask, but with hidden meaning, "It seems that you and the person you are seeing are progressing well, Ara," with a confused face, huh? She chuckled and said, "Why do rumors spread so fast in this company? I guess it is okay." Wu Jin felt stifled, but hearing it from her own mouth was really uncomfortable. Wu Jin replied with a mocking tone, "I hope you two will get married soon." She immediately mentioned another issue. "Stop with those silly taunts, keep checking for bugs." Ra reminded, "Oh, and the author said the story has changed, so you have to adjust the character models," he complained. "Again, why does it always change?" Wu Jin began to think, wait, if this guy is handled carefully, he can be killed right away. Is he really a sub-boss? That is the appeal of this game, and of Deculain. The more he progresses in the story, the stronger he becomes. Depending on the player's choices, he will be the determining factor in the difficulty of the game, a word said along with the man's calculations. "That is right." She began to explain, "And you know, this character model is based on you." Wu Jin was surprised. "Deculain," she teased. "Wu Jin, you did not realize it when you were making the model. That sly face looks a lot like you," he coldly replied, not believing. "What? I have only met the author twice." Ra chuckled. "So, every time I play, I always kill him first," he said with a frown. "What?" Ra continued to tease. "Anyway, the personality is quite similar. The system panel shows, Deculain, you wretch." Deculain fell, the destiny of man. He felt uncomfortable. The last words, "Were you wretch? What is similar about that?" Ra suggested. "Okay, let us put the gossip aside for now. How do you feel after trying it out?" He replied worriedly. "The game is good, but thinking about the company's survival depending on it makes me a little nervous." Ra immediately comforted him. "Do not worry. Just looking at the world's reaction when watching the gameplay trailer is enough to know that this game definitely won't flop." Wu Jin mocked. "Oh my, is not that the team leader's boyfriend?" She was speechless. Wu Jin hastily reminded her, "Look, he is parking to pick you up. It is getting late." "What are you doing?" "He is waiting." "Hurry up and go." Ra affirmed. "That is right. I will go first then." She smiled and waved slightly. "Wu Jin, good work." He immediately replied with an indifferent face, "Take care." In that silent scene, a sound broke the silence. The clock hanging on the wall. Wu Jin continued working, Deculain again. He complained the author is really too much, saying that this scumbag is me. Characteristics summary. There are a total of 6 characteristics and the combination of genius and mediocrity, huh? Wu Jin thought to himself, when he was young, Deculain was praised as a born magical prodigy. But in reality, he was just a mediocre person. His characteristic self-esteem, arrogant personality, plus his origin from the upper echelons of the aristocracy. The result is the worst personality ever created, a sense of superiority, cleanliness, orderly habits, competitive spirit, noble manners, sensitivity, authority, boastfulness but composure, divine power to the extreme. Can this really be called a human personality? Well, anyway, according to the plot development, he is getting stronger and stronger. The problem is, everyone around him hates him. So, can any other characteristics or personality traits be added? Something that is okay, but not too obvious. Anyway, he was created based on me. Let us see, the characteristic of understanding, is it similar to empathy? Okay, anyway, you should at least become a person with more empathy than me, ability to understand. Added? Then add this one too. Rich, let us try adding this one too. The hand of Midas, this is good. Vision. This too, he thought again. Somehow, I crammed in all the things that looked good, but when I look back, I suddenly feel confused. Before any problems occur, quickly restore it to its original state. Just bring everything back to the way it was. That startled me. It is just a trivial matter. Why am I so flustered? Who is here at this hour? Developer Rain, is this the script author? A message arrived. Ah, yes. If there is anything you want to change about the model, tell me now. I will fix it right away. Wu Jin replied confusedly. Ah, no, it is not like that. I am just waiting to see. He felt uncomfortable. What is with this person saying something so strange? Old message from Developer Rain, April 6th, 2021, at 1:23 a.m. Message arrived. Ah, no, it is not like that. I am just waiting to see. Reply message. Yes, what do you mean? Do you mean you are testing with me? A message arrived with sarcasm. Do not you look out the window. Wu Jin blankly looked out. Out the window? What is outside? In the sky, blue light flashed brightly. Lightning bolts tore through the black clouds as if opening a giant gate in the middle of the air. He looked up with a bewildered expression because he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. What is that? The sky? It is like it has been punched a hole through. Suddenly monsters appeared from within the source of light. Wu Jin was confused, not believing his eyes. What the hell? Me now? Where am I? A cough sounded. He was surprised. Who else is this? Gilthian instructed. So, son, remember this. Always be wary of him. Deculane is not someone easy to deal with, even if he seems to have stalled now. But he can rise up at any time. He is just suppressing his talent himself now. He is a villain who is feigning weakness. A voice called out, "Wake up quickly. Get up now, Deculane." She angrily raised her voice. "How long are you going to lie there? Are you even human?" The servant standing beside her with a scared face. "Miss, please calm down." Wu Jin softly said, "Ah, is that so? It has been several days since I possessed this body, but it still feels like a dream." She angrily complained, "How long are you going to wallow because of a girl? Do you want to tarnish the family name now?" Uriel advised, "I will leave the envelope. Documents here. If you do not want to lose that proud professorship, then get up and go right away." He said to himself, since the day the sky suddenly lit up, "It has been a week since I woke up in a strange body, in a strange place. It seems that this is the world in the game I created." And in this world, where death is inevitable, Wu Jin began to get up and get dressed. He told himself, no matter which route you take, death is always lurking. Wu Jin put on his gloves and calculated, making him the worst character. He has become the great villain, Deculane. He lay down and began to think. It has been a week since Wu Jin came here, Delulane's bedroom at the Ukraine mansion. At first, he thought it was all a dream, but after a few days, the terrifyingly real vividness of this world forced Wu Jin to accept reality. At that time, he was struck by lightning and died. Is this the afterlife, anyway? What is certain is, now Wu Jin has become a villain in a game in development. Deculane von Grahan Uklein. He is the enemy of countless characters, the killer of parents, the destroyer of their lovers, the cause of countless tragedies, and the common enemy of everyone. Now he has to become such a famous villain. Deculane is a mid-game boss that players will definitely encounter. No matter which route they choose, he is the enemy of countless characters, the killer of parents, the destroyer of their lovers, the cause of countless tragedies, and the common enemy of everyone. Now he has to become such a famous villain. The biggest problem is that Wu Jin does not know what point in the story he is at. The only thing he knows clearly is the total amount of magic, but Wu Jin does not even know how to use magic. There is no way to prepare. No joke, the entire development team, including him, has tested it thousands of times during development, but Deculane survived only once. He was really created only to be a mid-game boss, and to die. Is this the document the person left earlier? Leading professor at the Royal University, Deculane, providing basic magic knowledge and how to use magic. The person who threw the document at me while I was sleeping, she is Deculane's half-sister, and also the one who replaced him, taking over the position of family head of the Ukraine family. Note, the relationship between Deculane and Uriel is not good, and the she that Uriel mentioned is probably Yuli. He guessed that something seems to have happened between Deculane and his fiancée, Yuli. He recalled what Uriel had said, "I will leave the documents here. If you do not want to be kicked out of your professorship, get up and go." Wu Jin thought to himself, thinking about it, the professorship, the lecture day is today. Maybe he should go. Although I have never taught before, I need to collect information, so I can't help but act. The system panel shows the top survival goal, become an important character in the game, side quest, teach at the university, reward plus 0.5 store currency. Wu Jin wondered. From the moment he regained consciousness, these lines have been constantly appearing before his eyes. Wu Jin began to make a decision. Because of it, and because of Uriel, he must start acting. One of the reasons leading to Deculane's death is Uriel. And this store currency is also very important, he explained. But Wu Jin, how does he know how to lecture? He should be worried, but in reality, Wu Jin feels okay. Because this body possesses the unique characteristic of reasoning, the ability to understand everything, which can be activated by consuming magic. Before becoming Deculane, he added this characteristic to the game, thinking that he needed to have understanding. And this is a unique characteristic that only appears in the late game stage. It must have some hidden effect. That space was both magnificent and proud, and also exuded a mysterious silence. Although the bathroom and clothes are unfamiliar, I can use them more naturally than I thought, as if Wu Jin has lived as Deculane before. But now he finds it luxurious and comfortable. It must be due to the influence of the two characteristics, dignified demeanor and aesthetic sense. As if this is Wu Jin's body. That is right, now I can't behave rudely or against the rules, the rituals that I used to find annoying, now come naturally. Although the goal is to gather information, the fact that Wu Jin is about to teach does not feel strange to him, because he is a talented and noble aristocrat. What the hell? Kim Wu Jin, a healthy Korean youth. Objectively speaking, I am tall and my appearance is decent, but if I quote the last words my ex-girlfriend said before breaking up, you are a lazy failure. That is right, that is Wu Jin. He won't lose himself, so he must not be negligent. But wait, even in real life, I have never ridden in such an expensive car. Damn it! Mentioning luxury cars reminds Wu Jin of that. It is a little uncomfortable. He blankly looked at the person sitting next to him. Wu Jin wondered, but who is this person? He stammered, Professor, have a good afternoon. Here, your bag. I brought it as quickly as possible. Wu Jin thought to himself, is he Deculane's secretary or assistant? He examined. Are you a mage? Alan was confused. I am under your command. It has been 3 years. I am just kidding. He pondered. It is just a draft that needs to be read. Just reading is okay, right? The entire lecture content is written here. There is definitely no way he would prepare a proper lecture himself. Would this person really prepare a meaningful lecture? Only this guy is working hard. Wu Jin praised him. Well done. Alan suddenly looked blankly at him because he was startled. The driver had a look of shock when he heard the conversation. The master praised me. Yes, I understand. Wu Jin slowly raised his hand to his face as if preparing to contemplate something. What kind of personality is this? Just saying a word of praise to others is also annoying. Is this Deculane's instinct? From the moment I left the mansion, it felt like Deculane's personality was gradually infecting my mind. The voice spoke softly and respectfully. We have arrived, master. Wu Jin slowly got out of the car, but he was stunned, thinking, this is Deculane's workplace, the Imperial Royal University. According to the letter, the location is Rodeo Hall, right? Rodeo Hall Lecture Hall. Whispers in the classroom, finally getting to attend Professor Deculane's lecture. I heard he is a genius at solving magic. Do not joke around. He has been a born prodigy since he was a child. A dignified voice spoke, making everyone in the class pay attention. Everyone pay attention. I am Deculan von Grahan Ukraine, the head professor of the university's Magic Tower, in charge of today's lecture. So from now on, the lecture will begin. The female students in the class could not help but admire. So handsome and so smart, so awesome. A small hand was gradually crumpling the paper on the table because of unwillingness. That guy is also called awesome. Ephraim's eyes were full of resentment, looking at him, finally meeting him. Deculane, that bastard. The enemy who killed my father. In her eyes now, there was only resentment. Wu Jin's images gradually shattered. She confided 3 years ago. Ephraim's father committed suicide. For many years, he had researched how to interpret magic, but due to the shock when someone blackmailed his thesis, he was completely desperate and chose death. The person who stole that thesis was called a genius at solving magic. That is right, that hateful person is him, Deculane. However, she could not do anything, because after Ephraim's father passed away, she lost everything. Ephraim, who was born a noble, lost everything of value, including her family's house and territory, and Ephraim became a homeless orphan. Therefore, she vowed. After vowing, I was able to enter the Royal Academy of the Empire, where Deculane is a professor, with great effort. Even if the other students do not know, I still know, his magic-solving skills are just empty words originating from my father's achievements. He destroyed an entire family just because of that. So how can he stand there so arrogantly? That position should have been my father's. I want to expose his lies and kill him right now. But I need to restrain myself, to drag him down. I need to prepare more for the perfect revenge. Wu Jin shouted loudly with a dignified voice. "Be quiet. I will start the lecture now." Let me reintroduce myself. I am the head professor of this magic tower and a royal-level magician with the ability to control all elements. My name is Deculin. The professor giving this special lecture. Those of you here today must know that in magic, there are 3 major attributes and 9 classifications. Attributes are the foundation, the origin of magic elements, the substances that make up objects. The types include summoning, spirit, destruction, support, enhancement, manipulation, resilience, enchantment, and finally harmony. So with the attributes of a mage in, he thought to himself, this is much easier than I thought. This is my first lecture, and I am not familiar with the theory of magic, but even if I just read a script written on paper, I can still understand everything perfectly. Not only that, my dignified aura also makes everyone very focused. Also thanks to the essence that through communication and eye contact, also makes me feel more natural, without pressure. Perhaps the current Deculin possesses the characteristics of a good teacher. The way magic is used varies depending on where it is stored in the body. Typically, mages store magic in their heads, which is the easiest place to visualize magic. Knights store magic in their hearts and burst it out from blood vessels throughout the body. Finally, in the Dantian, where internal and external forces are mixed, this is the most common place to store magic. What I want to say is very simple. Hard work is important, but if you do not have talent, you need to choose and focus. That is a completely appropriate advice from Deculin. Frankly, he does not have great talent. His current magic level is 375. But there is also a mage who possesses a magic level of up to 30,000. It is funny that he is saying something that he should be most aware of. Is the class almost over? That is the end of the lecture. Finally, the end of the script seems strange. Do I need to read this? If it were the old Deculin, he probably would not have said this. Wu Jin spoke in a calm voice, but with an undisguised probing. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone in the hall looked at each other and whispered. He sighed in relief. Luckily there was not, if there was not, a voice suddenly rang out. Professor Deculin. Ephraim stood up loudly, with a face full of discomfort, asking, "Last night, a mysterious magic spell was discovered in the dormitory. It is thought to be the act of a demon. But, Professor Deculin, a genius at solving magic." He immediately asked back with sharp eyes, "Are you really from the Magic Tower Academy?" Ephraim froze in place with a bewildered face. "What? Why would the professor ask that?" he questioned. "If so, then it is natural that you should introduce your name and position first, right?" "I will not answer the question of a child who does not know how to follow basic etiquette." Ephraim gaped. "What?" "She was confused and speechless, Professor," Wu Jin tormented himself. "I am sorry, but I have no other choice right now." He unconsciously realized something. I just realized that comprehension consumes a huge amount of mana too. 0.05 out of 3, 375. Although I understood the paragraph in the lecture, I used up 300 mana, so I do not know how much mana it will cost for a spell I have never seen before. Everyone in the hall looked at Ephraim and laughed out loud. Some people even mocked. It seems that he wanted to be noticed, but it did not work. She was unwilling to let Wu Jin go like that, so she gritted her teeth and spoke. "Please wait. Right now the Magic Tower is refusing to analyze it, saying it is a rumor. If it is you, then I think you can find out what kind of magic was used." Ephraim began to move the magic. A stream of blue light radiated from her hand. Ephraim loudly suggested, "I request you to explain this magic." He looked up at the blue magic in front of him. Mana 360 out of 3, 375. Ephraim's face and voice were full of challenge. "Currently, some remaining rookies in the dormitory are analyzing this, but there is no progress. If you can give us a hint." "Rookie is the lowest level in the 2 levels of new mages," he immediately replied. "That is a barrier magic." Ephraim could not help but be shocked by that answer. "What?" he arrogantly said. "No need for any hints." Wu Jin began to explain. "It is a form of illusory barrier. It seems someone wants to trap you." Everyone looked up blankly. It is over. The Academy's magic tower. Cafeteria. She ate and cursed to herself, that annoying bastard. I intended to expose that his magic-solving skills were just a lie, with a spell of unknown origin. But he considered me a rude fool because I did not say my name. I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. Ephraim suddenly fell into thought. It seems he was confused, so he said it was basically an illusion magic. Illusion enchantment is a very difficult spell, and most spells require an intermediary, but to call it an illusion without any intermediary is strange. I only brought the mysterious spell drawn on the front door of the dormitory last night. Well, it was quite chaotic at first, but its purpose is to increase the research skills of first-year students. Who is the fool now? She hurriedly ran over, calling, "Ephorine! Ephorine!" She said with a cheerful face, about the magic spell on the front door of the dormitory yesterday. After hearing that it was actually a barrier and refining the spell, it turned out to be true. Ephron's face was blank when she heard that. She began to praise Ephron. "That is great. We were not brave enough to ask that scary professor, but you are really brave." She was confused. No, wait, that magic is really a barrier. Ephron could not hide her surprise. "That is really true. Do not you think Professor Deculin is really amazing? There was no intermediary at all, but how did he know it was a spell?" She was stunned. No way. Julia was delighted. "Thank you, Ephorine. We will write a report, and I will add your name," she replied shyly. "Oh, okay, go ahead." Ephron did not believe it was true. He must have just gotten lucky. I just improved Deculin's reputation, and got nothing. High-level elemental magic proficiency level 5, Head Professor Deculin von Grehen Eucline. Her eyes now only contained resentment. The lecture that Deculin is teaching this semester. Okay? Is not there a saying that knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will guarantee victory in every battle? Ephron told herself, "From now on, I need to restrain myself so as not to get agitated if I continue to see the face of that annoying bastard. Just wait, Deculin. I will expose you soon." The system announced, "The side quest has been completed. Teaching at the academy, store currency plus 0.5. Wu Jin thought to himself, "I almost messed up. Moment I looked at that magic, my ability to reason was activated unintentionally. Just looking at the magic circle with its complex and chaotic details is enough to consume all the remaining magic in my body. I can't even understand what that magic is. Even if I had twice as much magic as I do now, I would not be able to understand the principles of that magic." "At least things are not too bad," a voice suddenly rang out. "Long time no see." Wu Jin froze. That person is. When he saw clearly, he was not very surprised. White hair, along with bright eyes. "I have seen this person many times through my screen." Julie asked, "Are you still doing well, Julie von Dea Freyden?" He thought to himself, "She is Deculin's fiancée, and a character who can even reach the highest level of knighthood, although I did not expect to see her here." Wu Jin replied, "I am not sure." Her eyes were full of discomfort when she heard Wu Jin's reply. "That seems fine. Go on." She began to probe Wu Jin, "Even though you broke the promise we made a week ago." He was stunned with bewildered eyes. "What promise? I do not understand what she is talking about." Wu Jin coldly walked away. "I do not remember." Then she stopped him and said loudly, "Are you trying to run away like before? Again?" Wu Jin realized, "It seems that she won't let me pass." He began to explain. "I seem to have forgotten. Because of the fever I have suffered for the past time, can you tell me what we promised?" Julie suggested, "If you are honest with yourself and confess your pretense and arrogance to everyone, then I will be by your side. Even if this world collapses." She was disappointed, her lips trembling slightly. "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You can go now." Wu Jin turned to look at her with confused eyes. He walked away proudly and loudly replied, "Okay." Julie's face darkened with obvious anger. Julie revealed her engagement with Deculin was for mutual benefit. Deculin, a talented magician, and Julie, a talented knight. He laughed cheerfully. "With the combination of the two of you, I am sure it will be good for both politics and future generations." The Eucline and Freyden families are both noble lineages. No one objected to this marriage. Julie reassured herself and continued to think to herself, "It is okay, for the benefit of the family, even if I do not love him." However, both families realized that from the beginning, his talent had never existed. Perhaps he did not want to admit it, but he had lied to the whole world by calling himself a genius at analyzing magic and becoming a professor. Information on a newspaper, the collapse of the young prodigy, the youngest professor of the Magic Tower, Deculin, has made no progress since the last research 3 years ago. After several recent incidents, he has not achieved any more. Even so, the Euclins and Freydens tried to remain silent. I am sure it is because the two families did not want to become the subject of gossip. They did not want their flaws to be discovered by the public. But I can't forgive this situation. I am okay with a marriage without love, but I can't stand lies, because that is my belief as a knight. That is all. Wu Jin suddenly stopped and made a decision. "Okay, I will do as you said." She could not hold back the emotions surging in her heart. "You also agreed?" Julie suddenly darkened her face and began to doubt. "You still do not intend to keep your word, do you?" He thought to himself, "The Royal Academy of the Magic Tower. The Royal Academy is the best academy in this game, and the Department of Magic is the top department in all departments. It can be considered that the Department of Magic is equivalent to the Department of Medicine of Seoul University, and the Magic Tower is like Seoul National University Hospital." Wu Jin suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Looks beautiful." Before him was a vast campus. At a well-maintained garden, it reminds me of the campus of a university in America, me and the members of the team spent all those nights together, trying to create this atmosphere. It would be much better if I was in someone else's body and experienced this campus. From afar, someone was running at a very fast speed towards Woo Jin. Unconsciously glanced back when he heard that running sound. He crashed straight into Woo Jin. The items in the box flew everywhere, accompanied by a scream. He sat panting softly and said, "I am sorry. I am in a hurry to see the professor." Woo Jin suddenly realized, "This is the child from before. I thought it was an ambush. Oh, it is you, Zoro, right?" Alan stammered, "No, it is Alan." He said shyly, "I must have been mistaken." Alan was confused. "Oh, yes, who is Zoro?" "Deculin's office," he wondered. "So this is why you were in a hurry to see me," Alan immediately replied. "That is right, Professor. It is the list of sponsorships for the new mages this year." He began to calculate. The magic tower is similar to research facilities in real life, so money is needed to develop magic. The professors of the magic tower sponsor the new mages they deem worthy. Woo Jin saw something unexpected. The name is glowing, probably due to Deculin's attributes. The system panel appears. Rare Rich Tycoon describes a born tycoon and special financier with unparalleled intuition for profitable things. The more information you provide, the more accurate your intuition. Sharp Vision Rare describes the ability to intuitively perceive intuition, attributes, mana points, and similar factors. It is mostly used in conjunction with other characteristics rather than used alone. It is definitely a combination of a rich tycoon. And Sharp Vision, according to me, the person behind this name will bring no small amount of money, although there are a few others like this too, but she is the most strongly glowing among them. Ephorine Luna. A main character of the game, according to the developers in charge of creating her, she lost her father because of Deculin. However, he inquired, why does not Ephorine Luna have any sponsors? He was blank. "Oh, Ephorine Luna. I think everyone is too scared to," he replied with a bored face. "I understand," Woo Jin calculated. "Everyone is wary of what I might do if they sponsor her. She is talented enough to come to the Magic Tower without having to go to the Academy. However, this Ephorine Luna is Deculin's enemy. No, Deculin is her enemy. If I let things happen, as in the game, cancel the engagement condition to kill Deculin, I will meet the same ending again." The fate of the villain describes the fate of a villain. The whole world wants him to die. However, what does not kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Deculin dies in countless ways. A sword stabbed into the heart. A magic wand stabbed into the head. Poison in a glass of wine, a terrorist bomb, no matter by what method. The truth always remains unchanged that he will die. If I want to live, I must make a different choice. A choice that Deculin would never make, initially. Woo Jin wrote something down. He ordered Alan submit these things and borrow a few books. I will write them right before going home. He immediately replied, "Yes." Alan said, "Goodbye, Professor." The sound of the door closing gently echoed throughout the quiet room. He complained, "I need a lot of money to survive. Many paths to death can be overcome with money. Investing in a magician is a way to make money, however, that is not enough. There are countless people in this world who hate me. They will try to kill me whenever they have the chance. So to survive, what I really need is, I need to become stronger. The best way for me to survive in this world is to become stronger. However, Deculin's talent is only average. With this situation, I won't be able to accurately handle future threats, and I won't be able to survive countless dangers that are yet to come." Fingers curled up, as if about to grasp Woo Jin's soul at any moment. He began to calculate, although I have something to create an advantage. My attributes? Although Deculin cannot control all four elements, as he boasted, he certainly has potential in manipulating the earth and fire elements. And the result of combining earth, fire, and metal will lead to the formation of other attributes of Deculin, the so-called Midas touch. So Deculin's talent in controlling metal allows me to use magic with metal. Using magic with metal sounds grandiose, but in reality it is just a form of basic control technique. However, it is certainly not a popular concept in this world. Basic manipulation magic. Manipulation here means controlling magic. What I lack in strength can be compensated by manipulating the attributes of metal. But to understand all this, the first thing to do is to learn how to control. I will need to learn how to control objects. Let us try it. Woo Jin's hand was placed on the book. A source of magic appeared. The source of magic is starting to grow stronger, and more is appearing. The source of magic has spread throughout the room. That source of energy has formed a vortex. The content of basic manipulation magic is directly pouring into my head. The magic gradually disappeared. A cheerful laugh echoed throughout the room. Woo Jin decided, Maybe now. The pen suddenly floated in the air. He reached out his hand and ordered. Up. Wu Jin happily calculated. Now I have memorized basic manipulation and no longer need magic to summon it. Seeing things that I only watched through the game become reality like this. Memorizing allows the brain to automatically summon magic that you have absorbed. Although these are just the basics, if it is just this, I won't be able to reach the level 1 want, even if the manipulation technique progresses. What should I do? What if I cast a magic circle on my body? In this world, the larger and more complex the magic circle, the more powerful it is, so if I understand how my body operates by using reasoning, not only the brain, but the heart, the internal energy within me, I will engrave a magic circle on my entire body to enhance the ability to manipulate. Of course, there is a possibility that my body will overload and have side effects. The system panel, unique level iron body, innate ability and physical attribute. The body's potential will increase to the highest level. Even so, this body has an attribute called iron body, which allows the body to endure side effects. In this world, perhaps this is only for me, my current mana level is 800. That is enough to try a little. A source of magic suddenly appeared powerfully. A stream of red smoke appeared. In the middle, there is a very deep black hole. Wu Jin's face clearly showed fatigue with beads of sweat. A terrible pain was coming. Unprecedented pain, feeling as if the bones in my entire body were shattering and the muscles were being torn apart. He determined, I will not give up, I will not groan. That is the necessary elegance of a nobleman. Wu Jin suddenly became small in his own room. Mana 1 out of 3, 375, he realized, I feel completely exhausted, I failed, due to lack of mana. But I gained a few things from that. Now I have a magic circle on my shoulder. With this situation, it will probably only take 2 more weeks for it to be able to cover my entire body. 1 month after Dakulin's seminar, the first day of teaching, the Academy's magic tower, Whispers is completely different from what the upperclassmen told us, are all of his classes like this. Information on the board. I, as a professor, hope to test your abilities. Bring me any results from this area, which is full of elements everyone complained. It seems like he is asking us to learn on our own by looking at the signs. Everyone wondered, so we have to do something with the elements. Is that why we are here? Where is Professor Dekulin? Ephraim frowned uncomfortably, of course, that irresponsible man. She stood complaining, making us learn on our own on the first day. What a jerk. Sylvia hurried and bumped into her shoulder. Ephraim, with resentful eyes, said loudly, Hey, who is there? Her face suddenly changed. Ephraim was surprised. This person is Sylvia von Josephine Illet. The two stood looking but did not say anything. She stood stunned from being ignored. Ephraim was confused. She does not recognize me. The scene at this time was strangely peaceful. Suddenly that peaceful space was broken by something. Ephraim was bewildered. What is going on? If I am not mistaken, then that person definitely comes from the Ilade family. She revealed, 10 years ago, the Ilade family threatened my and my father's position. They used their troops to surround my and my father's manor in order to threaten us. Ephraim was angry. Why does not she remember me? Ephraim was stunned. What is wrong with that? It feels like mana is being swept away somewhere. That magic force led her to a place where someone was using magic. Ephraim asked, Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that you are taking away everything I have collected so far? Hey, are you listening to me? Ephraim was almost about to burst into flames. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why does not she even answer my questions? She suddenly realized something. Wait. Hey, why do you keep pretending that you do not know me, Lady Sylvia? She laughed smugly. That is what I thought. There is no way you would not recognize me after threatening my family and forcing me to give up magic. Are you afraid that I will take all your glory? Sylvia coldly replied, I do not know you, she gaped. Now you are belittling me. Sylvia continued, I do not know you, but I do know your father. She widened her eyes in surprise. What? Sylvia mocked. That arrogant old noble. I heard he died. Right? Friends around were surprised and told each other, look. Ephraim angrily used magic as if preparing to attack. What did you just bark? She angrily rushed over. Say it again. Ephraim shouted furiously. I challenge you to say it again. She focused her power to attack Sylvia standing from above. She gritted her teeth, extremely tense. The collision from Ephraim's attack created a large explosion. The strong wind from the aftershocks affected the people who were witnessing. They covered their faces trying to stand firm. The explosion disappeared, leaving a cloud of dust. Everyone discussed. What just happened? Is anyone injured? She grabbed Sylvia's hair. I told you to repeat it. How dare you insult my father? She replied. Let go. Ephraim was annoyed. I will finish you off. Suddenly the noise of the people caught her attention. What is that? That little light, a black hole covered by a stream of purple energy, appeared before Ephraim and Sylvia. The others panicked and shouted, "What is this?" she calmly observed. That is, a void. Ephraim told herself, that is where my mana and her mana collided before. It is sucking everything around randomly. People were scared. Hey, is it about to explode? Run away, she thought to herself. No, if it explodes, the metal fragments will explode like bullets, and everyone here will die. The black hole compresses the surrounding energy. It started to explode very loudly and very dangerous for anyone standing nearby. Ephraim tried to defend. She noticed, what is this? It is so quiet. But has it stopped yet? Wu Jin appeared before everyone's eyes. Ephraim was surprised. When did that guy get here? And why did the exploding fragments freeze in place like that? A gust of wind from him spread to the metal fragments. The moment Deculin used the manipulation technique, exclamations rang out non-stop, "Oh my God!" Because they were students learning magic, they could not help but feel the beauty of magic. It was enchanting magic, and no one could deny its dazzling aspect. He used his power to gather all the fragments from the explosion in one place. Wu Jin announced, "Everyone pay attention. We will stop today's lecture here." He glanced with sharp eyes. "Everyone except those of you who caused the disturbance earlier, leave." Ephraim was tense. "Damn it, I am done for." At the interrogation room, someone came to greet Wu Jin. "So you arrived first, Principal, Head Professor Deculin." Relin came over as expected. The two of you show seriousness, a role model for all magicians. He is a professor of the Support Research Department. Followed by Relin is Retlan, a professor of the Soul Research Department. Adeline replied, "Welcome, Professor Retlan. Professor Relin, I apologize for summoning you on such short notice, but thank you for coming so quickly, right? Professor Deculin." She is the female principal of the Magic Academy, Adeline Sigillian. Relin complained, "So then, who is it who dares to attack the young lady of the Ilade family? According to what I heard, it was a lowly person who does not even attend the academy. This is why there are nameless bastards." He looked at him with a flattering smile. "But I also heard that Professor Deculin has settled everything properly when things could have become very bad," Retlan chimed in. "I also heard that. Really very impressive." He thought to himself, he is just flattering me. All the professors here are good at maneuvering, so the outcome of this disciplinary meeting has basically been confirmed. The daughter of the influential Ilade family, Sylvia, and a fallen noble who is actually a commoner, Ephraim. It is obvious who they will side with. Wu Jin told himself, so I have to change the outcome of this disciplinary meeting. From early on, I could see the crimson energy gushing out from Ephraim. Only I can see this, because I have a sharp vision, and it shows that the fate of the villain has manifested. The loudspeaker announced, the disciplinary meeting between the two new magicians, Ephraim and Sylvia, will begin. Relin shouted loudly, "How dare you cause a conflict in this school? Someone could have been injured if it were not for Head Professor Deculin." "Why did you fight?" Ephraim bowed her head. "I can't say." He paused. "What?" She looked up. Ephraim looked towards the professors. "That bastard is watching from somewhere. That is why I can't say anything." She remembered Sylvia's words. "I heard your father died." Ephraim reflected. "Sylvia belittled my father and caused trouble for me in a very clever way. But I can't say that in front of that enemy she cried in frustration." Relin stood up suddenly and scolded. "What kind of joke are you playing? Is it because of feelings of inferiority?" He kept scolding. "You should have known the difference in status between you and Sylvia, and yet you dare to ignore this." Relin lowered his voice. "And Sylvia, you speak," she replied. "During class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to an argument." He scorned, "What? So Sylvia did not mean to do it, but Ephraim took advantage of that to cause such a fuss. How dare a nameless, lowly person? Perhaps you have anger management issues." Relin requested, "Chairman, we should expel her. We can't let such behavior and violence continue." Ephraim gritted her teeth and endured. "It is so cold." Her mind was tired, having to listen to all kinds of rude insults, only in a school disciplinary meeting, all the scolding aimed at me, and unable to give any excuses, and no one protects me. It is all very cold. Ephraim was resentful. Deculin, it is all because of that guy. Adeline pondered and said, "Then it seems that our opinion has been decided. Professor Deculin, as the person present at the scene, let us listen to your opinion before drawing a conclusion." He spoke. "I, Deculin, ask you as a professor of this tower and a member of this disciplinary committee," she told herself. "It is all over." Wu Jin asked, "Do you think you are not at fault in this matter?" Sylvia von Josephine lad, she was startled in surprise. "What?" He repeated, "I will ask again. Do you really think you are not at fault in this matter?" Ephraim was bewildered. "What is this?" "What is this development?" Relin was flustered. "What are you saying, Professor?" Wu Jin questioned. "You definitely could have prevented that incident, but you did not. Or perhaps it is because of the ability that everyone expects so much from you. Still not enough. Sylvia was dead. She bowed her head. I sincerely apologize. I did not stop him because I wanted him to get into even bigger trouble. Ephraim was blank. What is this? Why did not Deculin ask me, but asked Sylvia? It is clearly my fault, no matter what. Relin tried to defend Sylvia, but anyway, head Professor Deculin. It is not the fault of the one defending, but the fault of the one attacking, he replied. If you really care about the context, then it is my fault for being the one giving the lecture. Professor Relin, do you want me to take responsibility? He was flustered. Of course not. I just thought it was an unsavory thing. She was full of questions. He even rejected the professor, who was on Sylvia's side. Why did he go so far? To protect me? Adeline clapped her hands to stop it. Enough. She smiled happily. Children have to fight to grow up. These are just apprentices, so instead of arguing about who is at fault and belittling them, let this pass once. Adeline decided. No disciplinary action will be taken, both of you. Go back. Ephraim clenched her fist. What is this? I was definitely prepared to be expelled. The Deculin I know would definitely do that. Relin flattered, as expected from head Professor Deculin. You have a quite extraordinary way of analyzing events. All for the students. She spoke hesitantly, drawing his attention to look back. Ephraim trembled and clenched her fist. She mustered up her courage. I have a question, Ephraim thought to herself. If you still remember the Luna family, and if you know my father... Ephraim looked at Deculin. I have something to say. He told himself. I knew it. She was curious, really wanted to know, does he still remember the Luna family? Does he know that my father lost his life under his shadow? Ephraim lowered her face, if because of that Deculin recalls everything, and then for the sake of self-preservation changes his mind, using the excuse of punishment to push me to my death. What should I do? But even so, if in the end he does not even remember my father. She trembled. Would not that be even more tragic? Wu Jin spoke. There is no need to ask. Don't let yourself be bound by the past and waste your own abilities. He left. Ephraim stood silently. She pondered. I know that Deculin knows both me and my father. If it were not so, he would not have sided with me just now, Deculin, with the death of my father, who lost his life under his command. Ephraim clenched her fist. Did he help me because he felt some responsibility? If so, was what just happened ultimately just pity? She cried. It is better than that. If he has not forgotten that, has not forgotten me, then that is enough. At least, for now, just that is fine. The system announced, the fate of the villain. Overcome the variable of death. Store money. +2. At this time, in the car moving on the road, Gilthian said that happened. Gilthian von Ludwig Elad, the head of the Elade family, level 3 mental power magician. He looked at Sylvia. But my dear, now you do not need to worry about that child anymore. Efferinence. Luna, indeed, possesses outstanding talent. But that child has missed the opportunity. She was immersed in her thoughts. 10 years ago, on the day of the aptitude test in the entrance exam at the academy, that was the first time I met that child. The ball glowed, the host was surprised. No way. He was confused, both of you. Both have the aptitude to become archmages. Oh my God, our territory has 2 people. What is this? The pinnacle of the magic world, an eternal and immortal level, a transcendent being even the Emperor cannot touch. The person who reaches that realm is called an archmage, a title engraved in the history of the continent. However, according to tradition, there can only be 3 archmages in the same era, regardless of sect or magic attribute. That is the immutable rule of the magic world. At that time, Dodemakan had reached that eternal and immortal level, so there were still 2 positions left. Among them, one position almost certainly belonged to Adrienne, the female head of the magic tower. In the end, I, the direct eldest daughter of the Elade family, and Ephraim Luna, a descendant of a side branch of the Luna family, inevitably had to compete for the last position. Even though my father did not say it, I understood it myself, Gilthian said with murderous intent. Give up on letting your daughter enter the academy, Keegan Luna. Using the excuse of conflicts between families to trample on the Luna family. It is all because of me. They want me to become an archmage, not Ephraim. Sylvia contemplated. Becoming an archmage is both my wish and my destiny. She recalled Ephraim's attitude. Are you afraid of being caught up? Sylvia sighed. No, it is just simply too annoying. Gilthian reminded, my dear, that child is no longer important, but Deculin, you have to be careful with him. She was confused, yes. He warned. Deculin is not a simple person, even if he seems to have stalled now, but when he was young he was called a genius. He can rise up at any time. Sylvia thought to herself that I have known for a long time Professor Deculin had already seen through the trap I set. She recalled the collision. At that time, I had completely erased the magic power of Ephraim, who had attacked me. I had set a magic trap, causing it to only react to Ephraim's magic power and explode if the matter was pushed further. The level of punishment for Ephraim would also be heavier. However, Deculin saw through my plan clearly. Even though I had confirmed that there was no magic observation inside the lecture hall before acting, even so, instead of saying directly, "Sylvia, this is your trick," he chose to compromise, only saying that I did not stop it. Indirectly ordering, "I know everything, so be obedient and comply," that was a threat that I had to accept. I thought he was just an ordinary person with his inherent arrogance. She was tense, but ultimately, what kind of person is Deculin really? A few days later, at the Deculine mansion, a voice called out, "It is Roy. Are you ready yet?" Wu Jin was adjusting his clothes. "I will be down soon." The luxurious black car sped on the road. He sat in the car contemplating, as expected. Siding with Ephraim in the disciplinary committee was the right decision. Thanks to that, I eliminated the variable of death and also earned more store. Money. Wu Jin recalled a new magician who asked the question in the hall that day. Was actually Ephraim? Perhaps from that moment she had already harbored hatred for Deculin. Of course, this may make Sylvia resentful, but I have no other choice. I must extinguish the fire right in front of me first. He looked out the window, and thinking of the upper class, if possible, I really want to stay away from that place. But I can't ignore the opportunity to earn store money, the system announced. Side quest, attend the year-end flower ball, store money plus 0.5. Wu Jin contemplated, to access the store I need at least 5 coins, so I might as well see the faces of the important people at this social gathering. The car stopped at a luxurious mansion. He stepped inside, the servant bowed. "Welcome, Professor Deculin." Everyone in the hall was dressed gorgeously and chatting lively with each other. Wu Jin looked around, all high-ranking nobles. Moreover, I saw quite a few well-known characters. He looked up. Even Ihelm, whom I personally modeled, is here. "Looks like coming here was a better decision than I thought." The man behind noticed Wu Jin. "Huh?" He approached warmly. "Oh my, is not this Professor Deculin? My son is currently in your class, his name is." Everyone paid attention and looked towards him. They rushed over in droves. "Oh, Professor Deculin, I have been looking forward to meeting you. Professor, I am." Wu Jin was troubled. "I take back what I said earlier. Coming here may not be such a good decision." A voice came from behind. "Duke Ganesha, I have read about your achievements." In this issue of the Continental Journal, he was startled. The man said, "Professor, if you do not mind, can you have a meal with us? Our family." Wu Jin left. He hurriedly stopped him. "Ah, wait." He walked quickly. "Just now, I heard the name Ganesha. She is one of the important adventurers, playing a key role in the story development. If I can build a relationship with her." Wu Jin searched. "Then this would be the biggest gain I could get today. But where is she? I clearly just heard her name around here." Adventurer, Ganesha. She observed him from above. Wu Jin was still looking around. "Where is Ganesha?" "It is clearly around here." He looked up. Wu Jin said to himself, "Found her. Long red hair tied on both sides, wearing the outfit of an adventurer. It is her." He hurried quickly. "I must quickly go to meet Ganesha." Someone said, "Oh, who is this?" Ihelm came over. "Professor Deculin, right?" Wu Jin noticed. Again at this time, he asked, Ihelm von Zarian, Royal Magician, Royal Grade, Level 4. He provoked, "Ho, it is an honor that Head Professor Deculin remembers me. Long time no see. Has the professor's research been going smoothly recently? Suddenly I heard a ridiculous rumor." Wu Jin wondered. "What rumor?" Ihelm replied. "It is nothing big. Just that people say the professor's research has made no progress for 3 years. Some people even doubt the professor's ability." He thought to himself, "This guy is trying to ridicule me." Wu Jin assessed. He is Deculin's old classmate, quite close before, but after Deculin snatched the position of head professor, he began to show jealousy, becoming an enemy. He pretended, "If the professor needs help, I am willing." He turned his face away, but if it were the old Deculin, I do not know what would happen. But for me now, these provocations mean nothing, because he did not say anything wrong. The rumors Ihelm mentioned are actually no different from the truth. Wu Jin looked around. He looked up. There is nothing. Ganesha is not here. Ihelm muttered, "If you keep thinking you are right, no one will like you, so at least now." Wu Jin was annoyed. "I am missing Ganesha because of dealing with this bastard." He brushed past him. "Hey, Ihelm," he was curious. "What?" Wu Jin cursed. "Do not be so nosy. Get lost, you stinky cheese." Ihelm was surprised. He shouted, "What? Can cheese even be stinky? What did you say just now?" He left. "Damn it. Before Ganesha leaves the social party, I have to find her and build a relationship." People discussed, where did Professor Deculin go? Professor Deculin? Wu Jin sighed tiredly. "Even though I escaped Ihelm, there are still so many people clinging to me. This is why I do not want to go to social gatherings." Someone called him Professor Dekulin. He was startled. Wujin was surprised. Ganesha, she asked, I found the professor here, or is it the professor is looking for me? He was tense. He intended to avoid the clingy people, but unexpectedly met Ganesha. But wait, are Ganesha and Dekulin acquainted? Wu Jin replied, I got lost. She smiled. Hey, do not joke like that. It is clear that the professor is looking for me. You look like you have something to say. About that mission, sorry, but I have already returned both the deposit and the breach of contract fee. Can you let it go once, he thought. Their relationship is a former exchange of commissions. Ganesha said, as the professor said, I really regret not bringing the child with the magical talent back to the professor. Ah, no, it is that I did not bring him back. She smiled faintly, because I developed feelings for that child, so I could not hand him over to the professor. Wu Jin understood everything, so that is what it was. Dekulin intended to repeat that. Once again wanting to use a talented child to cover up his poor achievements, Ganesha asked, Since I am asking, I will ask the professor a question. He was confused. What? She mocked, How long are you going to live like this? Wu Jin pondered. How long? He recalled, Before I possessed Dekulin's body, this guy accepted useless flattery, undermines the trust of those around him. Ephraim looked with hateful eyes, hurt many people to polish his reputation. Wu Jin leaned on the railing. Now I intend to live differently. Ganesha was surprised. This is an unexpected answer. I thought you would find a way to kill me. That is right. You also received a mission, and then ran away. What is the point of saying it? He replied. You are worrying too much. Wu Jin looked at her. She thinks I would kill Ganesha, one of the strongest people right now. I must be crazy to want to die. I do not know about the previous Dekulin, but Ganesha is someone who can kill others with just a strand of hair. The abilities she possesses are the return of all streams, an indestructible diamond, a martial artist and adventurer who has reached the peak of physical prowess. Perhaps because I possessed a Dekulin, he could not send assassins to assassinate Ganesha. If he had really sent assassins, he would have died a long time ago. Although it is slightly different from what I thought, the purpose of coming to the social gathering to build relationships has been achieved. She was skeptical. What did you eat wrong today? He told himself, There is no reason to stay here anymore. Wu Jin left. I will go first. Do not worry about useless things. Ganesha asked, Are you leaving? Is it really okay? There won't be any handling or expelling of us? He replied, That action is too lowly. She was silent and did not say anything more. Wu Jin pondered. Considering Yu Klein's physical strength, as Ganesha said, I could use the adventurer opportunity to put pressure on her, but if I do that, it may lead to a variable of death. The system announced the fate of the villain, avoid the variable of death, add 1 store currency. He was surprised. What? Last time it was overcoming, this time it is avoiding? I just did not realize it. But was the conversation just now also a variable of death? I can't be at peace anywhere anymore. Wu Jin was uneasy. Rayleigh whined. Sister, how long are you going to stand there? She is Yuli's relative, adventurer, new magician, ranked 12. Julie coldly said, I did not want to come here at all. She was helpless. Really, come on, come here, she replied. No. Rayleigh was worried and did not know how to comfort Julie. She asked, How are you? And that person, lately, she paused. Julie asked, What do you mean? Rayleigh replied. Professor Dekulin, there are too many rumors. I am very worried. The image of her biting her teeth and turning away flashed in her memory. Julie was uncomfortable. He is not good at all. She hesitated. That is right. But speaking so loudly, there was the sound of footsteps coming down. Julie saw the figure behind her. She looked up. Dekulin. He had a cold face and did not say a word. Wu Jin turned and left. People discussed. What? Professor Dekulin left. He always likes to attend social parties, that is right, and he does not even care about his fiancée. Just like that. They buzzed. Could it be because the relationship between the two is not good? If so, the rumor just heard seems to be true. Dekulin left the social party faster than usual that day, so people discussed that it was probably because he was at odds with Yuli. But Kim Woo-jin could not know that. Returning to the mansion, he pondered, A week has passed since I attended the social event. Flower of the New Year. During that time, in addition to daily memorization and practicing basic manipulation techniques, I felt that my stamina was not enough, so I started training. The reason is, I almost died after doing something crazy. A few days ago, Wu Jin's energy burst out. He shouted in pain. Wu Jin slumped to the floor, panting. He muttered, If I were a normal magician, I would have died. Can I endure it? Thanks to the iron body attribute, Wu Jin recalled, I wanted to have more power after meeting Ganesha the other day. So I cast fire control magic along with the existing manipulation technique to enhance my ability to control metal. The purpose of this is to upgrade by implanting a magic core inside the manipulation technique. This method will reduce the time required to learn magic But in return, it is extremely dangerous. After realizing the intense pressure it would put on the body, I decided that I needed to train my body. As a result, I developed a morning routine. He brushed his hair and breathed lightly. It is time to go to work. At Professor Deculin's office, Wu Jin asked, "What is this, Alan?" He replied, "A statement has arrived from the Magic Tower." The sender is the Professor Qualification Committee of the Magic Tower. He felt a little tense after hearing this. The content of the letter: we inform you of the audit hearing scheduled in 6 months, related to the progress and research that you are currently conducting, Professor Deculin. Until then, we would like you to please prepare the relevant documents. Wu Jin was uncomfortable. If the audit hearing is being held, then it is likely that Deculin's research has been stalled for a long time before I possessed his body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. Deculin in the game is always a professor. It may be that the prerequisite for the mission is to become a professor, so as soon as I lose this title... He stopped. Wu Jin stood in front of the room, so I have to find something, anything, in Deculin's laboratory. He opened the door and went inside. The scene inside was full of dust, Wu Jin thought to himself. It is really messy. He looked around the room. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. If Deculin had come and gone, the laboratory could not be this messy. Wu Jin suddenly noticed something. He observed, that pile of garbage in particular looks unnatural. Is it hiding something? Wu Jin frowned. I do not know who is to blame, but there is no better way to stop Deculin. He moved the pile of garbage. It is such a relief that I have learned how to control with my thoughts. Wu Jin picked up a thick black notebook. He read the contents inside. It seems that he has encrypted all his research results so that they won't be stolen, but it is useless. A stream of blue power covered the notebook. Comprehension. The notebook emitted a strong yellow light. Wu Jin told himself, "This yellow light is so dazzling, it seems that his research is simply incredible. What I can see through the use of the rich tycoon and sharp vision is amazing. However, this research is not complete, it is torn, and there are blanks. Even the logic in this part is completely inaccurate. Even so, this research is large enough for the rich tycoon to react," he noticed. A necklace with a photo inside, Wu Jin wondered. This child is Ephraim Luna, right? He pondered. I understand. It seems that when Ephraim's father was a researcher for Deculin, he tried his best to hide this. The hatred of the magicians in the Luna family for Deculin, and it is clear that because of Deculin, Ephraim lived a cruel life. Wu Jin took the necklace and muttered, "Do not worry." He was determined. I will complete this research with comprehension. If I complete this research in that way, I will add your name to this report. As a co-author, of course, I also need achievements, so I can't just put your name on it. The cafe on the university campus light and coffee. There was a loud shout. Understand, we, the commoners, must unite. Inside the cafe, Julia said fiercely, there are only 30 commoners in this class. If we do not work together, one day we will have to suffer because of it. She slammed the table. You think so too, right, Ephraim? She was startled. Yes, Ephraim thought to herself. I used to be a noble. She sighed helplessly. Well, forget about fulfilling the duties of a noble. I do not even have a house or land, so what kind of noble am I? Julia spoke. Understand, Ephraim, you must be here. She spit out her water when she heard that. A female friend laughed and said, You are the representative of the commoners. Julia nodded. That is right. You are also a victim of Sylvia. Ephraim smiled faintly. So these guys think I am the representative of the commoners. A female friend with short hair hesitated. That is right. But if we want to form a club, we need the permission of a supervising professor. I do not think the professors will like us meeting. Like this. She pondered. That is the biggest obstacle. A male friend suggested, what about Professor Rellin? He is famous for being a flattering fat man. Julia was uncomfortable. Do not mention that name again. That professor will turn away as soon as he sees a commoner, he replied. What about Professor Carmel? Another male friend sighed, and of course Professor Deculin won't. Ephraim at this time was only focused on the cake. They won't eat that. I hope they do not. Julia shouted. That is right, Ephraim. Let us try asking Professor Deculin. Her sudden action startled everyone. Julia was excited. You will ask for us, right? She was surprised. A male friend hesitated. That is right. If you think about it, he is quite fair. He looks down on everyone, both nobles and commoners. She was excited. You avoided being punished thanks to him, so does not that mean you have caught his eye? Ephraim was confused. That is not it. Do you think he is a good person? She was scared. Why did the mood change in such a strange way? I do not want to be involved with Deculin. Ephraim ran away. Anyway, I can't do that. I am telling you. You are completely wrong. If I do that, it will only have the opposite effect. Julia chased after. Do not say that. Think carefully. She grabbed Ephraim's hand. Suddenly Julia stopped. She wondered. What is wrong, Julia? A cold voice spoke. Make way. Ephraim was surprised. Deculin. She was blank. Deculin. Julia hid behind the door, clenching her fist. Ephraim, good luck, she was embarrassed. Julia, why are you hiding, you coward? Ephraim cautiously looked at Wu Jin's back. She handed out the paper. Professor Deculin. Ephraim mustered up her courage. I want to form a club, so I need the professor's signature, she told herself. Never mind. Ephraim tried to persuade. I absolutely won't bother you. It is just that other professors do not like the Commoners Club, so I am asking you, she thought to herself. I do not want to be involved with Deculin, but what that kid said also makes sense. Other professors will definitely not cooperate, and we will keep bothering them because of this. Let us try it, he reached out, and took the form. Wu Jin signed his name. You quickly draft the details and send them to my office. Ephraim was surprised. Huh? He replied, here's the form, take it. She took it back. Yes. Ephraim was shocked. He really signed it. He just agreed so easily. That Deculin. Julia was delighted. Ephraim, you got Professor Deculin's signature. Just try once. I did not expect it to succeed. She was skeptical. Why? Like the previous disciplinary committee, why do you keep treating me so well? Wu Jin lectured. Today's lecture is directly related to understanding pure elements. As everyone knows, elements are the basic attributes of most types of magic, but there are still many magicians who do not clearly understand the difference between magic systems and pure elements. He focused on instructing. For example, Ephraim was still full of questions. Does he feel guilty? She observed Wu Jin. Or does he feel sympathy? He pushed her father to his death. Even if he does this now, I will only feel it is fake. Ephraim clenched her fist. If he truly realizes his mistakes, then he should publicly reveal his true nature to everyone and atone for his sins. Julia worried. Are you okay, Ephraim? She was startled. What? Julia asked. Your face has not looked good since a while ago. Don't pay attention to those guys anymore. They are just a bunch of pretentious nobles. They are not good at anything. Ephraim was confused. Julia, what are you suddenly talking about? Over there, people whispered. Look at that lowly thing still planning to enter the class. Why is she looking over here? The short-haired friend said sarcastically, Unlucky thing. She smiled awkwardly. After the incident last time, I have completely become the common enemy of the nobility. Ephraim comforted Julia. It is okay, Julia. Their actions do not affect us. Let us not care. Let us focus on the lecture. Wu Jin lectured even the basic magic circles that everyone has used. Surely every stroke contains a reason, she thought to herself. It seems Deculin's lectures before were not like this, he demonstrated. In this fire magic circle, if you add 2 strokes, you can change the color. These 2 lines are to determine the color of the flame. So the magic we will learn today is this. Wu Jin conjured up a book. He flipped the book open. Flowing fire. This is not Ephraim's illusion. Deculin's lecture was just boasting, abusing the position of professor. But the lecture that Kim Wu Jin is showing now is being beautifully recreated with magic. The creative explanation of the understanding of the upper class, has made the new magician recruits present in a lecture hall gape. Also felt full of shock. Sylvia was moved. He said, as everyone knows, this is the magic circle that symbolizes water, but if you add the strokes of this magic circle to the fire magic circle, then it will be like this. A purple magic circle appeared. She and Ephraim were extremely shocked. The powerful magic flame burned brightly and dazzlingly. People exclaimed, it is flowing, the fire is flowing like water. Sylvia was stunned. No way. The lecture could be so purely theoretical. Usually, magicians who are called geniuses will use magic with their own intuition. For them, theory is just a large framework. If all magicians follow theory mechanically, then all magic will be patterned, like copying and pasting. There is also one more thing. If you are too focused on theory, there won't be enough time to learn magic. Understanding all kinds of magic through theory is an unrealistic method that hinders learning magic. This is the contradiction of magic. In the end, if you want to become excellent, you must have excellent intuition. Sylvia was alert, but now they can't explain what is happening. She was confused. The lecture that the professor is teaching in front of her is so purely theoretical, it is really unbelievable. At the end of the class, Ephraim was unconvinced. It is too different from what I have heard. She sighed. It is the first time I have focused on listening to a lecture at the Magic Tower dormitory. Suddenly, Ephraim stopped uncomfortably. The door was full of curses and contempt. She was annoyed. How long are you going to continue this childish prank? After I clashed with Sylvia, it became even more serious. Suddenly, Ephraim noticed the parcel under the door. She was surprised. Sponsorship certificate. Ephraim picked it up. I almost got tricked. This will never happen. Who would sponsor a person that the Elad family and Deculin are paying attention to? But this is also good. I should report that someone is faking sponsorship documents to receive a reward. The Magic Administrative Institute She walked out absent-mindedly. Efren was horrified. It is real. She recalled, the person in charge said. The sponsorship documents are real. The seal is also real, Efren shouted. Yes, huh, lying. She smiled happily. This is really true. Efren was excited. Unbelievable, unbelievable. She turned around in surprise, not knowing if anyone saw. Efren hid under the table, sorting her things. I hope it is not rumored outside. Where is my 100,000 E-line? It is best to prepare luggage so I can leave at any time. She regretted. I suddenly went to tell the Administrative Institute. Efren remembered the expression of the person in charge. She was indifferent. What? Someone else is asking about this. She panicked. The employee's expression was a little strange at that time. Could it be that they are targeting my money? Efren sat up. I have to be more careful. She held her head in pain. Oh, it hurts so much. Efren was touched. But this is not a dream, right? She wiped away her tears. Someone has recognized my talent. This world is still worth living. Try a little more. The light shined into the room where Efren was sitting. At the capital Heidekind of Euclin, the Euclin mansion, Uriel asked the butler, Was that true just now? He nodded. Yes, I heard that the head of the family went to the Hatsuinzel auction house. He should have arrived by now. She angrily shouted, Last year he spent tens of millions of elne from the treasury. What is he going to do at the auction house this time? If he causes trouble and comes back, do not expect to be at peace, transitioning to the commercial city Rutten, the Schatzinsel auction house. Wu Jin walked and told himself, I can finally buy what I have been looking for so long. When he started using the manipulation technique as his main magic, Wu Jin thought he needed to use a really good metal to make up for his lack of talent. Currently, he is temporarily using a treasure made of wood steel, but that is only a temporary solution. Wu Jin pushed open the door of the VIP waiting room, thinking to himself, What I really need will be auctioned off today. He suddenly saw a familiar figure in the room. Wu Jin exclaimed softly in his head, I did not expect this. Julie stood up, turning to look at him. She slowly walked in front of Wu Jin. Julie frowned. You still doing well? He lowered his eyes, thinking, I did not expect to meet Julie here. She said loudly, I heard that you brought 2 young magicians to the disciplinary committee this time. Wu Jin coldly replied, You heard the news too late, so what? Do you also think it is my fault? Julie pursed her lips, glaring at him. After a moment she spoke. They are just new recruits who have just entered the tower. Are you going to take away the hope of those who have just stepped into the dream? One day, your sins will become retribution and take revenge on you. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. This is the last advice I can give you. This is the end that Julie gave to Wu Jin. The relationship that lasted with him has finally come to an end. Wu Jin thought to himself, but that may be better. I also think so. Even if Julie is a beauty, I do not want to get married for such a trivial reason. Moreover, the variables leading to death around her are too many, including Julie herself. If I am careless, I could die right in the wedding ceremony. She turned and left. He hesitated slightly, but the Julie I know is not the type of person who would come to an auction house. Why is she here? Wu Jin suddenly asked, Could it be that you came here just to say those words to me? Julie turned around sharply. What? Don't think so much. I absolutely did not come here just because of you. It is just that I have something I want to buy, so I came here. Is that really? So I also have something I need to find here. Be reassured, okay? Calm down. Hearing it once is enough to understand. Looking at her shyly turning away, Wu Jin smiled, in his heart feeling, How cute. It is the first time I have seen her like this. She really misunderstood and made a fuss. No, wait, what is this feeling? I was just thinking she was dangerous. Could it be that I was infected by Deculin's emotions and became fond of her? I have always been wary of that guy's personality. A voice suddenly came from above. Thank you, distinguished guests, for visiting Schatzinsel. The auction is about to begin. He secretly dismissed. Impossible? It can't be like that. I do not have a heartbeat-pounding reaction when looking at Julie. It is just worrying too much. Wu Jin sat in his seat. The host introduced the first item, Oriental Vase. Look at its smooth curves. It was made by a distant Oriental artisan. The vase radiated a bright golden light. He was secretly shocked. That light is thanks to the rich tycoon ability that I saw when looking at Ephraim's file. Moreover, it is becoming stronger if so then. The host shouted excitedly. Number 993, 700,000. Number 1038, 750,000. 300,000. Guess number 1413, 500,000. Guess number 777, 500,000 sold. Wu Jin secretly calculated. That ceramic vase never lost its light no matter how high the price was pushed. proving that it is a valuable item beyond compare. The balance is still enough, just keep the necessary amount. Investing the rest would not be bad either. The next items were brought out one by one. Guest number 777, Luferen's ring, 3 million, sold. Lucho's scythe, 2, 100,000 elne, sold. Ancient chain 4, 300,000. This time, it was also guest number 777, 500,000, elne, sold. The attendees of the auction immediately buzzed. Oh, that guest number 777 has been continuously bidding successfully since just now. That person is not that Professor Deculin of Euclid. Julie secretly sighed. How pathetic. If he can't attract attention in a place like this, would not that be too pitiful? He is a completely different person from me. He spends money without hesitation, just to satisfy the momentary ostentation. He does not even know how to write the words humility and thrift. It is incomprehensible. Never mind. I just need to get the ice fire stone. That is enough. The host said loudly, next, this is the last item in today's auction. Many people are looking for it, but this is a rare and hard-to-find item, a mineral that has been marked in history through the famous Swords of the Empire. The creation of nature, ice fire stone. This is snow fire stone. Both Wu Jin and Julie's faces changed slightly. Snow fire stone, one of the rarest metals in this world. Like its name, this thing has both cold air and radiates heat. It is a heaven-defying and extremely rare existence. Mainly used to make cold weapons such as swords, it is a material for making swords. Only legendary things like dragon bones can compare. He judged, therefore, in reality, Snowfire Stone is the best material that can be found. She secretly made a decision. She must use that Snowfire Stone to make her beloved sword. The host kept shouting, 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million, 1089, 30 million, Elni? Is there anyone else who will bid? If so, I will proceed to close the price. At this level, Julie cheered in her heart. Great, it is closed. But he shouted loudly, 777, 31 million, Elne. She angrily turned around and glared at Wujin, thinking, 777, the number that has been called dozens of times just today. It is impossible not to know who it is. Why in the end? Deku Lun. The numbers were read again. 1089, 32 million. Elni. Again it was 777, 33 million. The man sitting next to him whispered in his ear, do you intend to buy snow firestone to use as a material for making swords? You must want to use it as a gift for your fiancé, right? But if it is just a gift, it would not hurt to give it up. That is really thoughtful. Wujin was surprised in his heart. What? The person who has been bidding against me since just now is Julie? That is right. If it is Snowfire Stone, Julie will definitely be attracted. If I snatch it, it may cause Julie to resent me. But this thing is also very important to me. Julie pursed her lips, thinking to herself, it has been 3 years since it last appeared. No one knows when the next batch will come. He told himself, even if I have to accept a little risk. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. For my sword, I must. Both of them at this time had the same thought, get the Snowfire Stone at all costs. The host shouted loudly, for the last time, I will say it again, 42 million Elna, the owner of the magic metal Snowfire Stone is. Distinguished guest number 777. Applause and comments rang out. It is really dramatic. In the end, Professor Deculin won the auction. That is right, this is the most fiercely contested auction. But Duke Freyden is really too much. Professor Deculin has wholeheartedly given a gift to his fiancée, putting in so much effort. Clearly everything has been too obvious. Julie gritted her teeth and secretly called out, again, are we going to repeat what happened a year ago? I never wanted that. She remembered the scene of Deculin filling the table with jewels. If you want, I can give these to you. No, even more than that, I can do anything for you. Julie told herself, that was the worst engagement day. If you could, she would come to my side. I am so great. The only thing I felt was that arrogance. Before the magnificent treasures he showed off, I only felt humiliated. You know, clearly, what I really want from you. I left immediately, and I also ruined the engagement ceremony. But that was not the end. At that time, malicious gossip constantly surrounded Julie. She was so arrogant, but in the end, she fell into Deculin's hands. I heard that the condition for marriage is to get the position of head of the knights under the Euclid family. I heard that it was said that Duchess Julie was the one who took the initiative to cling to him first. She angrily thought, those disgusting rumors, tarnishing my beliefs, who spread them is too obvious. Does he think that, doing that, I will come back to him? How foolish. No matter how hard I try, I can't love him. And this time as well, Julie stood up, realizing that Wujin was standing right behind her. She was secretly startled. Deculin. He asked, you also want to have Snowfire's stone? Julie uncomfortably muttered to herself. How long are you going to tease me, but only uttered a word? Wujin suddenly spoke. Sorry. She was stunned. What did you say? But he did not explain, but turned and left. Well then, I am leaving. Julie stood blankly in place. After a moment she left, walking and wondering to herself, what? Sorry, for what? Could it be because he paid a higher price to win the Snowfire Stone? But the Deculin I know is not that kind of person. Julie just stepped outside when she heard a call. Julie! She exclaimed, Sister. Josephine waved her hand. Get in the car quickly. She is the eldest daughter of the Frieden family, Julie's sister. The car drove to the Euclane mansion. Wujin looked out the window, thinking, Julie must have intended to make her own collection from Snowfire Stone, but I bid and bought it. She must be angry. And there are still no variables threatening my life appearing. How surprising. Just how much of a piece of trash was the Deculin that she killed? The servants in the house saw him enter, and hurriedly bowed. Welcome back, master. Wujin was slightly surprised. What is the matter? The servant hurried to report, Lady Uriel has arrived. He went upstairs and saw Uriel standing silently in the study. She did not look at Wujin, that is the money to pay for the purchase of the ore mine. You said you would just hold it for a while, and yet you do this. He realized, secretly exclaiming, no wonder my personal account has so much money. I was too careless. Wujin calmly spoke, Do not worry, I only bought things that are sure to be profitable. Uriel angrily shouted, Are you treating me like a trash can? Wujin slightly turned his head, secretly exclaiming, This is not good at all. She cried and questioned, Do you think I am someone who specializes in cleaning up your mess? The finances of our region are already not abundant. I and my subordinates have to work hard so that this family will not decline, and yet you spend it all in one day and say you only bought profitable things in this world in the end. How can someone take the region's money to gamble? Streams of red energy escaped from Uriel. He frowned, secretly cursing, Damn it, the fate of the villain is breaking out. But among the streams of red energy, a golden light also began to flash. Sharp vision also appeared. The meaning of this is very simple. If this situation is not resolved, it will become a variable leading to death, but if it is overcome smoothly, then this will be a huge gold mine. And I know the answer to this problem. Wujin looked directly at her. Do not worry, Uriel. Uriel shouted, Shut up! Do you think I am worried? Because of what you did, I am about to have a hard time. Do you think I live to suffer, dropping out of the academy? Never dating even once is not at all because of you. He softened his voice. You do not need to do that. She was still very excited. Do not need what? Since our parents died, you only know how to eat, drink, and spend money wastefully, to the point of spending 1.5 billion elne in one day, you bastard. Wujin gently continued, I will give you the position of family head. Uriel paused. She looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? Wujin repeated. Uriel, I said I will give you the position of Euclane family head. Uriel shouted in panic. What? What? Lying, he slightly reminded. That way of speaking is a little uneducated. You are about to become the family head. She turned away. Do not lie, Wujin calmly said. I am not lying. If you do not believe it, we can make a contract. Uriel was startled. What? A contract? A type of magic contract that can cost you your life if you break it? Are you serious? He nodded. Yes, you brushed it off. No, this is too unreasonable. Why suddenly like this? Did you hit your head somewhere? Wujin said calmly. If you do not want to believe it, you do not have to believe it. Uriel looked away. If you change your mind later, just wait and die. He asked caringly. Are you planning to go back right away? She snapped, of course. Someone just spent a lot of money in the auction. How can I not worry about cleaning up? The door slammed shut. A notification appeared. The fate of the villain, overcome the variable of death. Add to store money. Wujin sighed, calling out silently. It is like a storm just swept through. But luckily, nothing happened. Unlike the head professor, giving away the position of family head is not a problem. If I keep changing little by little like this, I will eventually escape. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Looks like you were not just talking. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared at the window, secretly wondering, Ganesha? Wujin spoke. You are really an uninvited guest. She jumped into the room. Sorry, I was just passing by, because what I saw was too surprising. He crossed his arms. What is worth being surprised about? That kid is better at being the family head than me. Ganesha shook her head. No, but even so. Uriel van de Loon Euclane. She does not have even a drop of Euclane blood. Wujin was full of shock. What do you mean? This was not in the setting. She shrugged. Uriel does not have even a drop of Euclane blood in her. His whole body stiffened, thinking to himself, according to the setting, Uriel is a half-sister, so I knew early on that Uriel is not related to Deculin by blood. But Does not have even a drop of Eucline blood. I have never heard of this. Ganesha asked calmly, can that really be so? Did not you, Professor, personally tell us before you and your sister are not related by blood? I said that clearly. Woojin told himself, so there is an inside story like that. He said calmly, even so, Uriel is still Uriel. She exclaimed, you have surprised me countless times today. I never expected you, Professor, to say such words, Woojin secretly replied, because I did not even know that there was such a setting. Ganesha walked to the windowsill. Okay, I will definitely keep the secret about your sister. Ah, and one more thing before I go. I heard that the 6 serpent heads have started to act. The 6 serpent heads, the leaders of a notorious criminal organization across the continent. Each of them has a bounty of tens of millions on their heads, enough to show how far their fierce reputation has spread. She reminded, those guys are targeting items purchased from auction houses. The transportation can be taken care of by the auction house, but when the goods arrive at the mansion, it is best to be careful. Recently, it seems that you, Professor, have been too negligent in arranging magic defenses, which is why I was able to sneak in so easily. Well, then, I am leaving. After speaking, Ganesha disappeared, leaving only a white handkerchief. He leaned against the table, exhaling a breath. Woojin thought with a headache, that was a fact that I did not need to know. Whether or not it is true does not change anything. From the beginning, I was not Deculin. Therefore, regardless of whether Uriel is related by blood or not, my attitude will not change because of that. Uriel will always be Deculin's sister. Therefore, let this truth be buried in silence. Transition to a forest, a group of people sitting by the fire, Ganesha comfortably said. Really, Professor Deculin has changed a lot. It is as if someone else is wearing his appearance. He looks completely different from before. Just because that scumbag said a few flowery words, he looks different, a subordinate said. It is because you are obsessed with his looks. No matter what he says, you will think it is great. She was annoyed. In that case, because you are ugly, I will tear your face apart. He hurriedly shouted. You told me I was handsome, Ganesha argued. There was a handsome man passing behind you at that time, you idiot. Rayleigh was suspicious. Deculin also has such a side. She is an adventurer of the Red Garnet Adventure Group, a relative of Julia. Ganesha put on her hat again. Anyway, perhaps there is no need to be wary of Deculin anymore. I intended to ask him if he was still looking for magic slaves, but I did not see any signs. So then, is it time to go back? What you heard today. Keep it all secret. The entire adventure group stood up, holding hands together to form a circle. A blue light shone around them, then turned into a dazzling ray of light and flew away. The next day, at the Magic Academy, Woojin sat behind his desk, humming softly. He looked at the store system displaying enhanced quality, efficiency, and output of magic power. Price 10 coins, muttering, now I can finally use the store system, but I do not have enough money to buy what I really need. The store system is a system that allows character enhancement. With store currency, not only players but also famous characters can be enhanced through this store. However, the opportunity to use the store system is very rare, at most only about 6 times until the final stage. The reason is because each level of the store can only be used once. Each time the level increases, the amount of money required also doubles. Woojin leaned back. With such a precious opportunity, I can't rush to use it right now. Although he still persisted in making memorizing magic, physical training, and practicing using magic with metal a daily habit. But to face the notorious villains head-on, his power is still too lacking. Woojin told himself, what I need right now to develop is to enhance the quality of magic power, he softly spoke. I have to quickly earn the remaining 4 store coins. There was a knock on the door. Woojin looked out. Come in. Alan poked his head in. Greetings, Professor. It is nothing big. It is just that I received this right in front of the door. He placed a newspaper on the table. You should be careful. Today's issue of the Magician magazine has this. On it was a wanted notice for Lockhart. There have been reports of the appearance of magician assassin Lockhart in the outskirts of the capital. Please limit going out if it is not really necessary. Woojin silently read, Magician assassin Lockhart. This guy is the biggest threat to players using magic in the early and middle stages of the game. Could it be that he has started to appear now? Of course, if I were just an ordinary magician, then he would be a big threat, but for me at this time, there is nothing to worry about. On the contrary, if I can encounter him, who knows? I might even earn store coins. He stood up. Magician assassin is not worth worrying about. I will go to the library. You should also go do your work, Alan nodded. Ah, yes, Professor. Woojin walked past him and then stopped, secretly calling out, ah, that is right. He turned to Alan. Alan, are you interested in the position of teaching assistant? He was blank. What, Professor? Of course I. What? You are saying that you will recommend me to be a teaching assistant, but did not you always say I do not have talent? Woojin replied. I said that because I saw your dedication. In his head, he added, anyway, there was just a document requesting the selection of a teaching assistant that was issued. Alan was excited, but Woojin held out a ring. Do not ask any more, just take it. This is a bracelet engraved with the Eucline crest. Continue to work hard in the future. He hurriedly bowed and took it. Thank you, Professor. He thought to himself, Alan's ability to sort documents and handle chores is outstanding. I can't let a useful person like him run away. Alan was very moved. A bracelet engraved with the Eucline crest. Woojin looked at him, telling himself, all those who trembled before Deculane's cruelty could not bear it, and left. Even Alan, who still shouldered countless tasks alone, could run away at any time. He gave Alan money and instructed, go home early today and use this money to buy dinner to eat. He was surprised. What? Professor, this is too much. Woojin did not care, walking straight outside. Alan held the money, looking blankly after him. In the library dedicated to Academy staff. He thought as he entered, the reason I came to the library today is because of Luna's thesis. The topic that I found in the research room is related to the creation of pure elements. However, it contains too many errors and loopholes, forcing me to edit and supplement it. By the way, if I can find a useful manipulation magic book, that would be even better. Woojin suddenly noticed a person. He frowned. Why are you in the reading room dedicated to staff? New magician Sylvia. Sylvia was startled and exclaimed softly. 10 minutes ago, she stood before the librarian's desk. The librarian hesitated to report, yes, Professor, currently, Lady Sylvia is looking for materials to study. Although this is a reading room dedicated to staff, but... Through the crystal ball, Relin laughed. What is important about that? A person who is both the heir of Ilad and the best new magician this year, then there is no need to be bound by those small rules. It is all for learning. Let her use it freely. The librarian looked up. Lady Sylvia, he said, it is okay, so you can feel free to read. Sylvia's hobby is researching documents and languages. She came to the reading room dedicated to staff to find materials that can satisfy both fields that she is passionate about. That is, the novel written in Etnol. Since the elves disappeared, the value of these texts has been increasing, making the Etnol novel a very rare material. This is why Sylvia, who is not qualified to enter this reading room, appeared here today. Of course, she must not have expected that. Sylvia glanced over, calling out silently. Again, meeting Deculin in this place. Woojin frowned at her. Why are you in the reading room dedicated to staff? Do you want the disciplinary committee to be summoned again? Sylvia was startled, with 1,000 thoughts in her head. Deculin, why is he here? I clearly heard that he never went near the library. She slightly bowed her head. I only came in here because there are some materials I need to find. Professor Relin has also given permission. His attitude was still not better, so that means the professor ignored the rules, and the librarian also turned a blind eye to this matter. Then, all of them are worthy of being disciplined. Sylvia was flustered. What? That? The book in her hand suddenly flew up. Woojin reached out to catch it. He flipped through a few pages. Etnal novel? Your purpose for breaking the rules is only to read a romance novel written in the Elven language. She panicked. What? You can read Etnal? No, wait. Woojin calmly said, because I am interested in documents and languages, so... He returned the novel to Sylvia's hand. I will let it go this time. But if you come here again on your own, then I will issue a punishment, so if it is not because you want to show off your family's prestige, then from now on, send someone to borrow books instead of entering here yourself. After speaking, Woojin turned and left. She clenched the book in her hand, angrily thinking, how dare you make me suffer this humiliation? I just wanted to use the Etnal novel to understand more about the elves. But how can Deculin read Etnal? Etnal does not have consistency, so it is not easy to understand. Transition. In a forest, many students are gathering. A group is chasing wild animals. Hey, it ran in that direction. Do not lose track. Another group is preparing food. Put that thing here. Retlan looked around. The first internship that everyone is calmly participating in. The Mountain of Darkness should have scared them. Relin wiped the sweat on his forehead. When night falls, we certainly can't continue practicing like this, but anyway, it is all very commendable. The Dark Mountain is a mountain located a bit separate from the university campus. For the Magic Tower, this is a very important and heavily guarded place. This forest is both a place for practical training. Therefore, the magical beasts and poisonous insects here are also very dangerous. Therefore, the Magic Tower always assigns professors to patrol and protect this place with many layers of barriers. Relin asked Woojin, that is right, Head Professor Deculin, this patrolling professor has not been decided. We need to assign a new person. What do you think? He coldly replied, I will take on this task. He laughed. As expected, you truly deserve to be the head professor, always taking the lead as an example for everyone. Truly the ideal model of a scholar, Wu Jin secretly retorted. It is not about being an example. He looked in one direction, seemingly thinking, inside there, something is pulling me towards it. It must be why the side quest was activated. When night falls, this mountain will turn into a horror game. I do not know what will happen, Rillin was telling the students. Okay, let us finish the work quickly. A female student at the end bowed. Goodbye, Professor. 9 hours later, in a cafe near the Magic Tower, the whole group marveled at the sweets on the table. They are so beautiful. Looking at them, I feel sorry to eat them. They look so delicious. But you really bought all of this, Ephraim, she puffed out her chest. Of course, just eat heartily, Ephraim happily called out silently. Now I have 100,000 elni. She said loudly, I am paying for all of this. The male student next to her cried out softly in excitement. Julia smiled. Because I have submitted the plan to form a club, it should be approved soon. This is the first party before officially starting, he replied. I just hope everyone is not too wary. But the number of registrants is smaller than I thought. She encouraged, do not worry. If we do well, more people will join. Speaking of which, I heard there was an internship in the Dark Mountain Range during the day. Ephraim, while hungrily looking at the ice cream, replied yes. There were 50 volunteers. That place occasionally has accidents. And yet they still dared to go. At this moment, a stream of red light suddenly swept over everyone. The 4 people hurriedly ran out to see, fussing and asking, what is that? Did you hear something, you too? Where is it? Let us go see. They hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound came from. A loud scream echoed from there. Help! Julia pointed forward. It must be over there. Wait a minute. Something's not right, Ephraim. Stop. But Ephraim had already plunged straight ahead. Her footsteps suddenly stopped. Ephraim turned around. What did you just say, Julia? There was no one around anymore. She did not know when she had been standing in the middle of the forest. Ephraim was stunned. What is going on? I was clearly in the cafe a moment ago. The cry for help rang out again. Help, she secretly exclaimed. Ah, that is right. The person who was crying for help. Ephraim called out loudly. Where are you? I will help you, the other person quickly replied. Here, here. She ran over. Are you okay? The girl who was taking steps suddenly stopped. Blood spurted out. Ephraim was stunned. The other person screamed in pain while she was stunned in fear, calling out silently, What is this? Someone is attacking? Ephraim quickly condensed magic in her hand. Her eyes involuntarily widened. A pair of shiny black leather shoes appeared in Ephraim's vision. She looked up, surprised, and secretly exclaimed, Deculin. Ephraim loudly questioned, Professor, did you just attack her? Attacking a commoner like that? What are you doing in the end? Wu Jin only calmly said, Open your eyes and look. That thing is not human. She was stunned, huh? Only to see the weak girl from before had completely transformed into a monster with a dark red body. Ephraim was startled. What? What is that? In the end, he glanced at her. It seems that she has been hit by the illusion magic used by the demons. Ephraim was suddenly lifted up, huh? Oh, and heard Wu Jin coldly chasing away. Get lost now. Do not block the way. Her whole body was pulled away by magic, Ephraim shouted loudly. What is this? He calmly faced the monster. Okay then, let us try hunting. Wu Jin told himself. Because he missed the prey, he made it extremely angry. Monster in front of him suddenly moved. He quickly used magic as well. Purple lightning bolts flashed continuously. Wu Jin retreated, dodging and attacking. The monster roared and rushed over again. When it struck in front of him, it was blocked by a screen. Wu Jin floated in the air, coldly looking at the monster. He judged, looking at the core on its forehead. Perhaps illusion is its specialty, but it does not seem to be effective, because it would rather break than submit to hinder the mental interference in battle. Blood is boiling. Deculin's blood is making me constantly angry. A notification appeared. Eucline characteristic, Bloodline rank. Bloodline has special power in destroying demons, can purify the surrounding demonic energy and use it. The magic power after purification will increase by 1 level in quality, however, the personality will become violent. It is the hostility towards demons, the reputation of Eucline, who have hunted demons since the time of ancient ancestors, is also showing in Deculine, absolutely determined not to let the demon in front of him survive. Wu Jin's eyes turned red, calling out in his head, with rage. The monster reached out its sharp claws towards him. The notification popped up, announced the completion of the side quest, the Darkness of Magic, +1 store currency, achieved the achievement of killing the first demon, +1 store currency, unlocked the Eucline characteristic. Wu Jin looked at the monster's corpse lying on the ground. Dirty thing. It even splattered dirt when it died. He raised his head to look at the sky, telling himself, the appearance of demons is a signal heralding the real beginning. A signal for the start of a game without players. The next morning, at the hospital, Efren sat up, shouting loudly. The nurse next to her spoke gently. You are awake, Miss Luna. She blankly asked. What happened? I was clearly in the forest. She smiled. You probably do not remember anything. Last night, a demon appeared in the dark mountain. Miss Luna was hit by the demon's illusion magic, then suffered mental damage and fainted. Luckily, you were discovered and brought to the hospital. The dark mountain is temporarily closed because of that demon, and the magic tower is investigating inside. Ah, the person who saved you was Professor Deculin. Efren gritted her teeth, shaking her head vigorously, secretly cursing, damn it, it is that guy again. She suddenly looked up. What day is it today? The nurse thought for a moment and replied. Miss Luna has been in the hospital for 36 hours. It is Wednesday. Now Efren was stunned. Wait, if it is Wednesday, then I am late for school. The sound of the door opening startled the students. They looked out. Efren leaned against the door, panting, finally. Here. Julia raised her hand and called out loudly. Efren? Here. Efren cheered. Julia? Julia asked caringly. Are you okay? I went to the hospital to visit you, but you were not awake. Efren shook her head. I am fine. On the contrary, I slept well, so I am in good spirits. What are these things? Is there any announcement that I do not know? The classroom has also changed. She pointed to the plates on the table. Julia shook her head. I do not know either. I came here, and it was like this. There must be a special class today. The classroom door opened again. Woojin and Alan entered. Efren looked at him, curiously wondering, who is that person? He went to the front of the podium. Before the lecture, I have an announcement. This is Alan, who has just been appointed as a teaching assistant. Whispers immediately rang out. What? Professor Deculin is using a teaching assistant? Oh my God, I heard that the professor has never used a teaching assistant before. When you become a teaching assistant, you can accumulate achievements through the professor's evaluation. How can Professor Deculin just stand by and watch that? That is right. She was stunned, thinking to herself, so that is why my father was still a researcher at the age of 30, unable to become a teaching assistant. But why is there suddenly such a strange magician? Woojin looked around the class. Today is a suitable time. Within the limited time of 3 hours, you must solve the assigned task. Alan carried a large paper box and went to each table. Here, take the clock. Over there, too. Efren looked down at the ring on her hand, wondering in her heart, the ring, my father's relic. Looking at the ring that has become my treasure, I always think, what exactly was my father to Deculin? Why did not he give him a chance to make him have to leave so miserably? No, focus. I am currently in the middle of a test. I have to quickly think of the technique. My mind is too chaotic. A voice suddenly rang out behind her. 25 minutes, 15 seconds. The task has been completed. The other students buzzed, what? Less than 30 minutes, as expected of Sylvia. Woojin looked down at the result she had created. Softly. After a moment, he spoke. Perfect, you can leave. Sylvia happily stood up. When leaving, she glanced at Efren, then gave a triumphant smile. Efren gritted her teeth, giving Sylvia a sharp look. Efren was even more anxious in her heart. Damn it, I have to hurry up. As time passed, Woojin's voice rang out continuously. Julia, you can leave. Rehin, you can also leave. Roten, you can leave. Kane, you can leave. Iharan, you can leave. Drent. Only Efren was left in the class. Alan went to the front of the podium. Professor, it has been 3 hours. Let us go home. She panicked. It is over. Efren put her face on the table, clenching her fist, secretly calling, please, please think of something, not to mention having to be better than that hateful little Sylvia. Until the end of class, I was the only one who could not do anything. What am I really an idiot who can't do this? That is right, I am just someone who does not know her own strength, not coming from the academy but wanting to take revenge and also wanting to compete. When she stood up, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. 5 hours, 47 minutes. Woojin was still standing on the podium, looking at Efren. How long are you going to make me wait? She was secretly surprised. Deculin has not left yet. He said in a level voice, you lost your composure with such an easy task, and you did not complete it on time. Efren bowed her head. I am sorry. Woojin walked to her side. Even if someone laughs at you and surpasses you, even your enemy is right in front of you, you must always keep a cool head. With such a pathetic appearance, you will never be able to touch my heels in this life. Disappointing, Efren. I thought you were a precious gem. He left the classroom. The door slammed shut. Efren lowered her head. Her lips pursed tightly. The clock in front of her was still running. She punched the table hard in frustration, remembering Woojin's words just now in her head. Efren's fist clenched tightly. She uttered each word. So what? You are seriously wrong. I can definitely. Ephraim focused magic into both hands, trying so hard that her nose bled. She burst out, "I can do it! I will do it!" Woojin stood outside the classroom door, telling himself, this is no problem. Although he spent more than 6 hours on Ephraim, this is a necessary investment, because the upcoming events will definitely need a mature Ephraim. The appearance of demons from the Dark Mountain signals that the main quest is about to begin. When the era of rampant demons arrives, the influential characters in the main quest will become extremely necessary, and one of them is Ephraim when she has matured. Currently, she may still lack mental stability and not have perfected the consciousness of a magician, but if Ephraim can overcome this, she will achieve overwhelming growth. Of course, that growth may become a threat to me, but I will not let that happen. Fate is just the belief of those who do not know how to try. The only thing I believe in is myself. Deculin's personality will never allow me to be caught up by a recruit. After a moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Ephraim had left the classroom. Woojin stepped into the classroom. He looked at the flower shining brightly on the table, then said in a level voice, 6 hours, 25 minutes, task completed. The inherent shortcomings of someone not from the academy are still clearly revealed. However, the final result achieved a quality good enough to compete for first place. After commenting, Woojin thought to himself as he left the academy, Ephraim has returned, so I should also return to the mansion. A man dressed in white stopped not far from him. "Oh, Deculane? Head professor?" Zeit laughed loudly. "Long time no see, professor." Woojin frowned slightly, secretly exclaiming, "Why is he here?" Zeit von Bruggen Freyden. The current head of Freyden and Julie's brother. He is also the person who actively promoted the marriage between Deculine and Julie, and most importantly, he is the third-ranked force in the early stages, even surpassing Ganesha, a celebrity known for his overwhelming strength. If such a person personally comes to me, then the reason may be because of Julie's Snowfire Stone. So is this situation also a variable leading to death? Currently, I do not have any way to face that monster. Zeit approached him. "It is good to meet you." Like this, actually, I recently heard rumors that the relationship between you and Julie is not good, so I was a little worried. Woojin replied softly, "Is that so?" He suggested, "Therefore, I intend to arrange a common meal this week. Do you mind?" He thought, fortunately. At least until now, he still maintains a friendly attitude. Woojin calmly nodded. "A meal is no problem." Zeit suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. He said in a clear voice, "Decisive decision. You always satisfy me. I have chosen a restaurant that suits your taste. Just come, because this is a meeting arranged by me, so of course I will be fully responsible." "Well then, see you that day, Professor Deculin?" Watching Zeit leave, Woojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really did not give me a chance to refuse. Or rather, I could not refuse from the beginning. Zeit always puts the family first. If I hinder his plan, who knows how he will react. It seems that I can't cancel this appointment. The next day, at the Freyden family's mansion, Julie said loudly, "I do not agree." Zeit also snapped, "Why are you opposing so strongly?" She said loudly, "We already argued. Moreover, I am busy training the knights. I do not have time to meet him." He lowered his voice. "Just because you lost a Snowfire Stone, you are so angry?" Julie was upset. "Angry? It is not like that." Veron stood in the distance watching the two argue. Zeit was still persuading Julie. "Then why do you think he bought that metal that can only be used to make weapons? It is clearly for you." She was even more angry. "What if he really intends to forge a sword and give it to someone else? At that moment I will declare the annulment of the engagement." He bit his jaw so tightly that veins popped out. Zeitai's eyes flashed red light, his whole body exuding danger. "Julie, think carefully." Julie stared at her brother, stunned. He said in a deep voice, "Before, I said that annulling the engagement is a stupid act. Moreover, you also said that in a political marriage, feelings are unnecessary. As far as I know, no man loves you as much as he does. Or is it that you have someone else in your heart?" She bit her lip. "There is no such person." Zeit asked again, "Could it be that you are so concerned about Deculin's poor achievements?" Julie still bowed her head. "This is not about achievements," he wondered. "Then what is it about in the end? Anyway, go to the meeting place if there is a problem. Resolve it and reconcile right there." After speaking, Zeit left. Only Julie and Veron were left standing in the yard. She angrily clenched her fist, then decisively drew her sword. All the pent-up frustrations were released by Julie through her screams and powerful sword strokes. The sky and earth seemed to darken, dust swirled up. When she stopped, the sword energy also gradually dissipated. Veron walked to Julie's side. "Your sword blade fluctuates too much, Lord." She turned around. "Veron, he is a knight of the Heidecane Knight Order, Julie's subordinate." She frowned. I am sorry I let you see such an embarrassing appearance. Veron shook his head. No, I understand, Lord. From the beginning, that person was not worthy of you. He is a despicable and contemptible person. The family head is forcing you to marry such a person. Julie suddenly shouted, Enough! Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not the quality of a knight. She turned to look at him, then smiled. Do not let yourself be tainted. Just because of me, I am fine. A look of sadness flashed in Veron's eyes. Julie turned away again. I will go back now. Prepare. He bowed. Yes, Lord. Veron watched her leave, secretly calling in his heart, Lord, today I have found the answer to countless anxieties and remorse in my heart, a way to prove my loyalty to the Lord. As a close retainer, a thing that only I can do. I will make the Lord happy. In the meeting of the Birked Council of Elders, the host spoke. They say a demon has appeared in the dark mountain. Initially, magic was created to destroy those demon forces. When demons appear, that is also when we must act. Pass the word to the 12 magicians to respond to the summons from Birked. The next morning, at the Euclid mansion, Woojin stood before his showroom. I have finally arranged the items I bought at the auction. It can only equip Lufrin's ring, which helps restore mana, and the ancient rune necklace, which can store mana. I will put the rest in the safe, as suggested by Ganesha, so I do not have to worry about any thieves. He stood before an item, pondering. However, there is still a problem. Standing before the Snowfire Stone, Woojin muttered, The most important item is not working as I want. He secretly calculated, although it is true that I did not expect to be able to use the Snowfire Stone immediately, I did not think that it would not even budge, no matter how much I used the manipulation. Technique. Does the mana of the Snowfire Stone resist my magic? It is too expensive in the game, so I can only admire it, meaning I do not know how to use it, even if I deliberately melt it. Can I use the manipulation technique? Woojin suddenly remembered something. He frowned slightly, thinking, I read some things while in the library. A sword must be tamed through communication. Meaning, I have to understand the sword itself first. If so, then... Woojin reached out and touched the Snowfire Stone. A dazzling light flashed. He slowly took his hand away. Looking at the shimmering Snowfire Stone in front of him, Woojin said softly, It takes 2,000 mana to comprehend 0.1%. It will take at least a year at this rate. He secretly wondered, Is this the best I can do right now? Woojin shook his head. Well, it is time for me to start preparing to go out. He looked at the calendar on the wall. His eyes stopped on a day that was circled in red. I have the dinner that Zeit arranged today, and... Woojin frowned, revealing discomfort. He added in his head, Then there is the event that was set up before I possessed this body, scheduled from 3 days ago. Transition to the Von Meschel restaurant. Zeit went first to guide Woojin. Thank you for coming today. Julie has come here before us, so she must have been waiting for a long time. As soon as the door opened, he praised, You look so gorgeous when you wear like that. Julie in the room, Julie wore a beautiful white dress, with her hair down. For a moment he looked at her without blinking. Then Woojin hurriedly bowed his head, secretly admiring. I did not know, because she always wears armor, but she is so beautiful when she wears like this, no wonder even Deculane fell in love with her. Another person replied, in place of Julie. Of course, you do not know how much effort I put in. Zeit turned to her. So you also came? Josephine smiled. I followed because I had to choose a dress for Julie anyway. He glanced at her, feeling uncomfortable. I did not pay attention to her because I was attracted to Julie, but I did not expect to meet her here. Josephine. Although she is playing the role of a sister attending her younger sister's engagement ceremony, Josephine is not just Julie's sister. She is a name that Deculane must be more wary of than anyone else. She is someone who will use any means necessary to achieve her goals. In other words, Josephine is a psychopath. She is the master of the Black Shadow, a secret intelligence network. Operating in the dark, she is also considered one of the strongest, possessing strength equal to Zeit. The only person Josephine truly cherishes is Julie, therefore doing wrong to Julie will enrage her. I do not know why Josephine has not killed Deculane yet, but I definitely feel it. The moment I entered this room, she showed her intention to kill when she saw me, expressed through the fate of the villain. The fact that I feel the murderous intent of this psychopath, Josephine, means that this variable of death is so dangerous. After all, now I need to prove that Deculane is really serious about Julie. In order to overcome this danger, Zeit looked at Woojin and smiled. Let us get started before the meal arrives, Professor Deculane. When do you want to hold the wedding? 3 years have passed since the engagement, right? Julie worriedly called out, brother. He raised his hand to stop her. Adults are talking. She lowered her head, angrily pursing her lips. He spoke. I. Zeit nodded. Yes. Say what you are thinking. Josephine glanced at Woojin, smiling meaningfully. He slowly continued. will leave the decision of this relationship entirely in Julie's hands. If she does not believe in this marriage, then I am willing to cancel our engagement." Julie gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Zeit blurted out, "Oh my God, how can you talk about canceling the engagement so carelessly? Is it because you two have been distant recently? If so, then you should think about improving your relationship. Canceling the engagement is not a simple matter. The elders in the family will not accept such a thing." She suddenly said loudly, "Lord Family Head, please allow us to talk privately, please." He looked at his sister, then looked at Woojin. "Well then, that is good. Let us go, Josephine." Josephine smiled then. "I hope you two will have a pleasant conversation." They left, leaving only him and Julie in the room. She asked, "What do you want to do this time?" In the end, then, "What do you want?" Outside the room, Josephine raised her glass of wine, her face thoughtful. In the room, Julie continued to question, "What are you hoping for?" Woojin glanced at the door, secretly sweating. She is listening. Behind that door, Josephine is eavesdropping. She put on an act, smiling when she went out, but I am sure that was to cover up her eavesdropping. No way she would leave so simply. But this is also an opportunity. Josephine does not know I can still detect her eavesdropping. Deculin really loves Julie, if I can make her trust me? He slowly opened his mouth. "Julie, I will tell the truth." Julie angrily looked at Woojin. "The truth of you." He was still calm, as you can see. "I can't cancel this marriage as I want. No, rather, we can't do anything with this. Things have progressed too far." She clenched her fist. "So, what dirty methods will you use to torment me this time? Before we got engaged, you used your relationships to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the adults in both families, and do you remember what you said to convince me?" Woojin softly called, "Julie." Julie suddenly raised her voice. "Fighting is dangerous. Therefore, you forced me to stop listening to the orders of the Empire, but you shamelessly suggested that I take the position of commander of the Heidekind Association, supervised by the Euclid family, and when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. Now then, what are you planning to do next?" He frowned slightly, feeling complicated in his heart. I know all about this. He mistook his obsession and madness with keeping her by his side for feelings, and he destroyed everything around Julie so that she had no choice but to be with him. Deculin did unforgivable things, therefore, I understand the reason why Julie hates me more than anyone. Woojin said softly, "I won't do anything anymore." She brushed it off. "I do not believe it." He was still calm. "I know I used to bind you." Julie was slightly surprised. "What?" Woojin lowered his eyes. "I have realized that what I did was wrong." She stared at him, with a look of astonishment mixed with suspicion. Woojin slowly picked up a knife and fork. "But it is not just me who is like that. Your sister and brother are also too much," Julie hurriedly retorted. "No, they..." But he did not let her finish. "If not, they would have no reason to oppose our annulment. Is it only because of the family's reputation? Moreover, you have to leave the family to fulfill your dream of becoming a guardian, right?" Julie was shocked. "How do you..." Woojin continued, "Julie, I do not have honesty and loyalty." She was stunned. "What are you saying?" He looked directly at Julie. "My personality is completely opposite to the qualities you aspire to. I am not suitable for you." Julie slammed the table. "Get to the point." Woojin calmly emphasized each word. "There is only one thing I can do for you. Continue the engagement, but do not get married. I really want to free you, but because of this bond of interest, I can't do it. You can use my name to shield yourself for as long as you want. Until the preparations for your dream come to fruition, I will continue to wait and maintain this engagement." Julie frowned. "What are you planning? Why are you saying these words?" He gently replied, "It is not that I am expecting anything when I say this. However, if I hope for something, then it is to be able to see your smile at least once a month. That is all I want." Her face involuntarily turned hot. Julie blushed, looking at Woojin in panic. Outside the room, Josephine also blushed and shouted, "What?" He thought to himself, only for the purpose of avoiding variables of death, I simply said what she wanted to hear. However, looking at Julie, confused by what I said, at this time she was flusteredly saying, "Why did you suddenly say such things?" Woojin thought. She looked so lovely. I can't help but admit it. "Even if Deculin's love for Julie becomes my love," Julie shyly called, "are you trying to win me over with those embarrassing words?" She coughed softly anyway. "I won't believe it. I will never fall into your dirty tricks." He laughed. Julie was even more embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? I said I won't believe it." Josephine smiled, secretly satisfied. Although it is very embarrassing, this means that his feelings are real. Should I observe for a while longer? 3 days later, the Euclid family's car rolled on the small road. Woojin sat in the car, telling himself, 3 days have passed quickly. The anniversary has arrived. The car stopped at a vast cemetery. He walked in alone. Looking at the scene here, Woojin could not help but think, just stepping into the cemetery, the light of the sunset will awaken everyone's emotions, simply because of the atmosphere. The light of the sunset is mixed between the weeds and every crack on the tombstone. My heart had broken in this place before my body had a chance. This is where my memories are stored, not Deculan's. He stopped before a tombstone. A familiar face appeared in his head, Woojin secretly exclaimed, but Kim Woojin's memories suddenly flooded back. It happened late one night. Ra excitedly showed him. I will put an Easter egg in. Woojin was surprised. What? She smiled. I thought it would be great to add a little to Deculan's family history. He is a small boss in our game, so it is okay like that. The author has given me permission. He turned away indifferently. That only increases the amount of work meaninglessly. Do not pay attention to it anymore. We all have to work night shifts. You know that it is not directly related to revenue, so do not increase the workload anymore, team leader. Ra was slightly dissatisfied. Why, this is quite great in some way. Woojin rolled his eyes in disgust, muttering, here it comes again. She smiled brightly. We have to put our heart into our game. He held a few paper cups in his hand, returning to the office. You are rambling again, team leader. If you want to do it, then do it. You do not necessarily have to ask me about these things. Ra looked at Woojin. I think that is quite a good idea. It won't be useless. Deculan has a deceased fiancé. After all, at that time, Ra always spoke so excitedly. Whenever she had an interesting idea, he wondered why Ra found it so fun. She followed behind Woojin, looking at the cups of coffee he was holding. Is that for the members of our team? Woojin nodded. This is the simplest way to take care of the people around you. Ra happily exclaimed. Is that so? So you are also thoughtful like this sometimes? Returning to reality, he secretly said, I wonder what that Easter egg that she left as a joke means. What made her smile so brightly? To recall Kim Woojin's memory, I have to find that trace. Woojin muttered, should I say she is great? Or too cruel? On the tombstone were simply a few lines, You are of Onfergus Mahinicht, always grateful to you. His heart was full of questions. Why did you engrave my name on this tombstone? Deculan was created based on Kim Woojin, so why did Ra use her own name for Deculan's deceased fiancé? And why? Why did you thank me? Woojin sat down, gently touching the tombstone. Tears fell. He let the thoughts surge out. Just one word can make my whole body tremble and sob. It was difficult to hear Ra whisper. Memories of the past came back like endless waves. The way you praised my drawings with that shy smile. The way you put your coat on me when I suddenly shivered from the cold night. The way you held my hand and said you loved me, and the way you comforted me whenever I was tired. And the 7 years you spent with me, always by my side. Woojin hung his head, not suppressing his tears. He secretly exclaimed, those are her memories. Woojin did not know that someone was observing him in the distance. That person said through gritted teeth, I have finally found you, you dirty magician. The sun gradually set on the horizon. He turned and left the cemetery, telling himself, now I can calm down like I never cried. I did not expect Deculan's personality to actually be useful in times like this. A figure blocked Woojin's path. He looked up, a rather familiar face. It is Lockhart, right? Lockhart's eyes were bloodshot. Hating and looking at Woojin, you know me, that is unexpected. Why would an arrogant, conceited magician dare to say such words? He frowned slightly, calling out in his heart, Lockhart, the magician killer. This guy is a low-level villain boss only for magicians. And the reason Lockhart can become the fated enemy of magicians is because of his ability to nullify magic. The figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Woojin quickly retreated, using stone control magic to attack him, thinking, like other games, the nullification attribute is cheating. Not only that, but Lockhart's attribute does not have any significant limits. Despite the physical attack, magic cannot have a significant impact on his ability. Lockhart rushed up while laughing loudly. You stupid magician! Magic has no effect on me! He swung the dagger in his hand. He agilely took a step back, managing to dodge. Lockhart continuously attacked. In a moment he had closed in on him, but Woojin still escaped. He stretched the distance, thinking, most magicians tremble in fear before Lockhart. Because of this, however, Lockhart pounced, roaring, die. A fist as hard as steel struck his face directly, blood spurted out. Lockhart fell to the ground with a thud. Woojin looked down at him from above, meaningless. He raised his foot, preparing to kick Lockhart. He gritted his teeth and cursed, You son of a bitch! The surrounding world fell silent. A few days ago, Woojin finally managed to get 10-1 in the currency storage and bought enhanced mana quality. This increases the effectiveness of controlling mana. He raised his head and looked at the wooden chair pinned to the roof. It seems I will have to adjust this again. But I can release a large amount of force, similar to mana. Before Woojin looked down at his hand, the system notification displayed around him, Enhanced Mana Quality Level 1 has been applied. You can now release mana more easily than before. Woojin secretly considered, this seems to apply to a larger range than I expected. He took off his shirt and threw it away. Then, what about continuing my progress? Woojin reached out and grabbed the bar. His eyes suddenly widened. He raised his head and looked at the wooden bar that he had deformed by grasping. What is happening? That is right. Returning to reality, Woojin looked down at Lockhart, lying flat on the ground, telling himself, slightly exaggerated, but it enhances the overall physical attributes of the human race. I understand enhanced mana quality can also be applied to attributes. I can defeat Lockhart by using the Iron Body attribute, because this ability has been enhanced, so it is easier than I thought. He struggled to get up. Damn it, I should have been able to erase the damned magician. That cursed magician, the heretics, the traitors against God, Vyusam, Berkt, and the Magician Tower. Are you all crazy? You are just insects that can't do anything without magic, he thought. A special ability enough to be considered cheating, an endless hatred for magicians, and the way to express it? Woojin slowly opened his mouth. Lockhart, you are of the Red Demon clan? Lockhart was surprised and looked up. You? How do you know? Red Demon? Since birth, this clan is covered in a blood-red shell, hence the name. Since ancient times, they have been known as a clan carrying the blood of demons. They hide everywhere on the continent, being completely opposite to the magicians. Magic was originally created to destroy demons, so the conflict between magicians and the Red Demon clan is the core element that constitutes the world view. He slowly walked closer to him. Woojin's mood was a bit complicated because of this. The Red Demon clan's lives are always threatened just because of their blood. In fact, right now, somewhere a purge is probably still taking place. After a while, he spoke. Lockhart, I understand you. I feel sorry for the years of suppression and oppression that you have suffered. But if you kill innocent magicians, you are also just a freak. Lockhart angrily roared. Shut up, what do you know? Stop babbling, just kill me. Woojin continued, I know, because the Red Demon clan is also innocent. He was surprised, but then shouted, What? How dare a lowly magician talk so loudly? He said calmly, I am Deculin of Euclin, a noble lineage, who has never lost his dignity. Lockhart gritted his teeth. Now, you are trying to pretend to be strong before you die. That is meaningless. Woojin was still completely calm. But if there is a time when I lose my dignity, that is when I face a demon. The blood of Euclin, who have hunted demons since ancient times, will boil like crazy every time they see them. This is an instinct that cannot be restrained. Lockhart, when facing you, did I lose my dignity? He was stunned. What? He asked again. Or was I swayed by your provocation? Did I go crazy like a lunatic? You are also humans. Woojin calmly looked down, telling himself, this is the true dignity of a nobleman. He told Lockhart, you can believe my words. From afar, 2 policemen ran over, shouting, over there, hurry. Woojin kicked him in the face. Looking at Lockhart lying on the ground, he said, then now, obediently let yourself be arrested. Ropa came in front of Woojin, raising his hand to salute. Inspector Ropa is present. That kick just now was a masterpiece, as expected of head Professor Deculin, this murderer. Do you want me to stomp him some more? He shook his head. Enough. Leave him alone. Woojin reached out. The branches slowly crawled towards them. A blue light burst forth. He was surprised, Ma. Magic can also be so elegant. He held out a rope anyway. This guy has the ability to nullify magic. Magic handcuffs will be useless. Tie him with this steel rope. Ropa exclaimed. What, really? No wonder he is so good at escaping prison, and he is not detected on the magic radar. Woojin suddenly asked, but hey, you came earlier than I thought. Are you patrolling? He was blank. Yes. We received a report and came to the scene. Was not it? You, Professor, who reported it? He denied. Not me. It seems that someone else heard the noise and reported it. Well then, I am leaving. Thank you for your hard work. Ropa stood at attention again, saluting. Understood. Woojin secretly sighed as he walked. I am so glad that it could end without bloodshed, in the place that still retains her traces. Then I do not want to harm anyone. The next day, at the training room of the Euclin family, Deculin's mansion, Uriel said, for the first time in 15 years, a meeting has been convened at Berkt. Woojin opened the parchment. You came in person just to give this parchment. She turned away. Because the person in question did not care, I had to come here myself. Taking care of the safety of the family is also the responsibility of the family head, right? But hey, how long are you going to be shirtless? He did not pay attention to Uriel and read the content on the parchment. Due to the demon appearing in the dark mountain, the magicians were summoned to discuss. The notification suddenly popped up, main quest, summoned at Birchett, Woojin read out loud. 1 week later, companions, including bodyguards, a maximum of 2. She crossed her arms. Do you need a bodyguard? Should I ask Jeff? After all, he comes from a mercenary. He shook his head. No need. Moreover, Jeff is now more familiar with holding the steering wheel than holding a weapon. Jeff outside, sneezed involuntarily. Uriel revealed dissatisfaction. What kind of way is that to talk? But anyway, going without any bodyguards is not allowed. I also know a little. The road to Birch is a road where life cannot be guaranteed. Woojin looked at her. Are you worried about me? Uriel immediately jumped up. What? What? Do not say such shuddering words. It is just that if you die before officially transferring the position of family head to me, it will be troublesome. Well, anyway, leave the matter of bodyguards to me. I will ask a reliable place. Transition to the training camp of the Freyden Night Order. The knights are diligently training. Julie said loudly. Good. That is the spirit. Keep focusing. The vice commander of the Night Order stood in the distance, looking at her. He muttered in difficulty, what to do with this? Veron suddenly spoke from behind. What are you talking about? He looked at the vice commander with cold eyes. He was startled. Please make some noise, Veron. After calming down, the vice commander said, Our Night Order just received a mission, a pretty big thing, but there is something that makes me feel uneasy, so I am wondering whether I should accept. Ask it or not, Veron reminded. The vice commander should not think alone. You should discuss it with the commander. He revealed helplessness. The problem is, even presenting it to the commander is a challenge. The mission this time is to escort Deculane. To be exact, the mission is to escort the entire train, but it is easy to guess. It is like they are afraid that if they only ask to protect them specifically, we won't accept it. So they blurred the matter a bit. He clenched his fist until it trembled. Accept that mission. The train escort mission is not something that everyone can take on. If completed, the reputation of our Night Order will soar immediately. It will also help the finances of a private Night Order, like us. The vice commander hesitated, but Deculane and the commander, Veron coldly interrupted him. No. Our commander is definitely not someone who lets personal feelings affect the mission. The vice commander nodded. Yes, that is right. Then I have to quickly report to the commander. He watched him leave, his eyes flashing with speculation. The name of the high mountain range located in the north of the continent, at an altitude of 500 meters, is also where the elder-level magicians are seated. And issue orders. Not only the magic tower but also the floating islands of the magicians must comply. The influence of this place is so great that it is likened to the pillar of the magic world, but the summoned conference only takes place every few decades, extremely rare. Therefore, being able to participate in the summoned conference of Bercht as a magician is not only an honor, but also a testament to the recognition of a prestigious magic family. Even if the summoned conference of Bercht is called the Tomb of Magicians, at this time at the train station on the line to Bercht. Julie confirmed again. Have you prepared thoroughly? The manager immediately replied. Of course. Do not worry. She turned her eyes to the front, signaling. He is coming. Alan exclaimed as he walked. It is April, and there is still so much snow, Professor, as expected of the north. Julie spoke. You must have had a hard time coming such a long distance. She announced. From this transit station, our Freyden Night Order will be responsible for the entire escort of the train. Deculane thought Julie. Julie was suddenly shy. We will do our best to ensure a safe journey. She remembered Deculane's words, once a month. Please smile at me. Julie nervously struggled internally. What should I do? Should I smile now? Do I really have to smile? Really? If I smile, how should I do it? Open my mouth or just smile slightly? She wondered, why do I have to endure these trials? The manager behind her secretly admired. He hates it so much but still tries his best. So admirable, Lord Commander. The manager said solemnly, Commander, from now on I will. Before he could finish, a voice spoke. I am Veron. He announced, I will be responsible for this escort mission. The two of them are only here to express their respect for entrusting such a big responsibility. A young man explained further, this guy is a warrior that our entire Night Order trusts, so you do not need to worry, Professor. Deculane secretly assessed, a trustworthy warrior. He glared. If there are any errors, I have to use the Lukenon to check. Deculane speculated, not feeling any special aura. Could it be just unnecessary worry? Veron presented. Usually, magicians bring knights to escort them, so there will be one person in each car. I will be responsible for protecting where you are. Professor, he had no choice but to entrust it to him, thank you. Julie said, well then, I will take my leave. I wish you a safe trip. In a moment, only 3 people were left on the platform. Julie started walking on the road, between the cold air. She was walking fast and suddenly turned her head to check something. Julie did not forget to give a forced smile as a farewell. The manager was very confused when he saw this. Commander Deculin watched with a bit of joy. She kept her promise. A few hours later, the train quickly departed. The passengers on the train began to take their seats. He turned to advise, "If you are tired, just sleep. It is still a few hours away." Alan listened. "Yes, then I will take a nap." The train moved faster and faster on the line. After speaking, he quickly fell asleep. Deculin contemplated the Burkt Summons Conference is also called by another name, the Tomb of Magicians. The fact that Burkt is considered the pillar of the magic world, yet has such an opposing title, is not accidental. The main reason is the unexpected events that always occur whenever the summoned conference takes place. The train raid. To overcome this event safely, one of the countless causes of Deculin's death requires keen awareness and skill. That is, to choose the right safe train among the trains going to Burkt. If you want a safer way, you can use relationships in the dark to buy information about the upcoming raid. He speculated, if it were the previous Deculin, he would have done so. Deculin affirmed, but now that is impossible. Since I possess this body, all relationships in the dark have been severed. So before leaving, I prepared a few things to protect myself, such as using the ability of comprehension to absorb martial arts from the secret manual of the martial arts legend. Estrang, he suddenly noticed, but hey, Alan is sleeping so well, it must be because he was too excited and lost sleep a few days ago. A few days ago, Deculin asked, "Alan, do you want to come to Burkt with me as an assistant? Of course this trip is full of danger, so you can refuse." Alan was moved to tears. "Professor, thank you, someone like me is given this honor." He was uncomfortable. "If you are drooling, I won't take you." Deculin, with an overly clean personality. He secretly admired, but it is unexpected, knowing that it is dangerous but still deciding to follow. Deculin speculated, could it be that he has more ambition than I thought? At this time, the train suddenly ran at an unusually fast speed. Soon after, the train docked, and people gradually moved. Only Deculin and Alan remained on the empty seats. Deculin predicted, "Now only the last station remains, Birched. Until now, nothing has happened. Could it be that I have chosen the right safe train?" He regretted, "I have prepared a lot, but it seems there is no chance to use it. On Deculin are the expensive items, Georg vests, Georg trousers, Georg dress shoes, that have had their potential unlocked by the hand of Midas, significantly increasing the defensibility." He remembered, before departing, "I used the hand of Midas on the clothes of the master craftsman, enhancing the defense layer for them. Wood-steel throwing knives have been enhanced by the hand of Midas, increasing efficiency. Inside the train, I have also spread wood-steel everywhere and enhanced them. Even the clothes I gave to Alan have been enhanced. The protective cloak on Alan has had its durability greatly increased by the hand of Midas." However, Deculin frowned, a little dissatisfied. He pondered, "Recently, because I have used the hand of Midas too much, my magic power keeps running out. Should I have used it for something else? What a waste." Deculin quickly changed his mind. "It is better to be unprepared. It is best if nothing happens." He leaned his head back and relaxed for a while, hoping to get to his destination safely. The train continued to traverse the most dangerous routes. Suddenly a train car exploded in the middle of the snowy hill. A voice rang out, "Even on the train, you do not leave the book," a few days before Deculin departed. Giltheon wondered, "Is there a lot of homework at the magic tower?" Sylvia replied, "There is a lot of homework, but I will also be absent from class for a few days." He chuckled, "As an archmage, and yet you are more diligent than anyone." She said seriously, "If I do not work hard to this extent, how can I become an archmage?" Sylvia was sullen. "I am not too worried about Ephraim, but I wanted to hear more of Deculin's lectures." She probed, "Father, why do we have to leave so early to go to the Burkt Summons Conference? It is okay to leave a few days late." Giltheon suddenly fell silent for a moment. He explained, "My dear, have you ever heard the rumor that Burkt is the Tomb of Magicians?" Sylvia said indifferently. "Is not that just a scary rumor?" Giltheon retorted, "No, that is not just a rumor." He explained, "Whenever the Burkt Summons Conference takes place, among the magicians who are summoned, there will definitely be someone who loses their life. 15 years ago, there were as many as 11 people who lost their lives there." Giltheon recounted, "From ancient times, being summoned to Burkt is a sign of a prestigious family. If you are chosen in the top 20 families to participate, then the name of that family will be inscribed in history. However, if a family is summoned but cannot attend the conference, then their name will be permanently removed from the list, and a new family will replace that empty position. So in your opinion, what is the easiest way to eliminate a prestigious family?" Sylvia was shocked. No way. He continued, "The journey to Burkt is a dangerous path like thin ice, where ambitious people want to become a new prestigious family. Will openly aim for the lives of the current magic families." She was shocked. "Really?" Gilthian clarified, we are rushing to leave. Also, for that reason, there is a report that a group is plotting to attack the late departing train, taking you along. Of course, I have to be as careful as possible. Sylvia was worried, but if that is discovered, there will definitely be trouble, he hesitated. I should also explain it to her, because Sylvia will also have to face the harshness of this world. Gilthian was firm, my dear, among the 12 traditional families. Which family was traditional from the start? If we are punished because of this, then all the magic families will be subject to review. He said sternly, death, on the way to this conference. From a magical perspective, it is no different from a natural death. The train suddenly ran violently fast. Terrifying explosions suddenly and continuously occurred. Varan, sitting on the train, quickly realized something. While Deculin still maintained an unusually calm demeanor, a dazzling light flooded into the train car. Alan immediately woke up faintly and looked up. He panicked. What is this, Professor? Look, the train. Alan was stunned. The entire train was floating in the air. Deculin sat silently, feeling, thank goodness. The elementary levitation technique has been memorized completely, he sighed. Just like Strang's martial arts, thanks to completing the memorization of the elementary levitation technique before departure, I was able to survive. The assassin judged, how ridiculous, daring to lift the entire train. Is this the power of the head professor? Another one added, also a bit unexpected, but still within expectations, everyone. Focus. If we complete this well, we will definitely receive a worthy reward. Taking advantage of the gap in the train, they began to invade. The assassin clung tightly to the rope, advancing to the train body. Each one fiercely plunged into the train car. Looking at the broken glass shards, Deculin despised. You stupid people, he smugly said. Unfortunately, I have foreseen everything. Suddenly, streams of power from somewhere pierced through the assassins. The one who saw his comrades being taken down could not help but be shocked. Alan shouted, Professor, we are being attacked. How can this be? Deculin immediately touched his pressure point. Rest for a bit, Alan. After he fainted, he was a bit confused. Deculin ordered, you are Varan, right? Take him to a safe place. If there are any other passengers in the other train cars, evacuate them as well. Varan immediately did as he said, moving outside. Deculin stood in the train car watching for a while. He wondered, the feeling from the fingertips is too soft. With the sensitive 5 senses of the iron body, there is no way I would not notice the difference. Could it be? Deculin decided, first, complete the remaining work, and then think. He predicted, the ones who caused this, of course, they must know everything clearly. Deculin announced, in this place, your deaths are also just deaths that follow nature. At this time, Varan had taken Alan to a safe place. He immediately looked up to check the situation. In the train car, an amazing power emanated. At this time, the assassins were lying all over the floor. Deculin felt, it is harder than I thought. He thought, while reducing the damage from the explosion and continuing to fight, my magic power is almost depleted. Magic power 10 out of 3, 657. Varan suddenly moved into the train, causing Deculin to be surprised. He announced, all the remaining passengers have been taken to a safe place, Deculin said. Thank you for your hard work, then, now we. Suddenly he realized that something was wrong. Deculin felt, this guy, his eyes are different from before. He thought, that is right, even I was quite panicked because of this attack. He must be quite surprised as well. Just as he finished thinking, a stream of red power emanated around him. Varan's whole body was covered by a red aura, causing Deculin to immediately realize the fate of the villain. He speculated, could it be that he had been hiding his characteristics from the beginning and accompanied me? I have been too negligent. Varan coldly spoke, it is fortunate that you are still alive. He pointed the sword at Deculin, because I have to kill you with my own hands. Varan quietly said, I have safely evacuated the other passengers. He declared, now it is your turn to die, Professor. Deculin probed, let me ask you something. Are you acting like this because someone ordered you to do so? He judged, is it Julie? Varan shouted angrily, shut up. He threatened, if you dare to utter the commander's name, I will never forgive you. She is a righteous knight who would never think of such things. Stop your filthy imagination. Varan concluded, you must die at my hands, for the commander. Deculin secretly reasoned, looking at his reaction. This does not seem to be related to Julie. He recalled the previous comments about Varan and secretly calculated, I only have 10 mana left. Can I defeat someone considered a genius, even in the ranks of Freeheim? With my current condition, he rushed over quickly, then my protection mission ends here. Deculin dodged the attack and made a decision. There is only one way. Just as the two were about to clash, a sound suddenly rang out. The train was gradually falling into the ravine. He displayed, canceled the manipulation technique. In the space covered with white snow, the large train was falling freely. Transition, at this time in another train car, a voice spoke, "Miss, would you like one?" Sirio entered and invited, "It is a specialty of Bert, eternal snow ice cream." Sylvia sighed, "I am fine, Sirio, you can relax. I am tired of it. I have eaten it a lot." She asked, "Is anyone here?" He replied, "Sorry, who are you talking about?" Sirio listed Lord Ukraine and rewind, then everyone is here. Who is the lady waiting for? Sylvia turned away and sighed, thoughtfully. No. He looked at that appearance and realized something. Sirio concluded, "Then I will withdraw. Call me if the lady needs anything." She quickly agreed. Sylvia's eyes lowered and gently called a name, Deculen. She expressed herself, "I do not intend to look at it." Sylvia recalled the past. She placed a bouquet of flowers on the steps. On the tombstone was inscribed, Cielia von Elleman Ilade, wife of the Honorable Magician Gilthian, and mother of the lovely Sylvia. Sylvia said, "How are you, mother? That was a day I visited my mother and talked to her, completely normal like any other day." She recounted, "Professor Deculen is terrible. He gives so much homework. It is as if he thinks I only take his class today." Sylvia suddenly noticed, "What is that sound?" She approached and hid behind a tree, observing the situation. Suddenly, Sylvia was extremely surprised by what was in front of her. Standing from a distance, she immediately recognized Deculen. Even though I saw his slumped back, I could still feel his noble posture. From the first look, I knew it was Deculen. Sylvia wondered, why is he in a place like this? I do not think he is the type of person who would mourn someone when they pass away. After a moment, she saw Deculen stand up. He secretly shed tears, with a confused mood. Sylvia could not help but be surprised. He is crying. Someone who is always cold and full of arrogance, and yet he is shedding tears. She left the cemetery with unusual emotions. It is really magical. I always thought he was an annoying professor, always pretending to be arrogant and powerful, but even he has memories of losing a loved one. Those tears were like shooting stars, constantly haunting my mind. Sylvia put her hand on her chest, feeling the emotion. She remembered her father's words, "I received intelligence that a group is plotting to attack the train that is about to depart." Sylvia was sadly troubled about that. She secretly thought, after listening to Deculen's lecture at that time, there is one thing that I wanted to try. Sylvia planned, if I try to use this mana stone as an intermediary. Perhaps there will be a possibility. In the three major attributes of magic, the origin is created by using the caster as the root, and Sylvia's magic is created from three primary colors, starting to use the mana stone as an intermediary, making it gradually take shape. She focused all her power and felt, "I did it." Sylvia conveyed, "From now on, your name is Swift." She looked directly at the bird and transmitted power to it. Sylvia released it into the sky and ordered, fly away, and show me what you see." At this moment, everything in the ship's cabin turned chaotic. Deculen strained his remaining strength to control the ship. He was delighted. Luckily, the ship had maintained its balance and had not fallen to the ground. Deculen checked himself, thinking he had broken a few bones, but thanks to Iron Body, he should recover quickly. Just as he finished dealing with the unexpected situation, he was attacked again. Veron charged straight at him, launching a direct attack that Deculen could not dodge in time. He was utterly stunned. Was he still okay? Deculen retaliated with his familiar technique aimed at his head. He immediately realized as the technique passed an aura of protective energy. Veron said, "You truly are resilient, are not you?" Magical light continuously erupted as he swung his hand, streams of fire shooting out, exploding into patches of bright red. Veron attacked while keeping an eye on Deculen's actions. He was gradually running out of strength and struggling. He is too strong. Deculen confirmed to himself that Veron was far stronger than him right now. Even in his best condition, he would not be able to defeat him. A resolute glint appeared in his eyes. However, Deculen used his ability, Unwavering Will, reaching a rare level, helping the owner to not succumb to adversity. It activates in combat, maintaining mental strength to the very end. Nearly immune to all kinds of will-interfering magic. He was determined. Deculen would never give. In a situation like this, Deculen continuously dodged Veron's relentless attacks. The two began to confront each other directly and fiercely. He seemed to be cornered by shards of glass containing power. Deculen remained calm, his voice low. "Damn it." Veron suddenly lunged forward, his sword glowing brightly as it hurtled toward him with fierce momentum. Before the tip of the sword, thoughts flashed through Deculen's mind. If he got hit by the sword, would the game be over? Would nothing have ever happened? Would he open his eyes in the office again? If not, then... A slash tore through the air, and blood spurted violently, splattering onto the ceiling. The bright golden bird had arrived at the train at this moment. Deculon, cornered against a wall, thought, "It is too." He immediately noticed something abnormal. Deculon was confused. What, the spaces being distorted? Veron's attack was immediately neutralized. A streak of blood flashed by, causing him to look in surprise. In an instant, Veron's hand was brutally severed. He screamed in pain and despair. He was quick-witted. "I do not know what just happened, but this is my chance." Deculon quickly cast mana 1 out of 3.657, streaking across Veron's legs. He was hit, and his entire body lost its strength, his legs trembling and unable to support him. Veron quickly moved to hide in a corner. He decided to leave the cabin through the gap in space. Veron stabbed his sword into the train wall to hold himself in place. He struggled to hang on with his last bit of strength. Deculon quickly grasped the situation and approached Veron. He expanded a powerful space, standing in the middle of the cabin. Veron struggled to hold onto the end of the sword. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "What did you do?" Deculon was indifferent. "I do not know either. More importantly, why are you trying to kill me?" "I do not remember having any issues with you," Veron explained. "What, have I always remembered the cruel actions you committed towards the one who once saved me?" He was surprised. "Don't tell me you are doing this for Julie's sake, even though Julie did not ask you to do it." Deculon was shocked. What did Julie give you to make you do this?" Veron expressed, "You will never understand, Deculon." He recalled, in a vast courtyard, the noble lady said, "Thank you so much. It would have been terrible if you were not here." Julie bowed and replied, "Of course, it is just the responsibility of a knight." Veron struggled. "Let me go." "I did not do anything. He is the one who started it." The noble lady raised her voice. "You do not know how kind my Jason is. I bet you did something wrong." Jason, standing behind her, grinned smugly. "That is right," he growled. "You want to die." The noble lady threatened. "You have not learned your lesson, have you?" Veron tried to resist. She intimidated. "See what happens to you if I hand you over to the supervisors. You will be begging for forgiveness." The noble lady pointed at him, accusing, "You hit my son, so you have to take responsibility for the fight as well as the insult." Seeing this, Julie spoke up. "Wait a moment, madam. Did you say he trespassed?" The lady replied, "That is right. That kind of quality fits the social status of this kid." She admired. "He can climb that high wall. He looks so slender." Julie suggested, "Madam, I will take this boy to the supervisors, so you can go rest." The noble lady considered, "Good for me." But later, Veron shouted, defending himself, "Let me go. I said let me go. I only defended myself. I did not do anything to warrant going to the station." She quietly walked ahead, leading the way without saying a word. Julie explained, "Anyway, the Prisha family is quite infamous for their actions." "I am sure what you said is partly true," he retorted. "Not just partly." She interrupted with a loud shout, not yielding at all. "But..." Julie turned and reminded him, "You still should not hit people." She gently untied Veron. Julie suggested, "If you follow me, I will teach you how to control yourself." "What do you say?" He looked at her under the sunset with a very bright expression. Veron added, "Will you feed me? That is how I met my benefactor. After that, I became part of the Knight's Order. However, because of my childhood and personality, I still could not get close to others." He expressed, "The only one who cared about me." Julie approached and asked, "Veron, are you going through a tough time?" Veron said quietly, "Everything is fine." "Yes, everything is really fine, as long as I am by the captain's side." He constantly exclaimed, "My benefactor is always right in front of me." Veron admired. She always helps others. And she always says no to compromising illegal things. The respect and admiration I have for her is growing day by day. He placed his hand on his chest and felt, and also the love I have for her. Veron, on the verge of danger, expressed, "I know my feelings for her are just one-sided." "I understand my feelings are her burden," he resolutely said, "but I still have to kill you. One day you will destroy the one who once saved me." Kim Woojin pondered. He is right. All the bad things in this game are butterfly effects from Deculon's actions. He gently said, "However, you are wrong." Kim Woojin considered, "I have changed the actions Deculon used to do, and I will make sure Deculon's ending is not being destroyed." So he reached out and decided to save Veron from the brink of death. Deculon committed, "Take my hand, Veron. No matter what, I won't harm Julie." He tried to persuade him. "Trust me." Deculon suddenly noticed the sword in Veron's hand glowing. His power was unleashed once again. He gritted his teeth with anger. You... Deculan was furious. He had no intention of changing his mind. Veron affirmed, no, I won't change my mind. At any cost, I will kill you. He held the stone in his hand and judged, fool. Deculan decided, your foolish choice today. Will torment Julie for the rest of her life. He resolutely dropped the large stone. At this moment, the manager asked, Captain, are you not feeling well? Julie quickly replied, it is nothing. He speculated, are you worried about Veron again? He can take care of himself. She smiled softly. That is right. Veron fell into the abyss with the thought, my benefactor, I hope you will always live happily. The bright golden bird then left the train and flew away. Its eyes shone brightly, as if it understood all the developments. Only Deculan remained on the train, standing amidst the clouds. Sylvia silently felt Deculan killed his teacher's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. She considered, no, to be exact, the knight was the one who tried to kill Deculan first. In self-defense, Deculan killed him. Sirio approached and said, there you are, Miss Sylvia. Let us go back. The conference is about to begin. She quickly obeyed. Sylvia looked forward. Deculan, you will come here, right? The guard respectfully said, it is an honor for us, Vice Commander. Lilia probed. There was an explosion and an attack. The guard reported, yes. But this happens often because the Birch Conference is about to take place, so it is nothing serious. She considered, I understand. Any casualties, he reported, yes, although no one was injured. But currently 2 people are missing. A guard named Veron and Professor Deculan. The guard presented. You can hear the details from the survivors over there. Lilia wondered, who is that? He explained. I assume he is still unconscious from shock after the incident. A passenger reported, a knight saved me. The train was floating in the air for a while, and when I woke up, it had fallen. I think the assassins tried to attack a second time. She was surprised in the air. The passenger proved, here's a picture. It was so horrifying that I took a picture. Lilia was surprised. He used magic to lift the entire train. She stared at the incredible picture. That is ridiculous. A mysterious voice played in Lilia's ears. The knight, Veron, is dead. I do not know why, but Veron tried to kill Deculan and ultimately failed. Had Professor Deculan survived? She realized, what? I am receiving a telepathic message from somewhere. Lilia suspiciously observed the passengers around her. The passenger suddenly signaled, yes, someone is coming from that direction. He looked closely and judged Professor Deculan. Deculan thought, fortunately, if it was not for the strange phenomenon that happened then, I would have been killed by a knight even without a name. If it was not for the help of an unknown person, I would have been at the bottom of the cliff already. I can't believe I am so helpless. He was curious. Who helped me at that time? Lilia said. Head Professor Deculan, I am glad to see you are safe. I am Lilia Fremen from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the accident. Deculan indifferently asked, what time is it? She replied, it is 3:30. He calculated, I only have 6 hours left. Lilia continued, these are procedural questions, but the question for you. Deculan interrupted, is this train the only way to Berg? She was annoyed. No, there are still roads and sea routes on the other side. Lilia suggested, let me ask you again. Please listen to me, Professor. The knight who was with you... Before she could finish, she turned around and could not see him anymore. Lilia asked, wasn't Professor Deculan just here? Maybe he used teleportation? She admired. Even after using manipulation magic to prevent the train from derailing and fighting with the assassins in Veron, he can still use high-level magic to teleport. How much mana does he have? Lilia confirmed, so he is the Deculan you mentioned. The Sacred Birch Conference is about to begin in a moment. Everyone around was gossiping. Gilthian signaled, it is almost 9:53, the time when the elites gather. Sylvia looked forward to a figure. He still has not come here. The Grand Elder solemnly said, before the conference begins, I would like to express my gratitude to those who have answered the call. Huge mana from above erupted fiercely. Sylvia was on guard. The mana is terrible. He must be Dezikdan, the Grand Elder of Berkt. He is the closest candidate for the position of Archmage. He is a living legend, voluntarily, away from the world. She was determined, so at least I have to reach that level to challenge the title of Archmage. He announced, after taking attendance, we will begin the conference. Gilthian of the Ilad family. Gilthian said, here. Ethansel of the Brand family. She replied, here. Barun of the Veorad family. He responded, here I am. I Helm of the Redwind family. He said softly, here. The Grand Elder continued, "Next, Deculen, of the Ukraine family." He looked at the empty seat and speculated, "Ukraine has not arrived yet." The Grand Elder considered, "If he does not arrive before I call his name 3 times, then I will assume that he has not answered the call, and he will be removed from the list of the 12 seats of magic." People talked. Ukraine is removed. This is a big event, because they were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. The other families discussed, a big event. Wasn't this predicted by many people already? The current head's ability, Deculen, is far inferior to his ancestors. The other person replied, "That is right. People often say that his talent is insignificant." Sylvia wondered, how is Deculen living now, that there is not even one person worried about him? She worried, "This really bothers me a lot." The Grand Elder began to call the name, the head of Ukraine, Deculen. The head of Ukraine, Deculen. The other families secretly rejoiced. He called for the 3rd time, the head of Yuk. The door suddenly opened. Sylvia was extremely surprised. She immediately turned around to confirm. Deculen entered under the gaze of the families. He stood towering in the dazzling light. Deculen flicked his hand a few times, dusting off the shoulders of his coat. He tidied his hair neatly. Deculen powerfully said, "Deculen von Grehen Ukraine is present." He slowly walked towards his seat. Deculen solemnly announced, "The representative of the Ukraine family has arrived." The meeting began in silence and proceeded smoothly. The first issue discussed was about the monster that had appeared on the Dark Mountain. Ethansil said sternly, "The appearance of monsters on the island has a much more serious meaning. Each student will have to order or cooperate with the church, nominating magicians to the suspected areas." The first issue was passed smoothly. Family head Ethansil gave her opinion, and no family opposed it, so everything went very smoothly. A woman said, "We will take a short break." Wujin thought to himself, "This is tiring." In order not to be late for the meeting, he ran like crazy without resting. Now not only mana but also physical strength is gone. It is admirable to maintain such calmness in this state. Deculen's personality and achievements are so impressive that it is hard to believe. Everyone began to disperse during the break. Suddenly a loud voice echoed, "Professor." He immediately recognized Alan. He asked with tears in his eyes, "Professor, are you okay?" Alan continued, "Sorry for being late. Because I could not participate in the meeting. I was late." Wujin listened and reassured him, "I am fine, do not worry." He frowned and said to himself, "Now I can't look at this kid as innocently as before. He is definitely hiding a secret." Wujin continued to think, "But why is that? Why?" The famous quote from a famous movie in this world suddenly appeared in my head. He suddenly said, "Alan, from now on, stand still next to me." He was stunned. Yes. Wujin had already made up his mind to keep friends close and enemies closer. It is best to keep them close and watch them closely to ensure safety. He frowned. "Alan, I will definitely find out who you are." Then the meeting continued. A guiding voice echoed, "The next issue is..." Each word fell into everyone's ears. How will we deal with the magical views of those people? Wujin frowned and thought, "It is a sensitive issue. It certainly won't progress as easily as last time." Suddenly, a hand slammed hard on the table, followed by a piercing shout, "Those damned red faction guys are like cockroaches." Family head of the Veorad family, Berun, angrily continued, "They secretly lay eggs and breed in society, destroying and weakening the community." Family head of the Brand family, Ethansel, said, "On what basis do you say that? Furthermore, how can we distinguish between those people and other races?" He raised his voice, "Just invent it. There will definitely be clues in their blood." The magic tower of the Empire needs to join forces and eliminate them as soon as possible. She immediately interjected, "Be careful with your words and actions, Berun." Eliminate? Wujin pondered and thought, as expected, their views were not consistent from the beginning. Berun stood up, unwilling to be outdone. Although the reason is still unclear, those people are identifying each other and gathering together. They definitely have a leader. They are plotting something. Ethansel slammed the table and shouted, "That is just speculation, Berun." He questioned, "Why is it just speculation?" She retorted, "The fact that their leader is hiding, gathering his comrades, and plotting a plan is not really disgusting." Berun became increasingly furious. It was because of such hesitation 60 years ago that so many magicians had to sacrifice themselves. The space fell silent. Gilfion then sighed. He joined the debate. "So what do you think about Deculen of the Ukraine family?" Gilfion continued, "His family is a great exorcism family which has always been at the forefront of eliminating monsters since ancient times. As someone living in this era, you are quite familiar with these kinds of events. Hatred after giving up thinking about such issues always leads to unnecessary misfortunes," Wujin said with a serious face. "Even if those things are ignored, Suppressing those belonging to the Red faction is still not the right method. Even if I can't stop this, I have to delay it as long as possible because the main task is still ahead. After all, the common enemy of this world is not them. Wu Jin then spoke. A long time ago, the Red faction has always been our enemy. But, he continued, if we examine each document carefully, then it is all just misunderstandings. Birun frowned. Misunderstandings. Wu Jin kept his seriousness, yes. He began to present. The Rodran witch case happened 237 years ago. Rodran was accused of being a witch, even though he was completely innocent, which also caused countless Red faction members to be killed by the large-scale oppressions that took place. Wu Jin did not beat around the bush. That is also the reason their resistance broke out, and then blood continued to spill in an endless loop. Now everything has subsided. He bluntly said, the incident 60 years ago that you mentioned, is not it politics, because a magic stone mine was discovered in the land of those people. Varun immediately interjected. Politics. 60 years ago, Ukraine was the family that killed the most enemies, and seized the mine. How can you say? He impatiently screamed, they are clearly people who inherit demonic energy in their blood. As a member of the Ukraine family, a family specializing in exorcising demons, you must understand that, Wu Jin said seriously and sternly, the tradition of the Ukraine family is to hunt monsters, not to slaughter the Red faction. He became even more furious. Those people are monsters. Barun slammed the table and stood up to further affirm his point of view. He still just sat calmly and questioned, that statement, can you take responsibility for it? Wu Jin's eyes were full of powerful force. Don't casually call people monsters. The person who says those words may also become a monster. Biran angrily turned and left, so the first meeting ended without a clear conclusion, and that issue was postponed to the next day. On the other side, Gilthian was smiling and said, it is a pity. We have to wait until the next meeting, do not we, my love? Sylvia heard and replied, actually, it is just tomorrow. He asked with concern, because the principal of Birch is one person per room, can you stay alone? She heard and answered, what? At this age, I should have my own room, not sleep with my father. Gilthian said sadly, sniffling. However, my dear. Then Gilthian also complied. Then see you tomorrow, daughter. Birch has a high mana density, so all kinds of magical phenomena will occur at night. Please read the rules here carefully. Sylvia sighed. Understood, I will just be quiet there. Do not worry. After returning to her room, she held a handwritten letter with a lot of scribbled words. Sylvia said in disbelief, what rules sound like scaring children? Just rest and sleep, right? Maybe I should sleep a little. Then she turned off the lights, pulled the blanket, and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Sylvia woke up, her eyelashes open slightly. She got out of bed, her voice still sleepy, too thirsty. Sylvia went down to the room to pour a full glass of water. As soon as she finished drinking, she had a strange feeling around her. Magical sources erupted violently around. They bluntly transferred Sylvia to a strange world. She then brought up the rule paper to read, inwardly distraught. Suddenly the space has turned into a corridor. Did I do something wrong? Sylvia's face turned pale with concern. Cold sweat poured out. The rule stated, if you have once laid down on the bed, do not leave until dawn. At any time you may move to another space. She frowned. Once you lie down, you can't leave until morning. Is that why I am in this situation? Sylvia said to herself, a few days ago, when I stayed in the second building, I never witnessed such eerie magic. She began to suspect, or is it the closer you are to the Elder's building, the more profound the magic is? Sylvia rubbed her chin, reassuring herself I was too subjective, thinking that everything would be fine as long as I did not leave the room, but that is not the case. Calm down, calm down. Suddenly a dark magic force terrified her. Sylvia immediately turned her head back. There is something here. She did not hesitate anymore and rushed away quickly. Where should I go now? Mukju Hotel only has one floor. Even if stairs appear, do not go up or down. If you are walking along the corridor and encounter an open door, never step in or look inside. Sylvia closed her eyes tightly and ran away. Have to keep calm, there will definitely be a door to return. She tried to punch a door and shouted loudly, please save me. Another rule appeared. If someone knocks on the door from the outside, never respond. No matter what they say, do not answer. Sylvia knocked on each room with faint hope. Someone, anyone, please. She knocked with her last bit of faith. Please. At this moment, fortunately, a door opened. A familiar voice rang, lost. The person who appeared was Wu Jin. He softly called the opponent's name Sylvia. She was both scared and happy to tears. He said, come in. She nodded slightly and also came in. Thank you. Sylvia explained, Sorry, when I just left the bed, I suddenly found myself standing in the hallway. Wujin still said calmly, in Birch, abnormal magic phenomena always occur. Among them, there are many souls born from magic itself. You should have read the rules carefully. She looked at him and thought, the expression is unchanged. The eyes are firm without a bit of fluctuation. Is it because it is Deculin that he can open the door? Suddenly, a growl made Sylvia notice. When she just turned around, a ghost skull appeared on the high ceiling. Wujin simply requested, stand still. Immediately, several streaks of power shot across the floor. They charged forward and slashed directly at the demonic entity on the ceiling. Instantly, it was chopped into pieces and vanished as if it had never existed. Sylvia stared blankly, at a loss for words. She snapped out of it and exclaimed, "That is amazing. Did you use those floating things to destroy the ghost?" Wujin calmly replied, "There is nothing surprising about it. After all, it is just a type of magic specifically used to inflict damage. There is nothing to be proud of." He continued to teach, magic was not created for killing in the first place. Sylvia's cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling and fluttery. She created a blazing red flame, living fire. Wujin turned to look with fairly indifferent eyes. Well done. Sylvia continued to use lightning ball. He still praised the same way. Well done. She cast golden fire. Wujin also praised well done. Sylvia continued. Demon fire. This time he added a few words. That was also well done. She puffed out her cheeks unhappily, thinking to herself, he is not even bothering to look closely. Sylvia thought to herself, should I deliberately make it sloppy once? Then she cast, what about this? Wujin still said, well done. However, he immediately added, however. Wujin commented, a fire-type magic circle with a wind-type magic circle inlaid seems a bit unstable. Sylvia was instantly excited. Then, what are my weaknesses, Professor? He calmly read his book. That is something you have to find out yourself. She was dissatisfied, but you taught Ephorine. Wujin still did not look over. Ephorine learned it herself, which left her speechless. He spoke up, advising, don't be impatient, Sylvia. Wujin continued, you still have time, and if you just work hard, you can grow. He instructed, just slowly, step by step, move forward. Each of his words fell softly. Because you possess one of the top 3 talents in this world. Voices echoed in Sylvia's mind. Oh my, what an incredible talent. This is the aptitude of an archmage at this age already. This child will surely make a big splash in the future. She had heard these words countless times in her life, familiar and boring praises. Sylvia gently closed her eyes. But why do Deculane's words feel so different? That night, she stayed in Wujin's room. He was reading a book when he sensed a strange magic. It seeped in from the window, causing Wujin to be suspicious. What is this aura? He left the room and went straight into the nearby forest. He thought to himself, suddenly releasing the aura of a wealthy tycoon. Originally, if it was not for the Birch Conference, this mountain path would not be accessible until the end of the game. Maybe I will find rarer items than I thought. Right then, something strange made of magic appeared behind Wujin. That monster was ghastly in shape, many hands wanting to rush forward and tear Wujin apart. Suddenly, it stopped and turned its head back. In the distance, another monster exactly like it flew over. It reached out its hand as if wanting to devour Wujin. Suddenly, he stopped walking, causing it to stop as well. Wujin turned his head and asked nonchalantly, Hey, do you see anything full of magic around here? Suddenly, that monster flew away and burst into tears, speaking in a language that no one could understand. He frowned and wondered, why are they reacting so strangely? Wujin walked closer to a piece of wood radiating red magic, found it. He held it in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. This is... According to the information, it was a purified magic wood shard, a shard of magic wood broken by lightning. It originally contained abundant magic power, but now purified by lightning, it can become an extremely valuable material, classified as special wood sundries. Wujin exclaimed, I have in my hands an even better material than I expected. He thought to himself, after transmigrating into this body, I have been constantly cultivating and researching, but because of Deculin's mediocre talent, I have always felt blocked by an invisible wall. Wujin said in his head, if I use this to make a staff, maybe I will be able to obtain the desired power faster. He acknowledged, not a bad harvest at all. The meeting was reopened. The atmosphere in the room at that time became even more tense. Baron angrily yelled, isn't the blood of monsters flowing in their veins? Then what is wrong with calling them monsters? Wujin immediately retorted, it is funny, then, if we put salt in a glass of water, do we call it salt water? The fierce debate between Deculine and Baron caused the magicians present at the meeting to be quite embarrassed. Why is Deculin defending the red faction? That is right. I thought he would be the first to stand up and quell those Red Faction members, but unexpectedly, he acted contrary to that. Gilthian rubbed his chin. What is Deculin planning? Deculin definitely has some plan. Sylvia looked over and thought to herself, maybe everyone thinks he is protecting the Red Faction because he has a goal, like your father. She lowered her eyes. But that is wrong. At this moment, the chair stopped them. Stop it. That voice rang out. If this continues, I am afraid it won't lead anywhere. So matters related to the Red Faction will be discussed later. The next meeting will continue to discuss it. Now, let us move on to the next issue. The issues after the discussion about the Red Faction were quickly resolved, and finally, the long-lasting meeting that lasted for several days came to an end. Perun grunted and bumped straight into Wu Jun's shoulder. He frowned with dissatisfaction. Even though it is the result of the efforts for the main task later, maybe it seems like I have offended more people. The next day in the Birch shopping district, Wu Jun was in an item shop with Alan. He held 2 gems in his hand and said to himself, before leaving Birch, I have to make the staff here. The staff made of magic wood? What auxiliary material should I use to make it reasonable? Alan suddenly spoke. Huh? He called out, Professor, Professor. Wu Jun calmly replied, what is wrong? Alan pointed to one side and said, this is my benefactor. Thanks to this person, I was able to get here safely. Wu Jun immediately recognized this person is, he said, Vice Commander of the Security Bureau, Lilia Fremian. She also recognized him, Professor Deculin. So he decided to invite Lilia Fremian for a meal to reciprocate her help in bringing Alan back safely. She smiled politely. Thank you, Professor, for inviting me for a meal, although I feel embarrassed to say this in this situation, but I need to complete the investigation. Lilia began to ask, what about the soldier Veron who was with us? What happened to him now? Wu Jun replied briefly. He died in an ambush. She replied, I see. The food was brought and placed on the table for 3 people. Lilia thought to herself, what is different after all? Switch the scene to the Imperium Security Force directly under the Empire. Lilia's voice rang out. You will be imprisoned in the notorious Recordark prison. You have killed countless innocent mages, so this is a worthy punishment. She questioned, any objections? Lilia said indifferently, it is funny that the person who only knows how to be silent in the interrogation room now looks so aggressive. She requested, open it. Lockhart asked back, what? Lilia glanced over. Activate your ability. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. A burst of magic exploded in the small room. The eyes above were touched by that magic. Immediately disconnected, the eyes became dull. Lilia looked up and snorted coldly. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table. Lilia gritted her teeth and growled in anger. You stupid bastard. She was furious. I clearly told you not to act rashly. Why do you do things that harm the family so much? Lockhart lowered his head and smiled contentedly. Lilia gritted her teeth until her tendons popped out. I was going to kill you, because if you were discovered to be a member of the family, public opinion would be even stronger against us. Lockhart spoke up. Even so, do you think we can cling to this empire and live? She replied. If we do not reveal ourselves, it is still possible. We are only different. At the moment of birth, he continued, no, you were born with demonic talent. They are afraid of that. Lilia immediately snapped, shut up. Talent is not just possessed by the Red Faction. She said, there is one more thing. Why did you touch Deculin? Ukraine is someone we have been paying attention to for a long time. Lockhart was sweating profusely. You want to kill them? Lilia replied, we are just observing for now. If he continues to act like a madman, maybe I will kill him? He unexpectedly stopped her. Don't do that. Lockhart said seriously, he is a true nobleman. There is no need to kill him. She immediately ridiculed. What, a true nobleman? Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. The sins he has collected that I have collected are a basket full. His demeanor, the person who once affirmed that the Red Faction is not a monster but a human, those eyes are without doubt only see what is right. If there were more nobles like that in this world, we could definitely live in harmony with this world. Lockhart said, he knows I am a Red Faction member, but he still does not kill me. Lilia laughed loudly. You know that the ancestors of Ukraine led the massacre and suppression of the Red Faction, right? He still remains serious? No, he does not know. Lockhart said. But if he also treats me just because I have the blood of my ancestors, then maybe he also agrees with their words that we are monsters. She was immediately annoyed. This bastard, he just keeps quiet without saying a word. He then questioned, do you think you can sit still in this position forever? Lilia replied directly, I intend to live my whole life here. What is wrong? You can't distinguish the Red Faction by appearance or blood. She raised her voice. But there are things that our family can't eat. If we do not eat, it is okay. Lilia's voice echoed, anyway, The condition of the emperor of the current empire is very bad. There will probably be a new king on the throne, and we will have to see his attitude towards the Red faction. Until then, our family will not do anything. She instructed, you stay in Record Arc. Returning to reality, Lilia was eating while pondering, calling me a nobleman, but in reality I am just as much of a nuisance as anyone else. Suddenly, a foot appeared, causing her to cover her nose uncomfortably. The smell of alcohol. Woojin still calmly said, what is wrong? I have nothing to say to you. He called out directly, Helm. He sneered. Is that? So I have something I want to hear from you, Deculin. It is about your dark secrets. At the Freyden Night Order. Julie stammered in horror. What? Please say it again. The man lowered his head. That, he said sadly. Varan died on duty. Julie said, prepare immediately. She was determined. We will have to hear an explanation when Deculin comes back. Over here, the three were still in silence. Lilia was sweating profusely, thinking to herself, this person is the head of the Rewind family. What is wrong so suddenly? Helm questioned. Throughout this meeting, you really surprised me, Deculin. I can't understand it. Why did you do that, even though other mages are all wary and cautious? He asked intently. What is the reason after all? Helm resolutely asked for the sake of asking. Are you on the side of the Red faction, Deculin? Lilia widened her eyes when she heard that. What? He sneered. Didn't you say you wanted to kill all the Red faction members before? No, it should be said that it is more than that. You once uttered insults, that it is an inferior race, that does not deserve to set foot on this land. Helm continued to speak his own words. The thesis criticizing the Red faction written by your own hands is still kept at the Academy. He insisted on pushing Woojin into a corner. Or perhaps you intend to use the Red faction as slaves to study for you. Alan angrily reminded. You are speaking too much. Please do not insult others. Woojin leisurely wiped his mouth. Calm down, Alan. I am okay. He calmly said, it is not strange for that moldy brain like rotten cheese to think that way. It is easy to understand. Helm still kept his sarcastic smile. That is right. He changed the subject. I heard that there are still 6 months until the research announcement. No. Is it 3 months? Just wait and see when your despicable tricks are exposed. Lilia had been silent from the beginning until now. Her hands trembled as she thought to herself, is Deculin protecting us, standing on the side of the Red faction, because he is paying attention to everyone's eyes? Lilia was still shocked. That Deculin, it is hard to believe. Over here, Woojin was reassuring, don't worry about it. Alan was still worried, Professor. She pursed her lips and lowered her head. Lockhart, her heart was complicated. Is what you said true? The next day, before leaving Birch, he went to see one of the most famous wand makers and commissioned the making of a steel staff. Because he was originally too famous as a blacksmith, it seems that Deculin had also visited before, thanks to which a side quest that he did not even know about was completed. The train went in the snowy day. On the train back to the Empire, he happened to sit in the same carriage with Barun. Throughout the journey, Barun did not hide his hostility, but fortunately, things did not lead to a major confrontation. Woojin thought to himself, finally, this long journey is about to come to an end. The streetlights were already on in the snow. The people in the train station were crowded. Alan stretched after the long journey. He spoke up. We only need to change trains once more, Professor. I do not know when I will get to see scenery other than the white snow. At this time, a group of people came to face Woojin and Alan. He called seriously, Julie. Her face was bowed down with sorrow. Julie spoke first. I heard that you were attacked. It is good that you are safe. Woojin replied, thank you. But he understood in his heart it seems that Varan's matter has spread out already. He thought to himself, I do not know what the story is spreading with, but surely many people are uncomfortable because only I survived and returned. The people behind had wrinkled faces. Why is he the only one still alive? Julie trembled and said, I read in the newspaper that you cooperated with him. She continued, work together to save the survivors. Julie bit her lip tightly to restrain herself. I just want to ask one thing. Her voice rang out heavily. What was he like at that time? Julie's eyes were full of faint hope. But Woojin's eyes were still cold and impassive. The atmosphere became thick, suffocating, and terrifyingly silent. He had intended to say everything. That it was Varan who tried to kill him, that they had fought and things became like this. But when facing her like this, he could not say a word. Should Woojin tell the truth? But that truth is too cruel for Julie. Her beliefs are not easily swayed, but her heart is not strong enough. That is the Julie I know. If such a person knows the whole truth, she will definitely blame herself. she will assume that the mistakes of her subordinates are her own, and then torment herself to madness, because Julie, perhaps burying the truth, is the right thing to do, even if because of that, he is resented by others. The train station announcer spoke loudly. Line 4 to the Empire is preparing to depart. Customers with tickets, please board the train quickly. The sound of footsteps leaving became more and more numerous. Woojin finally replied. He was an overly sentimental person. Julie bowed her head without daring to look up, her eyes filled with sadness. She bowed her head and expressed, "Thank you, we will go see him right away. Please rest well." Then Julie and everyone left. Woojin pondered, even if he is foolish, he is no different. Even the flame of affection that Deculin once stirred, I can't put it out. Alan frowned and complained, those people are too much. He was dissatisfied. We are also victims in that accident, but the way they looked at us was like a knife. Woojin replied, don't worry about it, they are just ignorant people. At this time, a female voice rang out, why are you enduring it? He immediately recognized Sylvia. Woojin was puzzled. What do you mean I am enduring? She brought a few books. It is a repayment. After that, Sylvia suddenly turned and ran away. Alan next to him was bewildered. So what is the repayment, Professor? Woojin was no better. I do not know either. He rubbed the back of his neck and thought to himself, in the end, it is just all tiring things. I want to go home and rest as soon as possible. The train began to depart, Woojin said. Alan, let us go home together. He replied, yes, Professor. A man's voice rang out. In the first attack, Professor Deculin successfully handled the train, and together with the Knight Veron, he saved the survivors. However, a second attack then occurred, causing the entire train to plunge into the abyss. During the process, it seems that the Knight Veron fell down as well. However, the VIP cabin where Professor Deculin was sitting was fortunately stuck halfway down the abyss. In summary, both of them have made efforts to respond to the situation, and the Knight Veron seems to have been killed in the second attack. Julie listened and said thank you. Her eyes were sad and her face was gloomy. Julie turned to leave, and the people who stayed behind asked further, are there any relics left, number? Who was the mastermind behind the attack? The incident happened on the train to Birched, which is a taboo and should not be investigated. She walked to the high mountain cliff, covered in white snow. Julie looked down, and the words rang out as if she was talking to herself, I have lost my strong right arm. I did not expect you to leave in such a meaningless way. Tears welled up on the corner of her eyes with a heavy voice of blame. What a fool. Switch the scene to the town. A loud voice rang. Deculin. Uriel flew into a rage. You wrote the family's check again, did not you? Roy, next to her, advised, Miss, please calm down. She became even more angry. Didn't I tell you that our financial situation is difficult? Have you forgotten? If this continues, we will be bankrupt in less than 2 months. Mr. Puppet head of the family. Woojin frowned and thought to himself, the cost of making the magic staff was higher than expected, so I used a check. I did not expect it to turn out like this. But can Ukraine's finances only last for 2 months? Anyway, I have to find a way to manage it. He spoke up. Calm down a bit. I have a way to manage the finances. Uriel stopped. What? The space turned into a solemn house. Shiny precious items were displayed fully. Woojin stood in front of this place. Behind him were Uriel and Roy. She asked incomprehensibly, why do you suddenly plan to do something? Aren't these the items you crazily threw money to buy at the auction in the past? Woojin frowned and reminded, wait a minute, you must maintain the demeanor of a nobleman when you speak, Ms. Future head of the family. Uriel was fuming behind him. What, the person who spent all the family's assets also dares to raise his voice and criticize? Because of a few words, Roy tried to mediate, Miss. At first he did not understand why from the items that were put up for auction, they radiate the aura of a wealthy tycoon with strong power. At that time he only vaguely thought that it was probably like investing in art in the real world, but recently, when preparing for the trip to Birched, he naturally understood the way to make these items generate profits. Woojin reached out his hand, thinking in his heart, Midas's touch. Uriel sighed. Why are you standing there blankly, reaching out your hand like that, you idiot? Roy said softly. Miss. He turned around and said, it is all done. The items here will be taken to be re-auctioned. Bring them to the appraiser. She shouted in panic. What? Uriel roared. Didn't you just buy them not long ago and you are already selling them again? Who would sell antiques right after buying them? If you do that, you won't even get half the price, Woojin simply replied. Be quiet, Uriel. She became even angrier. Be quiet. You are about to burn all the money. He ignored her and turned to say, Roy, quickly call the servants to move the items. He bowed his head and obeyed. Yes. Woojin turned to look at an ancient vase. It seemed to have a radiant aura emanating from it. The information said it was a vase containing the artist's heart, expressed through magical talent. Thanks to the Midas touch, its potential has been unleashed. Classified as special vase, with special effects, flowers placed in this vase will never wither. The flowers will gradually change layers, and new flowers will bloom. Each petal grows into a type of medicinal herb with intermediate to upper intermediate fatigue recovery effects. Wu Jin's lips curled up in satisfaction. A vase worth 2,500,000 elne has become such a good item that I do not even want to sell it anymore. He ordered, "Be careful when handling it." Uriel questioned Deculin, "Let us talk for a moment. Are you really going to sell everything like this? Are you planning to go bankrupt?" Wu Jin calmly replied, "Don't worry, I will earn enough money." She was angry. Who would not worry now? He said indifferently, "Oh my, it is time to go to work." Switch the scene to the large school. At the Mage Tower Academy, the Commoner Magic Research Club room, the members were gathering in one place. Ephraim placed a card with a serious face. K of clubs. Julia said in panic, "No, no way." The boy next to her frowned. "Ephraim has won 3 games in a row already." She giggled, "I am exempt from cleaning for a week." Everyone laughed cheerfully. Too bad, if I just drew one more good card, I would have won. That is just the excuse of a loser. Ephraim smiled happily. It is like a dream. She was an untitled noble, and had never been through the academy. Since entering the tower, there had never been a time when the other kids did not hate her. Not just those kids, but even the professors did not look at her with kind eyes. She had encountered countless troubles. Ephraim's eyes were gentle, as she thought to herself, yet someone like me, she was happy, can actually participate in the club with friends. Ephraim said, "The Commoner Magic Research Club is really great." Julia reminded, "On the outside, it is just a normal magic research club, Ephraim. Be careful when you speak." She laughed. "Ah, sorry." Suddenly, a pair of legs entered and sneered. "You lowly people." That voice roared, "What the hell is this? What is this damn club?" Relin stood outside angrily. "Beck added fuel to the fire, Professor, am I right? These inferior commoners are brazenly occupying space in the tower and doing ridiculous things." Ephraim said with a serious face, "Professor Relin and Beck are always keen on nitpicking commoners." He roared, "Commoner Magic Research Club. Such a ridiculous thing without origin." Relin continued to mock. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" Ephraim closed her eyes and endured. "Although it is not a pleasant visit, I had anticipated it. I must face it calmly." She said, "We have written a plan to establish the club, and it has also been approved. This is a officially established club." Relin naturally did not believe it. What? Who would allow the establishment of this damn club? He continued to scold, "You are the person who was disciplined last time, are not you? It is you again." Ephraim immediately looked angry. "Again? It is that idiot again?" Relin growled, "Look at this insolent child, daring to glare at even a professor." He shouted. "Lower your eyes," Julia worriedly called out. "Ephraim." Beck stood outside, gleefully joking. Relin's voice rang throughout the corridor, not knowing that someone was coming. "Okay, if you were so confident, then tell me, no professor would ever agree to establish a club like this." Ephraim noticed the sound of footsteps and paid attention. He was still proudly shouting outside, "See, I knew it. There is no professor who would agree to establish a club like..." Ujin appeared behind and said, "It is me." The murderous aura from him made Rilin also sweat profusely. "It was me who allowed it." "Any objections, Professor Relin?" Ephraim was a little hesitant. Deculin looked at him with a troubled expression. He spoke, causing Relin in front to panic and turn his head. "I allowed it." "Is there a problem, Professor Relin?" Deculin said seriously, causing the students inside to tremble. My voice echoed to the end of the corridor. "Is there any dissatisfaction? Do I have to ask for your permission?" He thought about the tragic events of his morning, tormented by Yariel early in the morning, and as soon as he arrived, this guy was causing trouble again. Deculin leaned forward, a suffocating atmosphere radiating from his entire body, already sweating as if he had taken a bath. Seeing this, Relin awkwardly wiped his sweat and explained, "Head Professor Deculin, yes? That is not what I meant." He immediately covered up. "This place looks too bad, does not it?" Relin quickly came up with a reason to justify his anger. "I just thought that the mages of the Royal Magic Tower Academy should be equipped with better supplies and furniture. Because I felt sorry, I got angry." He said embarrassedly, "I will take responsibility for replacing everything with better things, Head Professor." Deculin was silent for a moment, then said, "Professor Relin is really kind. Indeed, it looks a bit old." Relin replied awkwardly, "I will pay more attention, Head Professor." He turned his eyes to Beck, causing him to jump. Deculin said coldly, "Things like cockroaches can only act like cockroaches." He immediately left before Beck's confusion. "I will go first." Beck stood gnashing his teeth, watching Deculin's back as he left. Sunlight shone through the window. Inside the classroom, there were cheerful conversations. "It has been a long time since Professor Deculin's class, has not it? Because he just returned from Bert. I wonder what happened there. Who knows?" Sylvia sat sullenly, ignoring the noisy discussions around her. "But the train accident has already been published in the Mage Daily News." "That is right, I saw it too. The whole train flew up." "That is amazing." "The story attracted a lot of curiosity from the students." "I wonder if the teacher will tell us anything. What happened there?" Suddenly, a knock on the table with a reminder, "Everyone be quiet." Deculin entered with a piece of chalk floating in his hand. "I will start today's lecture." He stood in front of the class and directly entered the lesson. The first topic of today's lesson is pure elements and magic interference. Under the shape of a formation, with streams of energy surrounding it, Deculin defined, magic interference is the act of another mage interfering and hindering the magic that a mage is casting. Alan held a small box and stepped forward while Deculin was speaking. "Then, before starting the basic theory, we will start with a light practice." He snapped his fingers as if to signal. The blue stones inside the box suddenly lit up and flew into the air by themselves. They were quickly distributed and suspended in front of Deculin and the students. The stones shone brightly as if they contained great power. The students looked at the stones with curiosity. Sylvia looked at the stone in front of her with a face without emotion. Ephraim looked at the stone with curiosity. Deculin spoke. "These stones are magic stones, each worth 3,000 elne. He popularized the practice. I will leave them floating in place like this. Try to interfere with my object control magic and take them away." Deculin generously gave the reward. "If you take them, they will be yours." This made Ephraim shout with joy. Julia, on one side, immediately put her hand close to Ephraim's mouth to prevent her from making any more noise. Deculin said with a slightly uncomfortable voice, "For mages, not only interference, but also defense against interference is equally important. Of course, the defense side will have a much greater advantage, but try your best." He reached for the ball containing the blue stone and transmitted magic into it. Then Deculin pushed the stone towards the students. The stone that was transmitted the spell lit up intensely. Immediately after, the stones of the students also lit up one by one, lighting up the entire room. Deculin observed the entire class and pondered about the incident last time. "Last time I stopped the whole train, but because I only remembered the primary object movement spell not long ago, I still need to use it more to get used to it." His eyes looked seriously at the students practicing. "Also, I am a little curious. Even though they are just debutantes, I wonder how long my object control ability can last when facing 150 mages." Deculin easily recognized the talented students. Here are also the children with the most outstanding talent. Sylvia and Ephraim are working hard to complete the practice. Ephraim, while casting a spell, thought excitedly, "Those damn magic items are terribly expensive. The funding is almost exhausted, and he is just giving away magic stones." "Then I will happily accept it, Deculin." Sylvia sat on the other side of the table, observing Ephraim. She remembered the words that Deculin once said to her. Ephraim is the one who learned it herself. Those words made Sylvia a little thoughtful. She wanted to complete the exercise as soon as possible. "I can't lose." On this side, Ephraim was also working hard to complete the exercise. A male student vomited blood but still persevered and continued to cast spells. The other male student was also trying to bear the power of the stone. Alan, standing behind, unexpectedly praised Deculin. "The professor is really amazing, facing 150 people without revealing a bit of a gap. No student can interfere at all." Deculin listened and pondered a bit. "Actually, even I am surprised. I did not expect that even though they tried so hard that their noses bled and they were so exhausted, they still could not do anything." A stone suddenly swayed, and its power gradually weakened. Deculin sensed it and turned his eyes towards that light with surprise. Sylvia successfully broke the stream of power and took the stone for herself. She immediately looked at Ephraim, who was still calmly doing the exercise. Sylvia smiled softly and sighed with relief. Deculin quickly approached her and praised, "Well done, Sylvia. You are the leader." However, Sylvia seemed unhappy about this. Deculin thought, I had also anticipated that Sylvia would be able to do it. He looked at the students who were struggling to take the stone and were almost out of strength and asked, "Is there no one else?" Deculin prepared to turn around and step down to end the exercise. "If there is no one else, then..." Suddenly a light on the side caught his attention. There is still one more person who has succeeded. Sylvia was excited when she heard that. Ephraim tiredly and happily stretched out to take the stone. I did it. Sylvia immediately revealed her unhappiness on her face. The other students focused their strength even more to get that stone. The whole class was exhausted and quickly collapsed on the table. Deculin looked at the class disappointedly and said, holding his head, "You useless people, take a break, clean up the dirty places around here." The tired students left their seats to regain their spirits. Julia lay tiredly on the table and wondered, "Ephraim, what did you do? After all, I really can't do it even if I die." Ephraim replied with difficulty, "I almost died. My tongue is numb now." Even though her nose was bleeding, Ephraim was still happy. "But I feel like I have just realized something." Julia wondered. "Realized?" Ephraim explained, "I am not familiar with the ability to control the mind, but when trying to break through Deculin's magic, it just felt like I had broken something." Hearing this, Julia admired her even more. "I am so jealous, Ephraim." Sylvia was also a little jealous when she heard this. "I can't believe it. How could the person who ranked last in the last exam go straight to second place? It was clearly said last time that he did not favor Ephraim." She thought about the rumors recently and felt even more convinced. The rumor that Deculin was teaching Ephraim privately and came home late last time, so it was true. Sylvia was a little sad, so Deculin lied to me. Looking at Ephraim fiddling with the stone happily made Sylvia a little angry. What is so likable about that idiot? She began to have a bad impression of Ephraim. "That is right, you insolent Ephraim." Deculin entered the classroom again, and the whole class was now sitting upright waiting for the next lesson. Deculin pointed out the points that could be learned in the previous practice. In the warm-up practice just now, you must have tried to perform magic interference. But in fact, there is an easier way to prevent my control ability. His next words made both Sylvia and Ephraim a little surprised. Perhaps those who succeeded have felt it to some extent. Deculin gave the conclusion of the practice just now. That method is magic power interference. He continued to explain the definition in more depth. Magic power interference, this is a fairly well-known method, different from magic interference, which prevents magic that has already been cast. Magic power interference is a way to grasp the opponent's method and interfere from the casting stage. The content was quite abstract, making the students listen attentively. However, this method is not very popular because it has a major limitation. A male student thought, "Magic power interference, you have to know a lot of formations to use it." Deculin said as if he completely agreed with his statement. "That is right. Magic power interference can only affect the magic that you know yourself, so it is not favored by many people. In actual combat, most people use barriers to defend or resist with another magic." He noted an important point, "But if you do not practice hard, you can't improve. You must take this opportunity to understand magic power interference." The chalk drew lines on the blackboard to form a formation to help the students understand the content better. The key to this technique, called magic power interference, is to distinguish the core circuit of the magic formation based on whether it belongs to the destructive or support system, which element is used. A core circuit will inevitably be formed. The formation lit up along with Deculin's explanation. Another way, identify the core circuit of the opponent's magic and interfere at that point to prevent casting. If you are familiar with this type of magic power interference, then the practice of magic interference will be much easier later. Deculin began to cast a spell, and a stream of purple energy appeared in front of him. Now I will guide you on how to distinguish the core circuit based on many different magic formations. He specialized in pointing out the special symbols on the magic formation. First of all, looking at the magic formation called Whirlwind Blade, the destructive magic system always possesses a conduction circuit that spreads from the inside out like an explosion. The students below carefully took notes. Next, the support magic is. The class has been going on for 2 hours, and the sunlight seemed to be harsher than before. Deculin was still working hard to teach. Next is. Then he noticed the clock in the corner of the room. Deculin quickly closed the book and instructed the students. "Although there is still a bit of content left, it is time. You have wasted your time, so you have no right to complain. The rest, imagining and realizing it yourself, is also a good thing." He stood in front of the class and announced, "There will be a midterm exam soon. Before that, there will be a public practice, so what you learn today is very important. Be sure to grasp it." Deculin stepped out of the door without any reluctance, causing the students to be stunned. "Well then, I am leaving." The classroom door slammed shut right after Deculin's last words. The students began to talk. What the hell, he just left in the middle of it. What is wrong with the professor? It feels like he had to take a big dump but could not finish it. Julia stretched and wondered, what is it? What do you mean by imagining something? Ephraim, sitting on one side, laughed in agreement. That is right. Her face flushed and her mood suddenly became happy. Even so, I feel like I have realized something today. It is hard to put into words, but... Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ephraim's thoughts. Hey, representative of the commoners, Ephraim. Beck stood in front of the table and looked at Ephraim arrogantly. Julia raised her voice and scolded, Beck, are you picking a fight with us again? Her tone was a little angry last time you even brought Professor Rellin here. Why do you have to find excuses to cause trouble with us these days? Beck sighed contemptuously. It is just because you commoners dare to act recklessly. Ephraim, what did you do to climb from the bottom to second place? Ephraim thought simply. Never mind it. She shrugged and said, even if I say it? Beck did not care and immediately interrupted. Did a homeless person like you bribe something? Ephraim's face darkened and asked back, what did you just say? Beck still said arrogantly, what did I say? Isn't it all true? Who does not know that you are being taught privately by Professor Deculain? Ephraim angrily jumped up to refute, what? There was no such thing? Beck scornfully asked Ephraim to prove it, then explain it. How could someone like you, who did not graduate from the academy, suddenly become so good at studying? His face looked really despicable. Or perhaps Professor Deculain secretly favors only you, because he feels sorry for you. He gave you a magic stone as a gift. For example, if so, then it is understandable. Beck rambled about his absurd thoughts. No house, no parents either. Ephraim angrily cast a spell, preparing to beat Beck up. Try saying one more word. He was, of course, not afraid and challenged. You think I do not dare, Ephraim threatened, gnashing her teeth. Then try it. A hand gently grabbed Ephraim's collar. Julia, sitting next to her, stopped her. Calm down, Ephraim. Julia's words made Ephraim calm down. What are you planning to do if you are brought to the disciplinary committee again? She said a little helplessly. Mages must always keep a cool head. Ephraim gently removed Julia's hand from her clothes, making her unsure what Ephraim wanted to do next. Ephraim turned and happily thanked Julia. Thank you, Julie. You are right. I am a little too hot-headed. She became a completely different person. I am going to argue with that disabled child. What am I doing? I seem to have something wrong. Julia happily said, it is okay. You are sober now. The events unfolded too quickly, making Beck both surprised and angry. Ephraim happily pulled Julia out of the classroom. Julie, let us find something delicious to eat on the way home. Julia quickly agreed, letting Beck stand above and sneer. Hey, where are you guys going? Sylvia quietly watched the two of them leave. Her eyes looked at Ephraim with confusion. The warm sunlight shone on the school and the lush green garden. Ephraim walked while kicking her feet on the road, seemingly lost in thought. She was still annoyed about what happened just now. I was able to hold it in just now thanks to Julie, but what about that Beck? What should I do? I am too angry. I am afraid it will be hard to ignore him when I see him in the future. Ephraim was walking while muttering, suddenly realizing that someone was following her. What does that noble diseased person have to do? She was a little confused. Sylvia? Ephraim stood still, looking at her. Sylvia stepped forward and hesitated. Can you talk to me for a moment? She decisively made the request, come talk to me for a moment. Ephraim was a little wary. What is this about? Is she acting up again? She quickly reminded Sylvia, what, if you are planning to cause trouble, this is not the right time. Go away. Sylvia did not beat around the bush and directly asked, are you being taught by Deculain? As if touching the flame of Ephraim, she exploded and shouted, see? Picking a fight again? Hey, does that sound logical? What relationship do I have with Deculain that I have to learn with him? Don't say things that you do not know anything about. Ephraim lost her temper and spewed a bunch of words. Did you call me here just to say those nonsense words? Why are there so many kids who want to cause trouble with me today? Sylvia looked at Ephraim's attitude and quietly assessed. It seems like it is true. She awkwardly turned to leave. Then never mind that. Ephraim was resentful and did not want to end it so easily. Never mind what. Sylvia immediately interrupted, but, do you know, she said softly, Deculain has not stepped into the research room for 3 years. Not once since your father died. Ephraim smiled and said proudly, of course, Deculain can't do anything without my father, because my father is a genius. Her next words made Ephraim excited. Then you must also know that Deculain started going to the research room every day from 3 months ago, right? Sylvia continued. The research room has also been cleaned up. The teaching assistant has also been hired, and all kinds of new magic tools have also been brought back. Ephraim's face turned blank as she pondered. What does that mean? Could it be? She speculated. Is he planning to seize my father's research again? But Deculain does not have the ability to continue the research himself. Ephraim's hand trembled and clenched tightly. She tried to appear calm and nonchalant. Who knows? Maybe he is planning to do something on his own. After all, Deculain is a professor, so what does it have to do with me? Sylvia smiled, as if she had achieved her goal. She turned and left as if nothing had happened. It is nothing. I was just afraid you did not know. Now that you know, That is good. After Sylvia left, Ephraim immediately fell into contemplation. A few days later, the next day of class began again. Ephraim and Julia lined up with their friends outside to prepare for the class. Julia spoke and wondered, what kind of experiment is it, after all, that it is being held in a place like this? Ephraim was also a little confused. That is right. I wonder what Deculane is planning to do again. Beck stepped forward and pushed Julia hard, causing her to cry out. Julia angrily wanted to deal with him, that guy again? Deculane stepped onto the announcement platform. Silence, now the class will begin. He repopularized the lesson. As I said before, today is the last practice before the midterm exam. Deculane spoke and separated his fingers, signaling, today's class will be... The surrounding tarpaulins were quickly removed, revealing hundreds of people who were sitting upright. Deculane finished his words, public practice. Ephraim was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the practice. How many people are there, after all? Deculane introduced the format, all of you will practice magic combat in front of everyone. He popularized the rules, you are allowed to cast any kind of magic as long as it contains at least 3 basic elements. Deculane did not forget to remind, no win or loss, just focus on the process. I will observe and record the strengths and weaknesses of each person. I hope you will use that as a foundation to develop. He also instructed the students, Professor Relin will adjust so that no injuries occur, so there is no need to restrain your attacks. Relin embarrassedly smiled. Just leave it to me. The practice was quickly started. Then we will start the lesson right now. The first one is Eurozan. Eurozan said awkwardly, yes, yes. Deculane requested, step out and designate the person you want to fight with them. Eurozan and the designated person quickly stepped onto the arena. Deculane gave the command to start, then now start the match. The match started with a loud sound like a real battle. The magic formations previously learned were used by the students quite smoothly. Everyone tried to show the skills they had learned. Deculane was constantly taking notes, and Relin was seriously performing his assigned task correctly. Deculane silently assessed. Initially, the students were unfamiliar with magic combat, so they were a bit awkward, but soon everyone focused and cast magic seriously. The forces intersected to create large explosions that shook the ground. Sylvia easily defeated her opponent in the blink of an eye. Sylvia wins. The students who were watching laughed gleefully and scornfully. The black-haired commoner has lost again, has not he? They should obediently clean our yards. What is the point of going to the magic tower? It is so humiliating. Ephraim was uncomfortable when she heard this. You nasty bastards. They can't even compare to Sylvia themselves. She shouted loudly, encouraging the friend just now. It is okay. You did a great job for it. Deculane called the next name. Next is Beck. He looked at him and said, designate the opponent. Beck's cunning face slowly observed, I choose. He pointed directly at her with a very arrogant look. Ephraim. Ephraim was not afraid at all, but seemed to have been waiting for this match for a long time. Then that is even better. The two of them quickly stepped onto the arena. Beck still kept his pretentious attitude and said, are you okay, Ephraim? Now there is no one to give you secret lessons anymore. Ephraim sarcastically retorted, talking nonsense again. Is that flowery way of speaking a required subject? She did not want to argue and immediately replied, and also, that way you were trying to imitate Deculane's style, it really looks cheap. Ephraim directly cast her magic. While I am at it, I will show you that your magic is just as cheap as that. Beck was provoked and angrily approached. Ephraim, what did you say, you damn insect? He cast his magic and announced proudly, I will personally send you back to see your parents after so many days of separation. Beck's palm was released, making Ephraim take a step back in surprise. The large explosion that followed quickly covered the entire arena, causing everyone to panic. Ephraim. Beck arrogantly and calmly controlled his magic formation. You idiot. Suddenly the color of his magic formation changed to green, making him confused as well. Ephraim suddenly burst out from the smoke with supernatural power. She spoke slowly. Since setting foot in this magic tower, I have always remembered an old saying, which is, a huge hand suddenly appeared, tightly grasping Beck, making him awkward. For the nobles, a good whipping is the best medicine. A big punch sent Beck straight into the sky. You did a great job, Ephraim, Julia praised happily. Beck lay motionless on the ground, shamefully crying. He squinted and looked at Ephraim in surprise. Ephraim stood imposingly in front of Beck and said triumphantly, How does it feel to be beaten by an insect? Deculane immediately announced, making Beck annoyed, the winner is Ephraim. As soon as Ephraim left, she heard Deculane's disappointed words, those stupid guys could not handle it, so the match ended too quickly. I clearly invited the distinguished guests. but they could not show anything worth seeing. She immediately turned around to talk. "Professor, can I ask for another chance?" Efren sincerely expressed her wish, because in the match just now, the rule was to use at least 3 basic elements, but because the opponent was too weak, I only had time to use 1 element. This match ended immediately. Diculain felt it was reasonable and immediately agreed. That is right, because the opponent is weak, you can't fully show it to be fully evaluated. It is not fair to end like this. All right, then designate anyone who is present here. Efren seized the opportunity and pointed to Diculain. She announced with a big smile, "Professor, I want to fight with the professor himself." Relin laughed loudly. "What? Look at this crazy woman. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" The crowd below also began to sneer. "She is really crazy." Efren silently waited for Diculain's answer. She had considered this situation. Everyone is making a fuss, but I had anticipated this reaction. I am not stupid. Efren was also a little shaken by her own proposal. Even so, this is an opportunity to fight with Diculain that I have always dreamed of. If I can just grasp this opportunity, then... Relin turned to say to Diculain, "I have never seen such a crazy child before." "Doesn't she know what she is doing?" Diculain spoke to correct him. "Enough, Professor Relin. Calm down." Relin stammered a bit. "Yes, but this matter..." Diculain turned to face Efren and said loudly, "I allow it." He affirmed his own words. "I said that anyone here can designate me, and there are no restrictions on the object. So I will be your opponent." Diculain carefully arranged. "However, if it is a debutante, then the professor can't not be subject to any punishment. I won't make a move first." Efren's face was excited as she listened to his words, "And if you can make me move right here, then you win." The two began to enter a unique match. Efren began to cast a spell with a heart that was still a little panicked. "My heart is beating like crazy." She looked very carefully at the opposite side, the confrontation that I have been longing for. It seemed that this was Efren's greatest wish, with Professor Diculain. Diculain said softly, "Start!" Efren immediately cast a spell towards Diculain. She thought about the practice she did before in class, an opponent whose distance I have felt so clearly even in normal times, so of course I do not think I can do anything now. Efren's streams of energy hit Diculain's ball uselessly. I also clearly understand how risky this challenge is. Efren wanted to evaluate herself through this match, but I wanted to test my ability through this opportunity. The man standing tall in front of her still did not budge before her attacks. The opponent that one day I will definitely defeat with my own hands, the difference between me and the teacher. Efren tried to use all the knowledge and skills she had learned in this match. Diculain stood still, observing her every action. He was a little surprised with the ability beyond his expectations. A large light burst out in front of Diculain. Efren on this side was still working hard to attack. "It is not over yet, Earth Element." A large explosion continued to erupt. Efren looked at the circle of fire around Diculain, waiting. Relin was also very surprised when he saw this. The people below also could not help but admire. Efren's magic formation gradually became smaller. The fireball that tightly hugged Diculain began to crack, and light trickled out. Diculain was still intact after that hot clay layer. He stood towering, silently observing Efren, as before. Efren was a little helpless. She continued to cast spells, magic cannonballs. Diculain directly commented, "Your spells have a habit." He continued to evaluate. The more the spell with large movements, the more obvious that habit is. Efren immediately realized it is magic power interference again. She quickly switched the magic. If so, then the next spell. Suddenly, Efren seemed to be frozen, unable to move. She immediately speculated, spells can't be activated. Could it be that all magic circuits have been seen through? Diculain spoke to explain. "Now you will not be able to use magic in front of me anymore." Efren said helplessly, "Really? Completely blocked even the casting of spells?" She quickly thought of another method, but Efren ran quickly to Diculain and announced, "This magic battle is not over yet." She attacked with a powerful fist with confidence, because when it comes to the body, I am quite confident instead. But then a flick of Diculain's finger on her forehead made Efren silent. She was blown away and fell freely. The strong fall created a loud sound. Diculain slowly observed. He secretly re-evaluated the moves that Efren had used, the effective combination between the two pure elements of wind and fire, in addition to the use of the earth element to create a fine dust. Explosion. The large explosions from Efren's magic formation also impressed Diculain. Quite impressive magic sense. He looked at Efren, who was struggling to sit up in the distance, and evaluated. But no matter how good the sense is, if there is not enough ability to control the elements, then it can't be used at the right time. Deculin gave credibility about Ephraim's ability. What makes all of that possible is Ephraim's talent for magic items. The glowing bracelet on her wrist is the sign. As long as there is a bracelet, it is possible to control all elements. Truly a talent that ranks at the top in this entire worldview. He propped his hand and sighed, seeming to have just finished a difficult task. If Deculin saw Ephraim now, he would also have to shudder, even feel jealous. A positive main character like that, if developed properly, there is nothing more wonderful. Deculin approached Ephraim and said, "Unfortunately, the results seem to have been determined already, but..." He praised her. Not bad at all. Ephraim was a little stunned when she heard Deculin's words. Deculin also quickly turned around to announce, "The public lesson ends here. From now on, debutantes, please focus on preparing for the midterm exam." The students began to discuss enthusiastically, if Deculin said it to that extent, it must be the first time. "That is right, and you really did very well, Ephraim. It was too faint when fighting with Beck, so I did not think you were so good at all." Beck sat listening to the good words about Ephraim and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was indeed a bit faint at that time. Ephraim was still sitting on the ground, thinking about Deculin's words just now. She was indescribably happy. Was I recognized? Julia and her friends came to pull her up and congratulated her at the same time. It was really awesome, Ephraim. It was very cool just now. Really, you were the best. So proud of you, Ephraim. Ganesha stood on the pier looking at the ship about to arrive and said excitedly, "It is here." As soon as the ship docked, she welcomed them generously. "Leo, Kalos, long time no see. How are you all doing, Ganesha? It is been a long time." Yuria greeted back friendly. "Ria, welcome." Ganesha reached out her hand and asked, "From the beginning until now, do not you remember me at all?" Yuri was a little stunned, She smiled awkwardly and stepped off the ship. The girl from the Dadohai archipelago was possessed by Kim Woo-jin's ex-girlfriend, Ra. The pier was immediately lively, echoing with the laughter of the newly arrived group of guests. "Our cute girl, Ria. I miss you so much, big brother that hurts. This is completely child abuse." Ganesha hugged Ra gently and said, "I know. Sorry. Ra remembered the moment she stepped towards the car. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared, attracting her attention. The light was cast strongly towards Ra, causing her to stagger. That brilliant halo swallowed me as if to erase my existence, and then the sound of the world completely disappeared. The moment she opened her eyes, Ra had become a completely different person. When I opened my eyes again, the world I belonged to had completely changed. Ganesha stood in the distance, arguing. "Is Deculin even planning to take advantage of the innocent children? I can't do this." A thin man stood there rebutting. "Then you should not have accepted the task from the beginning. You were mesmerized as soon as you saw her face. Do you know how much the contract breach fee is?" Big sister, Ra, looked at them blankly, those people. She immediately recognized quickly through familiar things, familiar faces, characters, and stories that I stayed up all night to create are now appearing before my eyes. Just then, Ganesha came to greet. "Hello, I am an adventurer. My name is Ganesha. Are you Ria?" Ra fearfully stuck her back to the big tree behind her, thinking, "Before my eyes is Ganesha and the Crimson Garnet exploration team, along with the warm atmosphere here and the sea breeze. If this place is really the world in the game, then according to the setting, I will be..." She quickly guessed the identity she was sheltering in and immediately introduced, "I am Yuria." Ra directly accepted this truth. So in the game world that I created, I have become Yuria. Ganesha walked behind and reminded the two children in front, "Leo, Carlos, do not run around anymore." Ra looked at the energy of Ganesha. That person is the greatest adventurer in the world, Ganesha. She walked very carefully with Ganesha. "First of all, if you want to survive now, it is best to be with that person." Ra's eyes were full of determination. "Must survive. I will find a way to return." Switched the scene to the spacious and massive castle. Deculin looked at the large cardboard box that was brought and was a little excited. It is finally here. A purple staff wrapped in wire was neatly contained in a soft white cloth. Information about Rachel Rock's Ukraine wand was also attached, including the origin, classification, and special effects. Deculin praised its appearance. "It is beautiful." The material was made from holy wood items with extremely outstanding properties. Deculin held the staff in his hand and fumbled to observe. There are even item properties. The information of the blood of Ukraine caught his eye. Deculin was a little surprised. "This is only 9 million. Elness, I originally thought it was expensive. But after receiving it, I saw that it was indeed worth more than that amount. The beauty and performance are almost comparable to a sacred object." Suddenly Roy spoke. "Master, I am Roy. Dinner has been prepared." Deculin immediately replied, "I know. I will go down." Downstairs, a series of dishes were neatly arranged on the table with a full range of sweet, salty, and spicy flavors. Deculin sat down and silently looked at the lavish meal. He was a little confused. Clearly, I heard that finances are difficult, so what is this meal? Isn't it even more lavish than usual? Uriel immediately justified. You must have strength to overcome difficult things. It is set out for you to regain your spirits. Roy quickly presented. Young master, do you remember the antiques that were disposed of according to your instructions last time? They received extremely positive feedback. The luxurious and expensive items that were difficult to find were extremely valuable. As soon as they were put out, the bidders were so crowded that the auction was interrupted. Roy and Uriel were looking forward to being able to sell them. I and Miss were there and did not even know if this was a dream or reality. Not only did it make up for the financial shortfall, but it also earned enough to not have to worry about the operation of the entire family for the next few years. He politely expressed, "This is also the way Miss expresses her gratitude. Please accept it." Deculin praised, "It is delicious." Uriel turned her face away to evaluate. She also knows a little bit, does not she? Then the two began the lavish meal that they had not tasted for a long time. Deculin still did not forget to tease, but holding the knife like that is wrong. Uriel said irritably, "Come on!" A moment later, in Deculin's office, old document files were piled up on top of each other. Deculin held them in his hand and sneered, "What a mess." He sat on the luxurious chair, silently mourning for the owner, this poor Deculin. Deculin began to work on the main task. The midterm exam is coming up. I am struggling to write the questions for that exam. He read the exam questions of the owner before. To get inspiration for writing questions, I am collecting the exam questions that Deculin had given before. Deculin gritted his teeth, showing his displeasure. They are all test questions only intended to trample on the students who have just entered the school. Immediately, the image of the strict man appeared through the difficult test questions. I am the noble Deculin. I am the great mage. Taste my test questions and despair. Deculin came to the conclusion, the only thing that can be felt from the test questions is Deculin's hateful arrogance. He tiredly held his head, even in the test questions. Such a low personality is revealed. The test questions were full of words with long-winded solutions. Perhaps he once mistakenly thought that the difficulty of the test questions was an expression of his own superiority, which is why he created such absurd test questions. Deculin stroked his chin and thought, but I won't do that because I want to give good test questions. He drew in his head a test question with many methods of solution. The solution process may be difficult and strenuous, but when solved, it will naturally make people admire. And all of that will lead to the enlightenment of the mages. Deculin really cared about the level of the students. Every small action of mine as a lecturer may become the necessary nourishment for righteous mages to grow up. He looked around the room and caught sight of a glowing box. The last box. I do not know if there are any clues here. Deculin turned the paper in the box to read. The material of the paper made him quickly feel the difference. The feeling from this test question is completely different from the previous ones. Deculin judged, it seems that the one who wrote the test questions is not Deculin. That test question seemed to make him quite interested. Although the difficulty is still not easy, it is a test question that evokes a strong interest. Deculin was pondering and casting a spell. If I can understand the entire question with my ability to understand. His finger moved slightly on the edge of the test page as if transmitting internal energy into it. And transmit the solution into the test paper for this magic then. Immediately after, the surface of the paper lit up, streams of colorful energy radiating out. They spread throughout the room. A hand appeared from that colored stream of energy. The fair face of a girl also appeared. Deculin was overwhelmed by the scene before him. He smiled and admired this surprise. An exam that when the correct answer is solved and magic power is transmitted into the answer, a picture appears. A picture appeared with brilliant colors. Each shade was an element. And the answer solved from the harmony of all those elements made people marvel. Deculin also secretly admired. Indeed, it is the test question that best fits the name of the course, Understanding Pure Elemental Magic. Suddenly, a strange feeling throbbed in his chest, and an instinctive jealousy rose slightly in his heart. Even Deculin must have realized the perfection of this test question. Deculin was a little curious. Who is that woman? In the silent wooden room, on a document imprinted with a red seal, important information. The issue of the Red Faction will be temporarily postponed until the next meeting, Grand Elder Jekdan Berkt. Adeline held the announcement in her hand and considered, that is interesting. The result of the meeting about the Red Faction became like this. I heard it was thanks to the fierce opposition from Vormai. Professor Deculin, She put down the announcement with an excited expression that is really a rare thing. Both Professor Deculane and Adeline's eyes slowly glanced around. "All of you." She smiled, looking at the elders who had been sitting in the seats for who knows how long, are also present here. Adeline is a mage with extraordinary magic power, regarded as the brightest candidate for the title of Archmage. But her personality is completely opposite to that. Very gentle. She hid behind a pillar, eavesdropping on two students talking to each other. What? Deculane and the Night Julie caused a commotion again. Adeline smiled. Professor Relin failed to diet again. Oh my goodness. She is curious about the affairs of the world and likes rumors. That personality is actually related to the secret of Adeline's identity. In fact, she is a half-breed with a fairy, and that is the source of Adeline's extraordinary magic power. Although it seems troublesome, there is a day that she is looking forward to, which is today. Adeline sat in the chair presiding over the meeting, happily sipped a cup of tea. Deculane is defending heretics again. That is interesting. Once a month is the day the professors of the Magic Tower gathered to meet the headmaster. The only one who is often absent, of course, is Deculane. He said, "I, Ukraine, am famous throughout the world. Why should I please anyone? That is what people say." But this time it is different. A word unintentionally escaped. While he was not present during the meeting, someone said, "Headmaster." In this magic tournament, young Master Luina also participated. Adeline recalled that person. Luina was once a competitor for the position of head professor with Deculane, but withdrew himself due to Deculane's conspiracy, and is currently known to be in the kingdom. She laughed. Young Master Luina. Why, suddenly, he is planning to return to the Empire. Retlan also laughed. If a seat is guaranteed, he will definitely come back. What else? If that is really the case, then it will also be a huge benefit for our Magic Tower, because the achievements that young Master Luina has achieved in the kingdom are really extraordinary. Thinking of Deculane, who is still defending heretics, no, it is not that I intend to disparage the current head professor. Adeline nodded. I know. If Luina really comes back, I will consider it. Well, that is it for today. I have things to do. The professors who have not submitted their test questions, please hurry up. Everyone immediately scrambled. Yes. Remaining alone in the room, she raised her cup of tea. Recently, Deculane seems to be very strange. This test question was submitted by Deculane. It is hard to believe that it was written by Deculane himself, because it is too excellent. Surely someone else did it for him, or perhaps I should tease him a little. And if Luina, who is Deculane's sworn enemy, also appears, then what will happen? Just thinking about it is too interesting. A few days later, on the day of the midterm exam for the course Understanding Pure Elemental Magic, the students were buzzing and discussing. Did I hear that right? This is also an exam. That is right. What is this? Rumor has it that Deculane's test questions are very strange, but this is unbelievable. Well, it is time to give up. Alan stood on the podium, smiling reassuringly. Now, everyone, please calm down. I understand that because this is not an exam in the usual format, you feel confused, but everything is as written. The midterm exam for the course Understanding Pure Elemental Magic will take place over 10 days, with the deadline being midnight on Sunday, the end of the Magic Tower's academic calendar. All students will take the exam in a private room assigned to each person. Of course, during that time, you can go to take other subjects and come back, eat, drink, and rest comfortably. The only thing strictly prohibited is taking the test questions out. As I said, this is a test that allows the use of materials. Julie looked up. A test that allows the use of materials that lasts for 10 days. What kind of difficulty is this test? Ephraim rubbed her head. It is unlucky until the very end. Right, as expected of Deculane. He continued, the professor also said this. If anyone gets a perfect score, they will be written a letter of recommendation under the name of the head professor. The students were surprised. A letter of recommendation from the head professor? This is a big deal. The level of mages is divided from level 1, Eternal, which is Archmage, to level 11, Debutante, but promotion is not easy. It is not just finishing the subject and waiting for the next year to be promoted, but having to go through a promotion exam each time. And passing it is not easy. However, if you have a letter of recommendation from Deculane, a Monarch level mage, which is level 4, then what? It is no different from a special ticket that guarantees an almost certain promotion. Ephraim propped her chin and pondered. What? A letter of recommendation from Deculane? That sworn enemy is actually going to recommend me? This just makes me lose interest in taking the exam even more. I do not even want to get involved with him. Wait a minute, if I really get a perfect score and receive a letter of recommendation from Deculane, then what? She imagined being able to trample Deculane under her heels. At that time, if you were willing to write a letter of recommendation for me, then now there is no need to kneel at my feet like this. You can only beg, please, Ms. Ephraim, please have mercy. Efren laughed to herself. That would be really great. Just wait, Deculin, I will definitely get a perfect score. She could not help but laugh out loud, causing Julia to look at her with a strange expression. The fourth day of the midterm exam. Efren could not laugh anymore, screaming in her head, "It is so difficult." 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours, the questions become more and more difficult as you go on, but the test questions are too excellent. Even though the solution process is painful, when the answer is found, it is a feeling of realization that has never been felt before. Are these really the test questions written by Deculin? Because of the joy from the feeling of realization, no matter how difficult it is, I can't stop. Just wait, Deculin, I will definitely get that letter of recommendation, she said wearily. But this question, I can't do it. I have to go out and breathe a little. If I just sit glued to the test questions like this, my mind will only become more confused. In the sunny courtyard, Sylvia sat under a tree. Enjoying the sunlight, she rubbed her neck, sighing, I finally solved it. I did not expect it to take 30 hours for one question. I have to take a break. Sylvia recalled the reward for a perfect score, a letter of recommendation. She smiled, saying it as if giving a special favor, while it does not mean anything. From the beginning, the person who is capable enough to get a perfect score on this exam will surely pass the promotion exam easily. Sylvia clenched her fist, thinking, but even so, I still want to get a perfect score, not for the score or the letter of recommendation, but for myself. All the questions are so beautiful, each one is a key, leading to a separate realization. If I can solve all the way to the last question, I will definitely grow one level as a mage. Next to her, a voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, Sylvia!" Sylvia turned her head to look, exclaiming in her heart, Efren. I wonder how far she has solved. She opened her mouth, you that. Both spoke in unison. What question have you solved? The faces of the two suddenly flushed, and they turned away together. Finally, Sylvia spoke first. I am on question 8. Efren was excited. What? You have solved up to question 8 already? Sylvia said softly, halfway there. Efren scratched her cheek. It is fast anyway. I am stuck on question 7. Sylvia was startled. What? Efren is only one question behind me? Is she lying? It is not the time to worry about that. I have to quickly go back and continue solving. Efren was surprised. What is wrong? Are you standing up because of me? Sylvia pretended to be indifferent. It is just that I have rested enough. Late at night, while the exam was in full swing at the Magic Tower, Wurigen felt a big change was about to come. He carefully read the newspaper. Now it is really the beginning. It said, Emperor Krabayim's current condition is critical. Emperor Krabayim was seriously ill. The current Emperor Krabayim is a person with a gentle disposition. Therefore, he always pursued the harmony between the powerful officials and the imperial power, and also did not implement any particularly hostile policies towards the Red faction. The problem lies in the successor after his death, a very important figure in this world, and also someone with a fatal problem. Wujin propped his chin, sinking into thought. He murmured, Soon, the world will change greatly once. The sun gradually rose. The last day of the exam, during that time, Deculin's marathon-style test caused many people to give up halfway. That was enough to clearly distinguish between low-ranking and high-ranking students. Regardless of the results, all students considered having experienced this exam as a badge worth being proud of. The special scene when students did not talk about the feeling of liberation after the exam, but shared the realizations they gained from the exam, that made everyone pay attention. Before anyone knew it, even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to experience the test and the rumors themselves. The person who is trying the question number 8, the last question, there are only 2 people left. Efren kept muttering, Damn it, question number 8, it really is the final gate, no matter what, I must solve it. I have already drunk so much coffee, can I give up here? Just concentrate a little more, look closely at the question, then... Oh! In the exam room, a golden glow suddenly flashed before Wujin and Alan. He called out in surprise, Professor. He nodded, I see. So you have solved the last question, have not you? Wujin muttered in his heart, as expected of her. The door of the room opened. He quietly stepped into the shining room, then turned back and closed the door. Wujin spoke, As expected, you solved it. Congratulations. Sylvia, she turned back to look at him. In Sylvia's room at this time, the light was full of golden light. The scene was as beautiful as a picture. Each element of magic power carried its own brilliant colors. Even the cold blue light was full of warm comfort. Under the radiant stars like hope, there was still a hint of darkness, hot and cold, brilliant and wistful. It really is a masterpiece. Wujin smiled slightly, murmuring, I am the one who created these test questions. But because of my own limitations, I can't reproduce that beauty. In this question, there is the presence of Kim Woo-jin, a person who once dreamed of becoming a painter but lacked talent. Even though he wanted to turn his back on painting, deep down in his heart he still yearned to paint. That Kim Woo-jin, now integrated into Dekulin's aesthetic sense, melting and blending deeply in these test questions. Therefore, this space at present, for Dekulin, who revered beauty, and for Kim Woo-jin, who once dreamed of becoming a painter, it was the greatest consolation. He turned to leave. You have worked hard. And, thank you. Sylvia was surprised, looking at Woo-jin leaving in a daze. She said softly, I also wanted to say thank you. Sylvia raised her hand, gently pointing a point in the elemental picture. Voices carrying expectations and pressure constantly rang out. You must become a great mage, you have talent, it is an extraordinary talent, can you do this? As expected of a great mage, she said gently, no, magic, just it alone, is already beautiful enough. In the long, silent hallway, Ellen pushed open the door of the room. Debutante Ephraim, it is time. She turned back, forcing a smile. Ah, is that so? What a pity. He praised. You did very well, Ephraim. Only 2 people dared to try the test until the last day. Ephraim asked, what about Sylvia? Has she solved everything? Alan did not answer, just smiled. She sighed. What a monster, I am so jealous. Ephraim raised her head and looked at the ceiling. She said to herself, at some point, the letter of recommendation or Dekulin has been completely put out of my head. The only thing left until the end was the thirst for knowledge of a mage, and the longing for knowledge. I really wanted to solve everything too. Ephraim stood up, but even though the exam has ended, the test questions are still there. So I will continue to solve this question to the end. She turned to look at Alan, grinning. He also smiled back. Alan said sincerely, good luck, I will cheer for you, Ephraim. She replied loudly, yes. Ephraim trudged out of the magic tower. She sighed, I am so tired. A marathon test, if I could solve everything, I would have been satisfied somewhat. Even though the difficult exam is over, what is waiting for me behind? It is just the door full of graffiti and the cold bed, 3 shadows blocked in front of Ephraim. She looked up in surprise, immediately hearing the call, Ififie. Ephraim exclaimed. Everyone, Julia and 2 friends stood there, smiling. She spread her arms. After finishing the exam, of course, we have to gather to relieve stress. Let us go eat something delicious together. Ephraim's eyes welled up with tears. Julia patted her shoulder. What is wrong with your face? You are so silly, Effie. Was the exam that difficult? Julia smiled reassuringly. Then she turned to say to the other 2, hey, you guys, we are late for the stress relief because of Effie. Effie said she will pay for everything. Ephraim startled. I did not say that, Julia. Hey. A few days later, Ephraim finally solved the last question of the exam. She said emotionally, it is so beautiful. There was a call outside the door. Ephraim, are you ready yet? She wiped away her tears, replying, Julia, yeah, I am coming right now. Sitting in a cafe, Julia smiled happily. It is so nice to be done with the exam, Ephraim nodded. Yeah, although I am going to be busy again soon, these few days were also precious. There is an MT soon. I am really looking forward to it. Julia replied excitedly, me too. Ephraim lowered her head and murmured, the exam, it is a good thing I did not give up and tried to solve it all, because this is the best experience about magic so far. Julia suddenly asked, Ephraim, have you heard any news? Ephraim looked up. Huh? Julia put on a mysterious expression. I mean about Professor Dekulin. I heard the exam caused a lot of commotion. Ephraim was curious. What happened? Julia murmured, I do not know either. I only heard that Professor Dekulin was called up there. That is, to the floating island. Ephraim was surprised. The floating island. That is an island that floats permanently at a height of 500 meters in the air. The crystallization of magic engineering and the community of mages. People still say that this place contains all the knowledge and magic in the world, is the pioneering land, and is also an independent area not affected by the system under the ground. There, those eccentrics who are truly passionate about exploring magic and knowledge will inevitably gather. An old mage wondered to a companion, so what is all the fuss about? The other mage replied, I heard it is the exam of the magic tower, but this matter is bigger than imagined. It is truly a completely new magic experience. Because Professor Dekulin's exam was praised by some mages, it soon became a hot topic on the floating island. So he was invited to the island to hold a seminar explaining the exam. Woo-jin held the invitation letter in his hand. He thought, I did not expect the test questions to be noticed that much. A quest notification appeared. Event Quest is the lecture at the floating island plus 30 magic power. Woojin muttered, I can also receive quests like this, what luck. Moreover, the remuneration for the lecture is not small either. Converting it to Korean won, it is about 1 billion. It seems that I should consider developing this direction in the future. Not bad at all. He put the letter down on the table. During the lecture, Woojin spoke to the many mages. Nice to meet you all. The lecturer today is me, the head professor of the Royal Magic Tower Academy, level 4 mage, the ruler of the elements, the title Monarch. The topic of today's lecture is the midterm exam of the Magic Tower, and will last for 2 hours. First of all, before going into the test questions, I will briefly explain the pure elements. Adeline chuckled. Have you seen the test questions? Luina said sternly. This is plagiarism. Deculin can't come up with such excellent test questions himself. She is Luina von Schlott McQueen. The lecture proceeded smoothly, before going into the explanation of the test questions. Woojin tried to help everyone understand by reiterating the content used in the classes in the Magic Tower before, and the participants were also attracted by the systematic, new presentation that had never been seen before. He held the test questions. So now, let us look at question number 6. At that moment, Adeline shouted, I have a question, I have a question. Woojin looked at her. Adeline waved her hand, as the professor said, distinguish between pure elements and sex. The bright yellow magic threads from her hand intertwined to create a magic formation. Adeline asked, then to combine question number 6 into the strongest destructive magic, what should I do? He smiled, murmuring, the headmaster also came to attend, but that is understandable. After all, the headmaster is very playful, and thinking back to Deculin in the past, it is easy to understand why he suspects that I ask someone else to write the test questions. Should I play with her a little? Woojin raised his hand. A blue magic beam shot out, if that is the problem. A complete magic formation appeared in front of everyone. He explained slowly, then just add the core circuit in a straight line like this. That is enough. She exclaimed. Yes, right, that is right, thank you. After that, Adeline continued to attack with a series of questions. What is this? What is this used for? Based on his understanding, Woojin answered every question fluently, but that is the core circuit. And thanks to the disapproving eyes of many mages who thought that Adeline's questions were disturbing the class, she finally had to be silent. He glanced at the clock, thinking, before I knew it, there were only 10 minutes left. Woojin turned back to look at everyone. Too much time has been spent on the question and answer session. Regarding the final question, I will not explain any further. Suddenly a hand raised. Finally, I just want to ask one thing. Question number 8. Did you think of it yourself? Luina frowned, looking at him. Woojin exclaimed in his heart, Luina, then calmly suggested, please clarify your question. She said, seriously? I asked as above, question number 8. Did you really think of it and write it yourself? I just want to know that. The buzzing immediately rang out. What? Could it be that someone else did it for you? He said indifferently, it is normal to take inspiration from something that is not your own. However, magic immediately enveloped the entire spacious room. Warm golden rings and cold blue appeared before everyone's eyes. Woojin raised his hand, confidently affirming, all of this is my own. Everyone exclaimed, it is beautiful, wonderful. He continued, I just made it right here, so it will definitely be completely different from question number 8 in the exam. Woojin looked at Luina. She was a little startled. He asked, is that enough to answer it, Professor Luina? She gritted her teeth, her face angry. Woojin announced the lecture ends here. The system notified that the event quest was completed, plus 30 magic power. He strode in the hallway, murmuring in his head, according to the settings, Deculin certainly does not get along with Luina either. Everything went smoothly today, but perhaps trouble will happen again soon. Really, Deculin's surroundings are full of... A shadow appeared in Woojin's view. He wondered in his heart, who is it? The face seems familiar. That girl turned back, frowning at Woojin. He frowned slightly, exclaiming in his heart, what is wrong? Frowning again. Woojin walked slowly. He suddenly recognized this face. I remember now. It seems to be Deculin's college friend. Thinking that, Woojin reached out his hand. Long time no see, Charlotte. She was full of wariness. What is this, Deculin? I do not think we are close enough to call each other by name like that. He said calmly, is Princess Maho still doing well? Woojin said to himself, I do not care how close Charlotte and Deculin are, and I do not need to know what to do. The important thing is Princess Maho that Charlotte is protecting. Emperor Zivrain will soon pass away, and that moment is the important turning point of this game. Many big-name characters will decide life and death, and many new events will explode. The big-name character who must be saved at this time is Maho. She is one of the characters I created, and also someone who has a positive influence on the main task from the middle of the game onwards, because she is the second in line to the throne of the Yuran Duchy, and also the third in line to the throne of the Liak Kingdom, so her background is quite complicated. Wherever she goes, she will be caught in bloodshed, a princess who is in distress. She is currently staying in the Empire under the pretext of studying abroad, but when the Emperor passes away, she will have to leave the Empire and immediately fall into danger. Charlotte showed an uncomfortable face. It is still that harsh way of speaking after a long time, Deculin. He held out a crystal ball. Then he told her, "Don't be agitated. I just want to become a lifeline for the friend who has chosen the path of death." Charlotte frowned, with surprise in her eyes. In the end, she still took the ball. Sitting on the bed looking at it, Charlotte fell into thought, "This is a crystal to contact. If you decide and contact, I will help." When she heard those words, she shouted, "Tell me to beg for help from a scum? It is utterly absurd." But Wujin just gently reminded, "There is no time. You probably know that clearly. If you still do not like it, then, well, there is no other way. It is up to you." He left. Remembering what happened just now, Charlotte sighed. Next to her, a voice suddenly rang out, "Charlotte, you look terrible." She looked at Maho. "Princess, it is nothing, just—" Maho approached. "I understand the situation clearly too. Do not try to endure it alone anymore. Charlotte, soon the subordinates of my brothers will come. They will surely find a way to take advantage of or eliminate me just because of the so-called inheritance rights. It is so tense. Taking the excuse of studying abroad to take refuge in the Empire, but this place is really a place worth living in. Above all, this place used to be very safe. But the next successor will not allow the seeds of chaos to exist, so I must leave soon." Charlotte held her head. "That is right." Maho looked at her with concern. Then she handed the suitcase in her hand. "Here, Charlotte, this is all the money I've accumulated so far." Charlotte was surprised. "Yes, but why are you giving me this?" Maho smiled. "I know, on the way back, you are short of money to hire guards, Charlotte." She hurriedly refused. "No need, Princess. I will manage on my own. Please take it back." Maho turned her head to look out the window. "Don't try to shoulder everything alone anymore. This is money for everyone, so I do not regret it at all." Charlotte looked at her sadly. Finally nodded. "I understand, Princess, although it is a bit embarrassing, but I will use this money to hire more guards." Outside, someone was hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping on the conversation of the two. Charlotte affirmed, "No matter what the danger is, I, Charlotte, will definitely protect the princess." Suddenly, she caught a movement out the window. Charlotte opened the door and shouted, "Someone." That person startled and hurriedly ran away. She did not chase after, just frowned and murmured, "Has it come already? More dangerous than I thought?" Indeed, if there is no help, then... Late at night, in Deculin's mansion, Wujin was attentively reading a book. Uriel walked in. "You have been reading a lot these days. You do not usually like to read, do you?" Seeing that he did not pay attention to her, she said irritably, "Hey, at least answer a word. I heard you just gave a lecture on the floating island, and I heard you even received lecture fees." Wujin bluntly exposed, "There is no leeching going on, Uriel." She blushed. I did not think of that. Anyway, I just received a document. The new students of the Magic Tower want to organize a camping trip in Haidakane, our territory." He refused immediately. "No way," Uriel said a little loudly. "At least think about it." Wujin imagined the scene of the students getting drunk and vomiting everywhere. His face became even worse. He shook his head. "Camping trips are inherently not clean. Absolutely not allowed." She sighed. "What are you talking about?" "Come on, take a look at the document. It is not free. It is also an opportunity to introduce our magic tower to the new students." Wujin raised his hand to stop her. "Stop. Get out, Uriel." She said irritably, "I told you to just take a look." He said in a low voice, "Go away quickly." Seeing that Wujin's attitude was so serious, Uriel was a little embarrassed. "Ah, I know." Then angrily turned to leave. He glanced at her. The crystal ball for communication in his hand was lighting up. Wujin brought it closer to his mouth. "Speak, classmate." Charlotte looked worried. "Perhaps it is time to leave." "There is no more time. Help me, Deculin." He used magic to lift a piece of paper. "Okay, then can you do as I say?" she hurriedly asked. "What do you mean?" Wujin spread the map out in front of him. "The only way to survive for Princess Maho is, 1, it seems very dangerous, but because of that, it is the safest way." Charlotte wondered, "Where is that way?" He uttered a name, Krivis Canyon. She was startled. Then she shouted in horror, "What? That dangerous place full of magic power? As expected of Deculin, only you can? Woojin interrupted. Do you think you can escape death by taking the normal route? Trust me, Charlotte, we will cross Crevice Canyon. Crevice Canyon is a dangerous land full of magic power, to the point that it is almost a demon's lair. Sometimes there are rumors that demons appear here, so it does not belong to any country. He affirmed that is the only way to survive, left for Princess Maho. If you can pass through Crevice Canyon, reaching the Yuren Duchy is only a moment. Charlotte hesitated. It is not that I did not think about that geographical advantage, Woojin said calmly, but when considering this, you probably did not consider that Eucline will act together. Don't worry, I will personally lead the way. She was stunned, you personally? Charlotte frowned slightly, her face confused. Finally, she asked directly, why do you have to do this, Deculin? This trip does not benefit you at all. He leaned back in his chair. I am a very political person, Charlotte, and both my intellect and insight far exceed yours. Charlotte shouted angrily, what are you saying? This bastard suddenly became self-obsessed. Woojin said calmly, I just hope your princess is alive, and that brings benefits to my family and territory. It is just a transaction, not kindness, do not think too much. It took a while for her to speak. How to contact? He replied 3 days later, at the entrance to Crevasse, if you can't even get there, then I will consider that you are not qualified to survive. Charlotte said in a low voice, understood, I also hope your ability is as sure as your mouth. 3 days later, the new students who went camping were noisily discussing, is this Haidacane? Probably so. It feels like we have just arrived in another country. Really, the scenery is so beautiful. The center of Eucline's territory, Haidacane is a tourist city famous for many places to play and delicious food. Modeled after the most livable cities in the real world, therefore, even though it has been proposed many times as a place for picnics, Deculin has always refused. Uriel leaned in next to Woojin with a puzzled look. What is acting up again? You clearly said camping is absolutely not allowed. Did not you say it was dirty? He did not answer. His head was busy thinking. It is because Haidacane is located near Crevice Canyon, the meeting place. It only takes about 3 to 4 hours to ride a horse. I just need to choose the right time and retreat naturally. Woojin asked, where are the new students? She replied, Haidacane Romance Hotel has reserved a floor. The standard room is 4 people per room. If you pay more out of your own pocket, you can choose a single room. He nodded. Well done. Uriel snorted with a smug look. As a professor of the Magic Tower and the owner of Haidacane, Woojin had done the minimum of guiding the guests who came to play. He stood on the stage, with the crystal ball for communication in his hand. Outdoor activities should be free. I won't interfere with how you want to play, but if you dirty the hotel or the territory, then do not expect to laugh for the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. Julia and Ephraim looked at Woojin with an awkward expression. After that, he invested time to build the foundation in order to later turn Haidacane into an outpost. Uriel stood in front of Woojin with pride. How is it? The mages of our Haidacane Magic Tower are definitely at the top among the local magic towers, are not they? He silently observed, thinking, with the combination of the naked eye and the financial power of a wealthy tycoon, I can see the bright golden light emanating from the capable mages. Woojin pointed to a few people. This mage and that mage, increase their salary, and this mage, fire him. She startled. What? So while busy not letting a moment be missed, the sun had also set from who knows when. In a wide yard, everyone gathered around a campfire. Sylvia looked up at the firework shooting up. Fireworks exploded in the sky with myriad colors. Relin praised. As expected of Sylvia, it is so perfect that it is impossible to find fault with it. 10 points. The female professor next to him also nodded. A beautiful firework display, 10 points. Julia was annoyed. Why do the professors assign homework? Even when we come to places like this, it is suddenly a magic firework experiment. Ephraim smiled awkwardly. That is true. The judging panel called out, next is Ephraim's group. Her group of 4 stepped up. Ephraim presented, we have combined destruction magic and harmonious magic to create fireworks. Relin suddenly interrupted. Enough. She was stunned. Yes. He wiggled his ears. That boring explanation is enough. Shoot it and show it to me. Ephraim replied awkwardly. Yes. She began to shoot fireworks. The firework flew up and bloomed with pink, red, and orange. The students watching exclaimed, It is beautiful. Ephraim's group did well too, did not they? That is true. But Relin frowned. 6 points. The firework sounds are too loud. The thin female professor sighed. 4 points. Julia was unconvinced. Why is that? Ephraim patted her shoulder lightly. It is okay, Julia. Woojin blurted out 10 points. The ratio between destruction magic and harmonious magic is very balanced. The other judges all looked at him in surprise. Julia was surprised. Huh, really 10 points? The moon has risen high. Woojin began to prepare horses to leave. He murmured, "All right, it is time to start. I wonder if Charlotte will arrive safely." Ephraim suddenly appeared behind Woojin because of guilt. He turned around, exclaiming in his heart, "Ephraim." But he did not reveal any emotion on the surface. "Why are you here alone at this hour? Go back quickly." She said urgently, "Please tell me, when I was disciplined, when participating in the club, and even today, why do you treat me like that? Is it because of my father?" Woojin frowned. He climbed onto the horse. "Find the answer yourself." "Because you are not a whiny child." Ephraim looked angrily at Woojin riding away. She shouted loudly, "I will apply to be under that professor. I will clarify what happened. Why did my father commit suicide? Was he forced to do so? I will definitely surpass the professor. I will become greater than you." The road in front of Ephraim no longer had his figure. She burst into tears. Woojin galloped on the horse. In his heart, he was very surprised. Ephraim wants to be under Deculin's command, but I do not feel any villainous fate. What exactly Deculin did to Ephraim's father, even I do not know that setting. What should I do if he really did something unforgivable? Arriving in front of Krivas Canyon, Woojin got off the horse, gently telling it, "You can't go any further because of the influence of the magic power. Please return to the stable, then return at noon." He looked around. Have Charlotte and her group arrived yet? Contact through the crystal ball. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "Deculin." Woojin turned his head. "You have had it hard." Charlotte and a male guard were covered in blood. Behind her was Princess Maho.